fine, you can have it. We're going to focus on the EMP. We're going to focus on the offensive. And it really kind of felt like a counterbalance what OpTic was hoping to do.
OpTic, LA Thieves, our two S-tier squads. Final question as we close this one out, Nameless. How far back is FaZe there in our A-tier?
FaZe are kind of in a limbo spot. You know, that last, in the minor, I thought they would bounce back. They were showing good signs in that match versus Thieves, so they won those hard points. We get to the minor, though. Simp has the most uncharacteristic weekend I've ever seen from him. So I'm expecting him to bounce back and FaZe to firmly put themselves back in that top 3.
Yeah, looking at his season-long MVP-like numbers, I think Simp should rebound. When does he play? Well, you have to wait for that matchup a little bit later because we start with OpTic against G2. That's right, Krebs crew trying to pull off an upset in an unlikely best-of-5. FaZe plays Gentlemates, though, as we truly test the mettle of Paris. And Boston, you are one win away from a winner's bracket with this lineup.
Today.
Can they get it against the Thieves? Lock in when we come back. Minnesota takes the stage first against Texas.
Good job, Olive.
Let's go, babe.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Let's find out who's built for the big stage.
Heretics ready to dive in. Thanks, Tim. 4 and Snoopy. Come on, what's the ball? But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. It strikes. Down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
Let's go.
Welcome back. If you're looking at the standings, the #1 team in the league is OpTic Texas. They've won 35 matches. They've only dropped 9. And when it comes to best of 5, you've only lost 5 of those. So let's start with the best team in the league when it comes to a best of 5 series. What makes OpTic so consistent in Black Ops 7?
Yeah, well, they've been together for quite a while now, so the teamwork is S-tier level. And when you talk about this team, they just have players who can get it done everywhere. You know, the way that they play hardpoint, unbelievable. And when you add, you know, some of these new maps into the fold, like Hacienda, it's bound to be great for them. They've been playing that for 2 years now. Search and Destroy, Dashy's been electrifying with the sniper throughout this season. And they just have players who have good innate nature in Search. Shotzi's always getting behind enemy lines, making huge plays. But I would say the one issue, and Ali mentioned it in the top of show, is their overload. When they play some of the better overload teams in the world, they're not playing front to back enough. And we've seen that versus the LA Thieves a couple of times now. So that is the one place where you'd like to see a little bit of improvement for OpTic. I think they were having such good sustain to begin the season. They got away with things that they shouldn't be getting away with, honestly.
Ali, they only have 2 more matches to go. And, of course, we only have 6 days left of competition in the regular season before Major 4. So what does OpTic need to show you to consider them gold-worthy in Paris?
That's tough because before the grand final in the minor, I would have said they didn't need to really show me anything else other than that they could win a grand final. I think for OpTic, it's just being able to come out stronger in some of these grand finals. I feel like they've been falling short in the beginning of it. We've seen some uncharacteristic numbers put up by some of their players. I think Merc had a really slow start in that grand final. So just need to approach it like any other match.
One thing I know for sure is I don't want to be these guys. Whenever OpTic loses, they bounce back ferociously, and G2 is going to have their hands full. After losing Estriel, they gain an OBJ mastermind. You bring in Envoy. So let's talk a little bit about that 1v1 trade and the buff they've got on the AR role. Is G2 truly the 7th best team in the league, Ann?
Yeah, and I think there's room for them to climb up that, Chris. I feel like with this team, you see they're 2-1 so far. They haven't had the stiffest competition, but they made quick work of those first two squads. And for Kremp has been a superstar in our league this year, right? So for them, I think it's just about getting the ARs to perform at a higher level. Nasty, we know it's in there. We know he can take over games. They just have to get more reps together. And for this team, sky's the limit. I mean, they have the team that can put in work and play this game strategically on the level of the top teams, but they need time. It was a two-person change.
Ali, you take a look at some of these highlights, and you notice that Kremp has the #1 Slayer rating in the league right now for a Major 4 qualifiers, but their opponents have been kind of easy. This is their toughest task yet. What do you need to clean up to beat one of the best teams in the game?
Unfortunately, teamwork. And I think Ant just touched on it great, where they made a two-man change. That's going to be really difficult to be on the same level as OpTic Texas teamwork right now. But to that point, I think Kremp continuing to do what he's been doing is going to be pivotal for this team. I think there's maybe some worry of when Estriel left this squad that maybe he was enabling Kremp in some capacity. And I think those questions got answered last week when we got to see him alongside Envoy.
They got a lock-up search. This is a roster that should be able to dominate S&D. You think about Envoy and Skies?
Yes.
That needs to be their bread and butter because they are good enough to take respawns off top teams, at least one. So I would like to see that be their focus.
They went to a round 11 against OpTic on land in that first search and destroy on Plaza. That was at the last major. Plaza now out of the mix. We'll find out what maps are in the mix this time around as we meet up going into the Major 4 qualifiers. It is Den, Gridlock, Den, some classics in the mix with a Gridlock there for search and destroy. Hacienda, a new map back in the mix as well for a game 5. So Nameless, do we see a different result for G2? Can you, I guess, draw some blood from OpTic with the new maps?
Yeah, in terms of hardpoint here, we haven't seen this new G2 team play Colossus.
Yes.
Well, actually, we've seen it once and they lost it. And then the one Den that we saw from this new G2 team, it was 250 to 240 versus C9, right? So unless they've made some grand strides in scrims, I think you're climbing a mountain here asking to beat OpTic.
Yeah, this is a tough layout for me. The S&Ds, we haven't seen really either of these from G2 just yet, so maybe we'll be able to see if they're able to add either of those to their map pool, because S&D has been better for them, and so is Hardpoint, but I think Ann touched on it great. The Colossus is a question mark. You want to think back to Kremp, you know, in their old ways, but this is a new team, and then that Den, Hardpoint, they do have a win on this season, so technically you could say the respawn in that sense is in their favor, but that Overload's not great for them. 0-2 already over in the split, so they're definitely banking on a long series.
Yeah, some of their like bread and butters, like the Colossus bread and butter.
Why am I looking at Sky's forehead cam? Never mind, he's fixing it.
He's a handsome man.
When you remember them taking over those maps, it wasn't just Kremp, it was Kremp and Estriel. Remember, he was putting up star numbers last split, so where he was putting up those numbers, you now need it in the AR position out of Nasty. So in order for them to get to where they want to be, he has to ascend.
Byron looks on fire. Can he remain that way in game? It's time to find out. Let's get to our scuff pick'ems and lock in. I'm going with math on this one for my 99th victory.
There,
it's going to be OpTic Texas today. But what I want to know from both of you as you pick OpTic, who drops most kills in this lobby?
From OpTic, I'm going to go with OpTic. I'm going to go with Big Bruce. I'm going to go with Dashy.
Dashy today. Ali?
I'm definitely going to go with OpTic, but I do want to have a question. Am I faded 136 to A1, 138 to 80? Am I missing one? Am I doing math right?
We'll work on the math.
I don't know.
Thank you.
In the
Somebody
meantime.
check that for me. But I'm picking OpTic. I mean, that's...
I can't see that far.
You're going OpTic. And then the fans, they will also ride with OpTic Texas on the mic for your first best of 5. It's two beautiful faces. You know them. You love them. Here they are. Shift and study. Take it away.
Jay was getting
I've got an idea, Chris. You're so far behind. I need production to get 2 small, like, disposable bowls.
Right.
Fill both up with some food.
Okay.
And then put the logos on one of each. And if Olive picks right, you get the extra bowl.
Yo, we thought about that, but my dog is too lazy. She's just going to hang out. So
I saw the prone position. That's why I thought food might be some inspiration.
yeah, we're just going to be hanging out, enjoying this best of 5 in a 3-game wipe.
Maybe, possibly.
Get 2 bowls of food and I might run away with one of them.
That's a vibey dog. Jay, what do you feel about this series, man? Because, hey, I mean, at least for G2's sake, they lost to LA in the minor, but they played them close in the 3 maps they lost.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that I want to focus on is majority focus on G2 because we know what OpTic is. These guys are basically flawless all the way up until they get to the grand finals. The main focus for OpTic is going to be without a doubt the overload. But G2, the big story is they're obviously making their roster change going into this stage. 2 players in, 2 players gone. So the chemistry aspect of this team has hit the reset all the way from the beginning. So to go through the likes of this stage, beating C9, beating Boston, those are the matches we expect. But then you go up against the likes of LET, you get ran over, and now versus OpTic, I'm just wanting to see a better gameplay from G2 overall.
Yeah, I like that call a lot. And I mean, for G2, yes, this major split has started off on the right foot, but you played Cloud9 and you played Boston. This is a totally different animal. And I think the general sentiment surrounding the moves for this G2 squad was you just got rid of one of the best SMGs in the game right now. You did supply yourself with a better AR in a lot of ways with Nasty in the mix, but it still feels like G2 maybe not making the best of the moves considering the NPC meta. So we'll see if they can provide here as we jump on in. It's OpTic Texas taking on G2 Minnesota to get our qualifier weekend started. Let's get it on.
And I love to see OpTic playing Den Hardpoint to start off this series because they have yet to play it in this stage, but you saw what happened to them in that grand finals. From maps they have felt so much comfort on, like Scar, you got basically a 100-point club there. So you cannot allow yourself to play all these other maps and forget the bread and butters. So going into Den, this has been comfortable for them ever since stage 2. It's been Mixy for the P1, only 20 seconds remaining, but OpTic have yet to flip the map.
Yeah, that was a nice little mini route being hit by G2 to establish some control over couches, catching Mercules a bit by surprise. OpTic working on it though as Shotzi's going to make his way over towards the front doors at P2. Nice stun coming through. Shotzi just bounces over, finds the kill. Hook able to provide one in response as now it's just down to Nasty. And how about Nasty? He's taking care of 3. He's got Dashy really low, wants to finish it off, but over Chals. And now OpTic are in through couches. Yeah,
I've been waiting to see Nasty, from that Boston Breach lineup now making his case here on G2 because I feel like he hasn't been as consistent as he once was, but obviously new team things, there's new things that we have to work on quickly. But for now, OpTic is still trying to lock down this P2 time. They have the back spawns. They don't have any trophy systems. Those stuns and nades are impactful, and G2 already in their face.
Yeah, not bad. Trying to contest from the front here. 30 seconds to fight for. Dashy with an SMG in the hand. They're only able to find one, though. Good damage onto the second. Does that supply maybe an opportunity for Hook to pop off? No, not quite. It's Nasty again. 7 and 3 for Nasty. Give him 8. How about it? Nasty's moving right now. OpTic still spawning in, but from the front, a really solid job from G2 to get things held and at least contest the majority of that P2.
Yeah, you basically walk away with at least 30 seconds. Don't really allow OpTic to get any time there at that hard point. Now Nasty's gonna end out that time with on 6 in a row. And you're already winning gunfights off the rotation, so this is the teamwork aspect I wanted to see from G2. It's coming to fruition. They're trading out effectively, and now they're locking on the new time.
Yes, guys, looking over towards mid-map. Cramp the one responsible for Dojo. First one, an easy one. Does he get more than that? Doesn't need it. Backs up. Lets his teammates do the work for them, and that's absolutely perfect from G2. They are in the lead, and with 40 seconds, they're starting to put some pressure on OpTic on the right side of the map.
Yeah, Sky's just gained all the info, though, even though he quickly falls. Going to set up Cramp potentially for a couple kills here. And even with the team kills, technically it can count for 2, so you still have the advantage in the numbers to hold down for this final 30 seconds. But this is the wave. You want to chain those kills with pressure. Dashy's going to fly on in for the first. Krem effective on the trade. Krem got 2, but it's still OpTic trying to hold on to Dojo. They are effective on these kills.
Well, this is down to Hercules, last one standing, and eventually Nasty will come back up off the life and get himself, again, more scrap time here for G2, but as you calmed, OpTic with that little bit of a back and forth will set themselves up for a new. Look at Shotzi's position. He is forcing the G2 spawns to be all the way back through the middle of the map. No chance to even see the hard point right now, but if you lose these 1v1s, the spawns may flip, and there are a couple of wins here for G2. Kremp's going to find just one player into the hard point. Easy win right there, and all of a sudden, that stretch from Shotzi means that OpTic kept trying to break from the front.
Yeah, that was just a whole lot of trust there from Shotzi into his teammates, thinking, all right, you guys are who you are. You should be able to hold down the back push without me. And then once you guys get that wave of kills, they're going to be spawning so far out, they're not going to stand a chance at this. But that's a risk that you are willing to take, I guess, if you're the green wall, because on your second attempt, Shotzi flies on in and gets 3. OpTic right back in.
Yeah, interesting here. 25 seconds of the hard point, but OpTic make the decision of allowing G2 to spawn over towards Dragon side, thinking they can just hold this from the interior. But Kremp gives you the opener, make it more than the opener. He gets everything. 3 in the feed for Kremp. Skies finishes off the 4th. And yeah, remember that hard point right there, depending on how this map outcome comes through, because there are a lot of decisions there for OpTic that really ultimately don't benefit them much.
Yeah, whenever OpTic finds success on Den HP, it's usually through that P4 hardpoint. They're the best team at locking that one down. And G2 already punching him in the face in that aspect. But now we go into the second set. Battle for mid-map control. Shotzzy just trying to stall out time because you know the nuke is on the opposite side, ready to set up the pinch. He finds one kill. Now we have the time.
Yeah, and you've got a little bit more control here from Hercules through the front side at Couches. Dashy keeping his eyes up as G2 are split spawning on the map right now. Envoy trying to keep his life to set up a pinch, but he will be shut down. And now as for G2, all of it coming from the front of the map. Hook right there still holding that position. He's good for 3 in a row. Looking for 4, ends up going to the mantle to find Cramp.
Oh my God.
And the nasty are exquisite. Envoy for a trade allows G2 to contest a little while longer with 15 seconds left in the hard point. OpTic are in control.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic HP from OpTic. So many layers that have been created, allow them to be able to free roam and just hold down their angles to lock down a majority of that time. But this is where you cannot afford to drop. Every kill from this point on is going to spawn you all the way across the map. Mercury's going to be the one all the way out at rooftops, and it's G2 playing for the spawns initially.
Going to be able to get a block. Dashy and PC in hand doesn't actually find Envoy off the stun. Shotzzy trying to take that position away, but Crimp's there to meet him. So G2 will confirm that they have spawn control, but OpTic are still in the hard point. But Mercules pushes out. Not sure if he was affected by a possible nade or something of the nature, but that's enough for G2 to try to get them way up the staircase, and with that, also push OpTic out. A little bit of a pinch play getting set up here for Texas as we jump over to see how the comms listen in to OpTic.
Outer time. No shot call. No shot call. One time, absolute crap. Not hitting goal. Yeah, they're gonna be mid. You're playing goal. No. Yeah, back to me, Mark. P1 Kyla. This guy spawns on me, right? Yo, middle me still, Kyla. They spawn behind me? Yeah, yes. Short, one shot. He's one behind you. P1 Kyla. That side, make one behind you. One lockers. Make cut Kyla. Take your time now. I'm gonna that. He wants to make up. Don't drop me dead. I'm pitching. Good shit, good. No, I'm Kyla. Kyla, push me out. What's gonna be here? Shotzzy, I think. I'm dead. Guys, you did it. I'm blocking down. Brand outer. I'm shouting. Hard shot. One shot. Shit on. Lobby spawns. Yes. I said I have a trophy now. I'm making him a lead. I'm Kyla weak. I have the next guy weak on you. He's the challenge. All three sit down. I'm coming. Hold off, piece. Lockers, they're all sit there. All there. Turn me up. Run through the head. Watch hand. Last two this week. Okay, when our breaks are mid, okay? Hold scams. Yeah. One can be mid. Last guy fell mid. Yeah. You got it? Yeah, I got it. I'm on time. I have dojo. Nothing under dojo. Guarantee kill hit. Nothing under me. One shot on time. They're gonna try flipping us. Two mid cut. They're not on time. Make up Brandon. One pitch mid. Backtracking. Play your kills. Yo, I'm going to front you. Time and 2 on you. Let's go. Down. Listen, one hit. Dragon. What's that? What's absolute dragon? Outer new Dashy. That's it. Dragon. Shouting. You got me.
Well, I'm sure most of you guys realize OpTic's perspective, G2's comms, as we rotate over to P4, and OpTic are making a bit of a mess of this here for G2. Good wins on the outside of the play, and that leads to a setup that looks a little bit more in control here for OpTic.
Yeah, already way better than the last go-around of the P4. No one taking an extreme amount of space. You're playing tight to shut down the first wave, but on the first wave, G2 are more effective right now in the slaying department until Mercules flies on them with the NPC. So now all 4 dead, you create that extra space, and this is why OpTic love themselves some dead HP off of this P4.
Yeah, and this one feels like I kind of talked about, like a little bit more in control, during that middle of the listen, and we were kind of talking, it just kind of feels like OpTic is trying to really push the boundaries of this hard point on the map, in particular, just how much can they get away with. Hercules right back into the hard point, good for 2. Envoy looking for a double of his own, but Hook will shut that down, and OpTic will retain this lead of about 30 points as we rotate back to P1.
Yeah, now you're up by 30, 35. You already have space being taken by Shotzzy, but he doesn't execute on a kill. So now it's on Big Bruce to lock it down with the M15. Keep your teammates safe over at the statue side. Shoot left, shoot right. No one is willing to chow him. But you're willing to take this if you are OpTic, because they're not getting time, you're not getting time until the kills go down, and now you get all 4.
Yeah, you got a route developing from Cramp, trying to just get something going here. It's been a long stretch of hard points that have favored OpTic. Cramp, a couple of shots, gives away his position. He'll be stunned into place. Envoy from the front creates a chance here for G2 to work this pitch. Shots are out. Hercules will drop, and G2 still holding on to the favorite side of the map. Good read onto Shotzzy, who just kind of lingers midair for a little bit longer than maybe Skies would have anticipated. And wow, nasty shots, connecting for a lot of damage, but can't find a single kill. Now OpTic are trying to flip the map around.
Yeah, just the way that OpTic played that, it doesn't get any better. Like, they know that G2 have the better side of the map, but they know that G2 aren't willing to give up any time. So play for the wave of kills and eventually put them in a position where they are going to be forced to give up this time. Now you're up by 70. One break is all you were looking for to potentially try to call game, and you find effective trades towards the back lines, but it's going to be Merkley with the long route that allows Shotzi to spawn in the backside of the courtyard, and now OpTic have the numbers to fly.
Yeah, that's nasty, pushing a little bit too far forward at the rooftops, and with the limited amount of members for G2, they just aren't able to lock the spawns. So now it's just down to the battle for the hard point. Hook's able to find two. Skies with a response. G2 still in the mix, but losing numbers quickly. Crap trying to hang, trying to keep his life as long as possible, but OpTic secured the break. They still hold the spawns, and unless Nasty can put together a three-piece, OpTic are going to get close to win condition.
Yeah, but... You know, if you are G2, you do have an opportunity here with a couple close balls coming in towards the back lines. OpTic give them an opportunity, but just not blocking it. So still 15 seconds here. OpTic don't have a chance at winning, but they are still finding every single kill in the feed. This is only going to make your job a whole lot easier off the rotation. The game is going to end here.
Yeah, it sure feels that way. It's going to be over the 240 mark for OpTic. A four-man hit for G2 trying to get this to another hard point. Nice day from Shotzi. Connects for one, SMG for the other. Kremp does get a double of his own, though. Numbers now for G2 if they can get through Dashy. Then you've got to. You'd have to find a way to get through. Not going to happen. OpTic clean things up. I mean, really, you could go back and say the only mistake that they made was in the first rotation from 3 to 4. Everything else was pretty much perfect.
Yeah, just too much of a risk that you try to take and the initial P4 to start the game, but you quickly learn from it. That's what you expect from world champions across the board, to make those adjustments when it matters the most. And then when you go to that second P4, it was basically a flawless 60 hold. That allows you to go up by 30 to 40 points as you go into the third set, control mid-map with your slaying presence, and eventually put the ending bow on that map number one to close it out at the P3. OpTic, like you said, we're playing a little bit sloppy in the first half, but textbook on the second.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those situations that, like, you go back to that P4 moment, and I'm sure we'll see a little bit of an highlight reel. It just feels like OpTic are trying to really test how far they can push the boundaries of that P4. There's Shotzi playing pretty much right here, and then everyone else playing individual 1v1s at choke points that extend all the way back through the hill, through Dragon, and up to Dojo. It's essentially like, if you do find those wins, G2 would be spawning, what, probably all the way back bottom left. Like, that would be the only position they could possibly spawn. So you're trying to really put G2 in the worst possible position, but like we call it, if you lose a 1v1 anywhere, all of a sudden your setup is very, very feeble. So yeah, it's small. I mean, again, small decision that ends up being punished, but for the most part, everything else was really solid from OpTic.
Hey, at least you know OpTic is still trying to work on things.
Yeah, man,
that's pretty cool. Just pushing the boundaries, because realistically, like you said, if Mercury's finds those kills towards the back lines with Shotzi in that position, then in the beginning of a full 60 hold, G2 only have one chance at a break opportunity because they're spawning so damn far. So OpTic are trying to play perfect, but it just didn't work out in this scenario. Regardless, though, you still take the opening map, exactly what we were expecting. And now if you are G2, as an organization, this is where you start to struggle versus OpTic. You've been scrappy when it comes down to the hard points, but between the search and destroys and the overload, it's 10-1 in favor of the green wall, undefeated in overload. So what Nameless set up on the desk with this roster and what they need to make sure that they're really good at is search and destroy, because on paper, you're expecting them to be a 2-3-5 team, maybe steal a hard point here and there, but this is the mode they really got to show what they're about.
Yeah, absolutely. Could not agree more with that as we look over the game flow map. And yeah, that kind of tells us the same story, you know, looking from P2 to P4. The first time we're there, G2, nice little peak, but then it starts to flatten out as OpTic make the gradual climb. Yeah, I think just kind of getting into the point, though, about the search and destroy and the overload overall, looking at the map pool that we have, I would say at least G2 is trying to get something new into the mix by having the gridlock and the hacienda in the pool, but it's just tough when you look at both those map mode combinations against what OpTic has done. They are 3-1 on gridlock search, looking really clean on it overall, especially with the win they most recently had versus Paris. And then we know the Den overload. I mean, it's by far, I would say, well, look, I guess it's kind of between that and exposure, like by far with their best overload map. So it definitely feels like that opening map now sets up OpTic to try to 3-0 clean this up in quick fashion.
Yeah, without a doubt, man, because like you said, versus this team, they are basically undefeated in 2 out of the 3 game modes. So starting up 1-0 on a map that you're feeling super confident on, not going into a gridlock search and destroy, not versus LAT, you should be feeling, without a doubt, in a position to try to complete a 3-0. But when you get to this search and destroy, this is where OpTic do need to work on a couple things, because I feel like they do rely heavily on what Shotzi's able to do. Like, the guy's able to take so much space around the map, and when it's going well, OpTic are 6-1-ing, 6-2-ing people, but when Shotzi's getting picked off early into these rounds, then it forces OpTic to be stagnant on their offensive pushes. So a little bit more team-oriented is what I want to see from OpTic, especially versus G2.
Yeah, I love this graphic as well, just looking at how Stage 4 has gone. The amount of times that Hacienda has been picked, we haven't obviously gotten there every single time because OpTic, for the most part, has been flawless when it comes to cleaning out series. The only loss is obviously the one versus LA. But you can see the preferential treatment that they're giving the new maps of trying to keep it into the pool. And that's another way that I think, you know, you put yourself into champs-ready condition. You have to be able to get fluent over these most recent maps in the last segment of the season as fast as humanly possible. So get as many reps as you possibly can. And so far, as we saw, both Gridlock and Hacienda have treated them pretty well. So things to work on, but it feels like it's just buffing out a couple of scratches, not necessarily rebuilding the car.
Without a doubt. So let's see what they can put on display here on Gridlock. It's going to be G2 on the offense first. You know, the Sky's probably going to be running a sniper, but as an M15 for this occasion. A 3-1 split. Crep being the island player just to draw the attention, but the axe is on the opposite side. First blood goes to Nasty, and the bomb is instantly going down.
And I love this route timing from Kremp as well. He's going to clean up behind the A defense that's rotating over. Ook will get Nasty as one trade comes out, but Envoy playing over in the corner will have an opportunity to set up Kremp for that late pinch. I think it's actually Skies who finds the final kill anyways, but regardless, that was about as good as it gets. Stashy doesn't see any information off the opening shoulder, tries to slide over to the bomb, gets punished, and G2 take advantage.
I think Skies is a spot of glare. Once he jumps up on that 18-wheeler, and he's just like, all right, we're going to commit here. Because usually it's a 3-1 split on the defensive team to stack over towards Showers, but you don't spot anyone, you don't waste any time. Then you allow Kremp to be the island player on the opposite side to eventually make that flank route happen. So G2 already with a great game plan here to start off Gridlock.
Yeah. Defensively now G2 into a 2-1-1 split from top to bottom. OpTic looking for a brawl over towards Showers. Shotzi pushing through, does not get affected by what was intended to be a stun to block this position. But some respect to be given. Envoy, a little poke over towards the backside of Towels. Doesn't really see much in terms of a kill potential, but he's got the read that OpTic are here.
Yeah, OpTic are back him all the way up, though, so no need to waste any more time. Let's just get this bomb down and play our post plant. We have every single angle being watched and prepare for the push.
Yeah, Kremp's going to go all the way around through overpass. This is going to take some time for the pinch, so the play from G2 from the front needs to generate some success. And it's not starting off all that well. Now Kremp has to create something. Skies will give you one, but Kremp's gonna have to do the rest of the work himself. 1v2 to go, and the shots just aren't able to land. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you don't want to be able to just run right through hole because you don't have the pressure from the front yet, so you try to go a little bit safer, a little bit longer, and in that moment, OpTic take away the space and punish.
Yeah, just way more efficient from OpTic. A lot quicker on the play call, understanding, all right, we have backed these guys down from Showers. They're not contesting from Towels, so let's get the bomb planted while we can. Because you know you're going up against, and most likely Kremp will be working that flank route. So allow the play to come to us. Prepare for the push on the opposite side of Showers and completely disregarding Kremp on one side. You knew that they had the advantage, so might as well keep it. Tie game quickly.
Yeah, if you know for a fact that no one's playing maybe outside of being inside a small, don't give away that position for free. It works out beautifully. So 2 good offenses. Sky's now going to pull out the recon. Dashy, I'm sure, is going to play a little bit more cautiously by himself towards B this time around. Small peek through Grandma's window. Lots of damage from Envoy into Shotzi, but again, that's just a little information gathering route from OpTic, and they will hold their defensive setup.
Yeah, Dashy's rotated from B Street all the way to the mid map. Teammate was feeling a little bit of pressure, but Off the rotation, G2 are thinking we can try to retake through showers. Crep is gonna fall first. On man. Shotzi still staying proactive. Finds another kill and destroys Skies. 5 in a row, 1v3 for Envoy.
That's a small window that Shotzi says I can fit through that, no problem. Oh, goodness. That is a beautiful read from Shotzi. The first blood is just one of those contact plays that you have the surprise element of. Here I am, there I go. But then to get the read over the top of the bomb site into tree, and to see them running away, to not take shots, to chase it down knowing they're on the retreat, and to find 3 in total is unbelievable.
It's your boy Shotzi with the ace, man. He's the only guy that can get away with plays like this. Let me just run through a frag. No regard for any human life. And then Skies, you got a pistol and I got a shotgun in my hand. On 6 in a row. Can earn himself an early hellstorm, but yeah, this is when OpTic are having fun, when Shotzi's having fun.
Yeah, Hook, nice nade. Lands over towards the interior at showers, finds first blood. Shotzi getting aggressive through B. Defender underneath him, and Kremp did not expect that, who smokes himself to safety. Sky's taking away some space here. Front side of the A bomb, but needs to be a little bit cautious because there are a handful of angles that he could be shelled from. And oh, he's actually gonna try to push back up through hole. Must have been a miscomm there for G2, thinking that it was gonna be a play at B.
Yeah, that's exactly what Skies must have heard there, because just the commitment to push through broken hole like that. Teammates are probably thinking we spotted someone on this side of the map, but now OpTic bamboozle you. Getting the bomb planted at A, still have the numbers. Kremp and Nasty working the bench.
Yeah, and this is going to be avidly watched by OpTic, knowing A, who's involved with it, but B, knowing that they hadn't seen anything from the front side, and that is about as good as it gets. Yeah, I mean, there must have been a miscomm right there. I mean, there's no way Caesar's going to run through hole with a knife out if he thinks that there's anyone potentially anywhere near him, but gets punished, and OpTic run away with the advantage.
I think it's also a little bit due to where they also found that kill onto Shotzi, because he was so aggressive on that B bomb. Kremp's giving the info, the play has to be here. Shotzi was trying to create some extra space, and you can start to work that pinch, but OpTic ready and waiting. Now 2-round lead, 3 in a row here on Gridlock. Back to the defensive side they go. You do shut down Shotzi off for earning a potential hellstorm, but I'd go back to the play call that worked for us initially. Let's go B.
Yeah, Dashy, though, already kind of playing for the early info. He'll see it and back away. So this is already different than when G2 had their opening attack success. They were able to find Dashy for first blood. This time they do catch Shotzi, try to play into Ice Cream. So bomb will be planted. Good help from Kremp over the top to keep it safe. And now they're looking to hunt RG2. Up top through the ladder. Merc gets the first couple of shots, wins his gunfight cleanly. Now the response from Hook on the backup towards B. Couple of shots, but G2's post plant still feeling pretty comfortable, especially with that win onto Hook. Merc, last one left. 1v3 from the other side of the street. First 2 are good. Oh my goodness, he almost gets the shots onto Nasty, but Nasty's out of there. Plenty of time for Mercules to try to set something up, though. There's the shoulder. It's pistol shots from Nasty, but as the chase down comes through, yeah, you can see it in the player cam. Merc knows he doesn't have the time, and he's not happy about it, wants that one back.
He had a really good chance. Clutching them all around.
That was
just
crazy.
Not able to hit the shots with the F-15. Definitely unexpected, because Mercules don't miss. So he's a little bit frustrated with himself, but G2 are just happy they were able to guarantee that round win. Because in a 1v3, info onto the first, you're expecting him to be running alongside of his teammate, but just not able to hit the shots there onto Nasty to close out the round. G2, 2 offensive have been successful, but have yet to have an answer on defense.
And they're going to go to a 2-2 split with aggression through mid. And a trophy system to try to keep the defense on the backside of A safe. Nades are landing, and ooh, G2 are going to say, okay, we have the info. Let's not commit on that route through mid. Instead, they try to reinforce from small, and they'll reset their defense to play something a little bit more normal by spreading the map.
And this is what you love to say, Al. Kill the noise, cause some doubt. Nades hit over at Showered side. G2 are thinking, all right, the play's going to be here, but now OpTic playing the mind games.
Yeah.
G2 take some space in towards Showers, and they're going to instantly be into this fight.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, killing the noise there doesn't really necessarily create the doubt when G2 are taking space away, but the trades come through 3v3. OpTic trying to get aggressive over towards the front at A. They will push G2 completely out of small, but ooh, Shotzzy. Wow. I'll say, I mean, it looked like he should have been dead to rights, but he's able to find the first before being traded. 2v2. Kremp has not been seen yet on this long pinch. But Skies is looking for a full rewrap outside of small. He's going to have to come back to the play, not especially as Hook's been seen. This is easier said than done. Both players right here for OpTic. Skies gets his one. Kremp going to hop on for the defuse. Does Dashy bother to even try to check this? He's going to be too far away. And G2 will get a defense to tie us at 3.
Just good plays right there out of Kremp. Just him showing face. Hook spotting him towards showers. OpTic make the right play call of just turning the gunfight 2v1 on the opposite side. So Skies is able to get one and then push Dashy so far back that he doesn't even have an opportunity to check it. Kremp plays so much search and destroy. The guy sees so many different situations. And he understood, all right, that guy's there. Let me hop the defuse, and we're tie game.
Yep. Good play. Initially, I was getting a little bit worried because of that little double hit through mid from Minnesota backs up very, very early, and you wonder if they just get a little bit closeted, but that secondary push to take away space was pretty much everything for G2 in that last round. A little bit of patience here for G2's next attack, not looking for the same thing over towards B. The conditioning has been established, though. Dashy has called for Shotzzy to help him at B, so it's a more limited defense here at A. The stuns aren't landing, though, so Hook staying safe in this position could catch G2 off guard.
No, but Dashy does find the first blood, so Hook is quickly going to be able to answer it, but now Hook is going to be surrounded by multiple players on the side of G2. He's not able to get out. So G2 now with the numbers, got to choose wisely when they're going to go for this defuse. You got some info onto Dashy. Now we might want to work it.
Yeah, Shotzzy in the back. Skies only has a pistol. Should be free, but no, Skies. Huge shots. Do you expect that Dashy, though? It's going to be playing around the same area. Cramped it with a delay maybe long enough to allow a teammate to get his trade, and that is indeed the case. Couple in a row here. G2 putting it together.
Yeah, it's 3 in a row for OpTic. Now it's 3 in a row for G2. Answer the call on the defensive side and continue to have the answer here on the attacks. They're finding success in those early first bloods. Just giving themselves the advantage in the positionings that they put themselves in. Because even though Hook finds that trade, he is by himself. So that allows you in a 3v1 to keep him trapped, to still keep the advantage on your side. Communication flowing out of Caesar Skies Bueno. G2 currently had the lead.
OpTic, look, they want to show some force at B here. Dashy's got the scope for one of the first offenses we've seen him with it. Nasty shoulder may have seen the glint, but likely not to know that Mercules has pushed up this far. Shotzzy lucky to be alive as that push through mid was responded to nicely by G2. And the bomb is actually not a part of this play. So once more, Shotzzy is just trying to time out this route to see if he can catch G2's defense off guard, and Dash is going to push forward. He'll see one. That should be enough for Shotzzy to go, but oh, you lose two. Now Shotzzy has to make a play, and Kremp's going to find all three. Last one left alive is the bomb carrier and Hook.
Such a great heads-up play there from Kremp. He starts off the round by putting down initial shots onto Shotzzy, pops a double over at the bomb site and says, wait, Shotzzy's still alive? He has to be close by. And with the perfect reaches his look top window, secures 3 on the round. Envoy puts the finishing touches, but what a turnaround here from G2 in these last couple of rounds. Kremp is popping takeover like he usually does, but just to be aware that Shotzzy is still very close, and the snap, the gun skill even better. G2 at game point.
Yeah. They have a response for everything, it feels like right now. The mid-round adaptations and adjustments have been pretty much perfect in terms of their in-game calling. Smoke putting some pressure onto this A defense. OpTic have largely challenged it though, so they should know that this is not actually a hit towards A. It'll have Shotzzy primed and ready to go, but he will fall. Kremp's got the beat onto Dashy, who was trying to help through the small room on the side, and that is going to be enough for G2 4v2 post plant.
Yeah, the act of surprise right now for OpTic isn't working out.
No.
Now on a 1v4 for the nuke. He's already going to be spotted. He's eventually going to be traded in. G2 with 5 rounds in a row. Tie the series up.
Yeah, that's clean. And I think, again, a lot of it you can classify in a lot of the pivotal rounds were really on the concentrations in the middle of a round. I mean, in particular, the one standing out in my mind is that defense where, you know, OpTic is trying to show some force, G2 respecting it, but then that secondary push, like 45 seconds into the round, to take away showers, to get through the A site, give G2 enough information to where, again, OpTic kills some noise, but there is no doubt because G2 have an angle through B. They have that close quarters angle at A. They have good protocols to make sure that both sides of the map could be responded to. And then the defense could rotate quickly behind that. So, yeah, really nice stuff from G2 strategically in the middle of the round. For OpTic, some cool ideas. Couldn't quite get the execution together, though.
Yeah, I think it's a whole lot of ISO ball there from OpTic. Like, when they are playing the teamwork aspect of the game, search and destroy is very easy for them, but you can just tell based off of what we saw in that last round, they're relying on the act of surprise. Like, if Shotzi is able to throw his shoulder over at the B street, he gets the info 5-second ins that this is where the pressure's going to be, but just playing a certain angle to catch these guys off guard doesn't work, and eventually it comes back to bite your entire team. So it's a tied series, anyone's game now. G2 coming to play today.
Absolutely, but the overload has still been a bit of a bane in their existence against OpTic. Can they find a way to correct the mistakes there after winning the search and destroy? We also guarantee ourselves a cramp losses, so I know everyone's pumped for that. Let's get back to the break. We'll come back, map 3, Den overload after this.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup this summer. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
You know, we knew we were going to come in and handle business. You know, they're a pretty team. I don't know what all the hype is around this match. I mean, look at the scores.
I did. To get all the trades, and Simp by himself might have enough. Crimp, Simp, the master at work. A two-man stack now on A. He is completely locked in. This is it. This is your tournament. Thieves, the last chance now in the fight. Forward they go, and it's Simp, Cell, Draza, the whole squad. FaZe, they've done it. Destiny manifest.
I pitched that we should give one to Boston.
Okay.
Boston, let's get nasty long time.
I like that.
Yeah, put them on. Oh, and here's mine. Yes.
Who's your favorite duo?
Joe.
Joe, you might want to get tested after that one, buddy. You're going to see that dynamic duo take it.
Some of these decks weren't that much, but music, cheese, and granola bar.
Welcome back there, friends. 1-1 the map count. Den hardpoint convincing for OpTic. Really just one mistake there. And then on the flip side, G2 clean. on finding reads, making adjustments, and setting themselves up for success on the gridlock search and destroy. Brings us to the swing map. Overload, but it is on 10, Jay. Take me through your thoughts, my friend.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one if you are G2, because on the season you have yet to beat OpTic in this game mode overall. It's a perfect 5-0 for the Green Wall, so you have to be roaring with confidence if you are any OpTic fans out there. But just like you heard the Des touch on it, this is the one focus that OpTic need to fix, their overload game, because it's been multiple grand finals now where they're losing not one but two overloads, and they know that that's been a big difference maker, especially versus the top teams. And I think their biggest issue right now versus the top teams is just simply getting outpaced. And I know I'm talking about OpTic here. They have Shotzzy, they have Hoop. These guys fly and fry. But versus the likes of FaZe, versus the likes of LAT, for those teams that pull out multiple NPCs, that's what OpTic sometimes get to be put in uncomfortable situations that are really difficult to get out of. So for this team to improve in that mode, someone went about with an extra SMG and pushed the rest of the guys.
Yeah, and I think that's something we really started to learn from LA at Atlanta, but then we really got the validation of it in the minor grand final. Just watching how they play off of one another. Finesse of life when you're in a 1v2, get one, kill time, allow someone to come through and help you. Yeah, that's where I think the new kind of expectation, the new bar is set. Because you look, like you mentioned, at all the grand finals they've been in this year, they are 2-5 in Overload, 0-5 in their last 3 grand finals. So something will have to change at the highest of levels. But here against G2, as you also saw, they are perfect. 5-0 in the Overloads to this point. And the opening battle here on Den has allowed us to stay pretty neutral to the middle of the map.
And if you want to talk about an individual for OpTic potentially stepping up in this mode, it's 100% going to be Mercules. On the season, like, he's like a 1.10 overall, but for the last 2 stages, he's averaging a 0.9. That's ever since the NPC meta has came into the building. So still not comfortable with the pace switch up, but you have a lot of time to fix it. Still a battle around this mid map for the EMP, even with the lead blocker and Shotzzy staying alive for so long. No one's able to retrieve it because Skies is keeping it safe.
Yeah, and that's just kind of what has been a staple of OpTic's identity on Overload. Hold your line, let Shotzzy spawn up, and let him try to create a route. And then if he falls, hold your line, wait for Shotzzy to spawn up, and he'll try to create a route. That's just kind of what OpTic have done, largely speaking, in the last handful of grand finals. And this time, Shotzzy has gotten through the G2 setup, but he will not know that Envoy is also right here. So now it's just down to what damage Shotzzy can pull. He gets a couple of kills, but it's negligible as G2 are still able to set up their hold.
So a minute and 30 already wiped off of the round, and we've yet to put that EMP past the 50-yard line. But OpTic now had an opportunity to try to get the first score in. Mercules with a double frag. You're going to be out to play if you're Nasty, so OpTic get on the board first. Quickly take care of Nasty, and I'm now trying to just lock down this side of the map for the reset. But Dashy falls. Now Shotzi's got to flood.
Yeah, I don't want to oversimplify that push from OpTic, but legitimately that's just a nade gives you the score. If it doesn't hit, the defense stays alive. Nasty's pinch likely saves that score. But G2 will find themselves down 1. 2 forward blockers being established as the EMP spawns over towards Dojo, but Skies is electing to not grab it as of yet. Instead, it's Nasty working on a play through mid. Shotzzy once again off spawn, trying to hit her out. Timing this time works out nicely, and G2's efforts of trying to play over to the OpTic side of the map has largely been stifled.
Yeah, that's a big read coming out of Mercules, too. Because there was no one watching the pitch, but crept through the front door, low cage 3. That is just unexpected.
Correct.
Continuing to shine if you are Krep. He's been outstanding so far throughout this stage and the last. On 6 in a row, can earn himself a Hellstorm and is already in a position to at least shut down this next EMP.
Yeah, I know OpTic critics are going to be like, Shotzzy, why are you so far out of the play? Well, you don't expect that Krep by himself is going to get a 3-piece in front of OpTic's setup. So that's just a special moment for Krep now on 7 in a row, looking for a Hellstorm. Shots into Shotzzy, damage. Oh, as he responds back to Hook. Huge spin on 8 in a row. Hellstorm earned, G2 controlling through the rooftops, and Krep is trying to see how hot the hand is. Nearly takes care of Dashy. Envoy confirms the elimination, but not enough space for the EMP to make its way over to score a day.
Yeah, so OpTic able to get the stop, and now Nasty here. Try to be a nuisance, but gets read by Dashy. So now try to work out his spawn, pushing it over towards rooftop. Shotzzy becoming the lead blocker. He's already put himself in a good position, and he finds a kill. So this is going to be a complete open goal. Both players from G2 not into play. OpTic have the lead.
Yeah, this is just going to be resetting for G2, trying to get a counter cap by getting Envoy in position, top broken. But OpTic are playing largely through the G2 window. Good kills come out. Should be an opportunity to grab this, but they know that Shotzi is currently missing. And there he is. Shotzi will make himself known with that kill into Crimp, as the EMP was likely about to rotate over and find a free score. Instead, it's going to be nasty to grab. Through the actual point itself, Skies finds a couple. Last gunfight for Envoy is there, and it's going to be another score for G2. We're tied at 2.
Yeah, and the reset's going to be over here towards this B side. So if you are OpTic, you quickly got to work to this pace route, and thankfully Shotzi finds that opening. So G2 know that they're going to be surrounded from both sides. We need to clutch up and win a wave of gunfights to make their job easier, because OpTic can turn this into immediate offense. They're already on the go.
Yeah, trying to make their way over. Skies not in the proper position to stop that through bookcases. Too far away on patio, and you're right. Hello is correct, because why? Why are we that far away? But OpTic will take advantage. 3-2 now the count, 35 seconds to play with. EMP over towards rooftop side. Good first win from Krem. This is where he was able to pop off the last time. But this will be one of those moments that Hook will set himself up for a defensive stand. Playing over the top of the box, not able to get there is Skies. And it looks like we could be headed for an overtime at the end of the first half with OpTic in control of the EMP.
Yeah, and look at where those spawns are coming in for G2. No one close over towards Doja, but at least you have some presence through mid-cut. Nasty's able to force that gunfight over through couches. Mercury's just trying to at least allow his teammates to stay alive, and the trigger discipline looking to make the big time play. But doesn't spot out Envoy. Now there's an extra 30 seconds, and Hoop is getting pressured.
He's in some trouble, down to 40 HP, stays alive, but will he expect a player in couches? No, he will not. G2 stop the extra time, and we'll switch the sides to go to the half. Yeah, I mean, that's initially an unbelievable individual play from Krem. You just don't expect that the defense in a 1v3 is going to be caught out like this by Krem. But he's able to find every individual gunfight 1 for 1 for 1. So the score comes through nicely. And then you start to get onto the streak to where, yeah, you help out the defensive play, and then you're able to reestablish this play over towards A extremely nicely. But it just literally felt like both teams just kind of getting lost playing on the outsides of the map against these counter scores.
Yeah, the first 2 captures that came in was just dominance on one side of the map for the map control, which led to an easy capture, especially when Krep is just flying on in through the front door and finding 3. But every other capture after that was all based off of the counter. So now OpTic going into the second half up by 1. Need to slow it down a little bit with this leader's advantage, because Krep is already taking a lot of space. If you are top window, Dashy reads the aggression, but jumps out to try to find the kill, and Krep's thinking he's still going to be up there. He gets picked off. Now Envoy got to get out of here.
Yeah, he's just got to play his life as long as humanly possible. Shots, he's already moving the spawns around. And that will alert G2 that someone's in our backline. Not looking good. Shotzi nicely playing his life, able to turn that into a second. Here comes a follow-up blocker, but where the EMP's not here yet. It's not even close. Trophy system in the corner deletes a little bit of utility, but Nasty's got one to help out G2 defense, and OpTic are going to still have to reset up this 4v4, and Nasty will find the EMP carrier initially. That'll pull Mercules back to the play.
Mercules now has to fill the gap. It's a standoff here around Cabo. OpTic don't want that reset to go down. They want to be able to maintain that control and force G2 to come to them. They're trying to do it from mid-cut. They're trying to do it from Cabo's side. Krep is getting pushed back, but Nasty finding kills. The response is only going to continue to slow down OpTic.
Yeah, and really, I mean, if you're OpTic, you're fine with this because it's killing so much of the clock. As the leader, I mean, you could kind of see, like, who continued to come off a spawn and was wondering if G2 is hitting a long route. G2 just kind of setting their feet, playing some defense. And now we're starting to get some forward motion from OpTic, already making their way through that Godheady archway. Shotzi for 1, Hook another. EMP, though, down, and Skies will clean things up. 1v1 with Dashy, not going to work out. Can we get there to help in time? Nasty on the cross. Yes, G2 hold, and now they are in control with 3:15 of the clock.
Yeah, OpTic are just playing for G2 to make the first mistake.
Yeah.
And they almost were able to capitalize on it. Thankfully, able to get back to that crossfire just in time is Nasty. So now turning defense to offense, but your lead blockers get cut down through roofs. So now you're going to try to rotate it on out. And we still have no idea where Shotzi is. He's going to be right in your face.
Yeah. Dealt with, though, by Envoy. His win on Disguise kind of alerted G2 that he was playing to the mid-cut. Streak is being called in. Hook trying to find one before this EMP, but if this Hellstorm gets dropped in, he will not be able to. Dashy will also slow drop. Now it's just down to can these last two defenders or OpTic stall out the play. Team nade comes through. Nasty can't quite get there. Sky trying to follow up behind. Not gonna work. Looked like an absolute free pathway to score, but no trophy. If team nade comes through and G2 can't quite get the score.
Yeah, that's unfortunate if you're G2 because communication is obviously flowing. Krep is telling you exactly where the last two players are. And with the others who coming off the respawn, all you have to do is just not kill each other. Unfortunately for Skies, that frag pounced on your teammate's head. So OpTic get the stop, and now with 2 minutes left, you already have players pushed out to lead Black at this 8 point. You just need the EMP carrier to get through this wave.
Well, trades are looking good. Hook able to find a couple. One more, not going to happen. Envoy right there, but here's the follow-up. Mercury's a little bit of damage. Dashy trusted to find the kill and pick up the EMP, and then the shots for Merc are beautiful. But the EMP, wait, it doesn't get through. Kremp's able to find the kill on the Dashy. Shotsy right behind the plate. Can't quite get over the threshold. Oh my goodness, I thought Dashy was going to be able to cruise this thing in. He could have moonwalked it in, but Kremp saves the day, and now all of a sudden you've got Envoy on the other side, but he only finds one. You may have to wait for Skies to develop this route through mid because you know that Hook is still behind you, and here he is. Trades come through. Everything stabilizes as we breathe.
A minute and 20 left to go. OpTic secured their spawn. Step 2 now. Let's get over by that EMP. Do not allow G2 many more opportunities at this. But they do not want to be the first player to fall. You are going to get isolated if you're Mercury's. First kill goes to Nasty, but the reset goes down. And this is beneficial to OpTic because you're camping your corners.
But Hook, the last one standing, he's known over here, and G2 will just swarm him out. Look at your forward blocker, number 8. Say Envoy was maybe going to allow a pivot point to quickly grab and score through Dojo. But instead, Mercury's putting pressure on the EMP. The G2 have to find a way to get the map back into their name. 45 seconds before potential overtime. Kremp just dives on into the Dojo walls. He will drop. Trade still decent for G2. Can you find these last couple? Easier said than done as Mercury's gives you one. Shots he's still holding ground, and OpTic are going to spawn up to defend this right on top of the A zone. Under 30. Desperation time for G2.
So quick at filling the gaps, but G2 give themselves another shot. Reset goes down. OpTic have Dojo control, and all you want to do is just try to finesse, try to stay alive as long as you can. But as long as Shotzzy is making plays like that, your life is going to be in hell. 10 seconds left. OpTic got mid-map. It might be GG.
Envoy has to win this map right here, but he's not able to get back through the side cut, and OpTic will survive map number 3. But I will say, and I hate to kind of zoom out beyond just this particular match, but survive is the key word right there. Still didn't feel like OpTic were able to do exactly what they wanted to, but it is just enough to get through the likes of G2 Minnesota.
Yeah, thankfully, they always got the safety net, and Big Brucey sitting top window, keeping that EMP safe and sound around that mid-map. Because G2 gave themselves a lot of opportunities there to try to tie the game up. But so many impactful one kills when all of your teammates fall allows OpTic many chances at filling the gaps off the respawn to shut down those plays. OpTic did use some teamwork there, relied on some shotsy plays to be that lead blocker, but overall OpTic get the W.
Yeah, and I think you go back to G2 and they're going to re-look back at that one moment of communication in that 20 seconds of the Hellstorm being called in. You get 2, it's a 4v2 situation. We need to make a choice. Are we just bull rushing it and essentially just setting up the Mighty Ducks flying V and let the EMP carrier just kind of be behind everybody and then you get the free score? Or are we trying to set our utility up to push OpTic back and then make that play? It was kind of both things at once. The team made definitely an impact on that moment. But what a map for both these two squads. G2 still trying to find themselves and establish an identity as they look to stage 4 and beyond. But for OpTic, you stay perfect versus G2, but are you happy with that? I think it's the longer conversation at the back end of this map.
Yeah, I think you would want it to be more dominant if you are OpTic because you're not going up against the likes of LAT or FaZe. Like, this should be one of your bread and butter maps, and you should be able to take care of G2 with these because they lost this map to C9 and to LAT, getting outslayed tremendously, but the way that OpTic plays sometimes, relying on individuals to make the big-time play. Thankfully, you always have someone thinking about stopping the opposite team. Just keeping that EMP safe, gave them the lifeline to close out this overload. Now you're up 2-1 in the series, going into a Colossus HP. You feeling good if you're Greenwall?
Yeah, I think you are. I mean, just based on the history that they've had on the map overall, I mean, they're 10-2 on it, and no one seems to want to play them on it. The only team that really seems to find, you know, some success against them, well, I say some success, they've only lost it twice. I mean, it's just your Paris once and FaZe once. G2, I'm sure they're the same rate. I think you're looking at this and you're putting your spotlight focus purely over to Kremp, but kind of like Ant was talking about at the beginning of the pre-show here, Kremp with Estriel feels very different than Kremp with Envoy. So yeah, there is something in that as well that we might need to dig down a little bit deeper on.
Yeah, I feel like Kremp with Estriel wasn't like the tippity-top slayer that he's now been in this form with Envoy. Estriel was able to match him in slaying in a majority of the respawns that they played.
Exactly.
Envoy is kind of lackluster a little bit, so this is allowing Kremp to find more kills than he did before. And he's been able to definitely rise to that Slayer presence for this team. The only one over a 1.0 KD in stage 4. You saw what he was able to do in that last overload. You saw the moments, especially in map number 1.
Yeah.
But he's got to be on point here.
Yeah, man, and Envoy's a different player than Estriel is. We've always known that, but...
Oh, yeah.
Players that, when you would have assumed were going to kind of fulfill similar roles, you look to the head-to-head Dashy versus Nasty, very close between them at map number 1, but that was a totally different monster on Den, where Nasty was, I would say, splitting the time 50-50 between M15 and NPC. The expectation, I would say, just based on what we've seen so far from this new this new G2 squad, is that Nasty's likely going to be pulling out that third SMG, more likely than Skies might. So I think, you know, just kind of framing up Nasty's story after the year last year, the start of this season with Boston was just one of those that just could not get it together. And now he's in a kind of a reformation period here where it's like, okay, you find yourself on a statistically better team, but all of the changes that G2 have made really kind of put him in the same tier, maybe just slightly above where Boston is at the moment.
Well, it ain't the same tier because one team is going to champs and one team ain't.
Well, true, but like power rankings right now, right?
Yeah. Nasty went to sleep one day and said, wow, every day has been very difficult. Even practice isn't going well sometimes. But the next day he wake up, you're smiling from cheek to cheek. Got new teammates in a way better position, especially after getting second all year last year. And watching your teammates already from last year hosting trophies this season. He's going to be, without a doubt, just jumping with joy. The fact that he finds himself in this scenario. Just got to live up to it. Because I feel like Nasty on Boston was, without a doubt, someone get Nasty some help. Yeah. Now he's got some help. You got to show what you can do with it.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, I don't think anyone's looking at this, the series of moves that happened over this month. I don't think anyone's looking at G2 and say that they improved their stock much, if at all. I mean, you lose out on Estriel, who is having a career year this year. Yeah. And he finds himself on Paris, who have obviously made all of the right moves, it feels like at the moment. And on the flip side, you know, for Nasty, yes, you improve your stock in terms of where you might be able to finish this year, but can this G2 squad put themselves in a position to fight for a top 4, for instance? I mean, really, you would assume that, like, based on where the trajectory of the year is going, you just have to upset one top team once at a major, like Major 4, or champs to pull off what a Miami or what a Boston did last year. I think they have the potential, but I don't think a lot of people are looking at the moves G2 made and said, yes, they put themselves into a championship caliber.
They know their win condition. That's got to be through the search and destroys and trying to steal a respawn. So, on the fact that your teammates, if you are Nasty, love to play, used to have a nickname for it called Prep Losses. You're hoping to God that we can spark that spark again. Prep already flying on in with 2, but OpTic maintaining stat control. They should be able to lock this down.
Yeah, I looked for it. I mean, that's just good statue control for OpTic, but Envoy unpredictably spawns behind at P2, makes safe that position, and now Skies is following up to fill the gap. Statue on the outside, not going to be able to do too much in the face of 4 SMGs right now for G2. No one was surprised. And with 15 seconds remaining, OpTic are going to be a little bit late to this rotation. Kremp trying to get the read, not able to find the timing on Deshotzi. So now it's up to Skies to try to hold his life, and he is going to be stuck behind P2. Oh, and Shotzi gets the perfect read, deals with it, and now OpTic are in control.
Shotzi's just so fast on his decision making, especially when it's the final 15 to 20 seconds of that old time. Grub's thinking, I've rotated at 17. There's no way he's going to beat me to the punch. But if you get there at 19, you get the jump there on the Shotzi. Now OpTic technically winning the rotation over towards P2, but not blocking up the back spawns. Gives G2 the opportunity to just walk on in for free.
Yeah, speaking of Nasty saying thank you very much, just closing his eyes and then opening them, finding himself behind the play. That works out nicely. G2 with the flip, 30 seconds of scrap time, looking like almost a guarantee right now based on OpTic's position. Envoy shut down from the front, though, may create an opportunity for OpTic to flood on in. Shotzi trying to give that an effort. Hook working with them on the pinch through P1, and they will find a way to flip that timeout. Wow, I would have figured with that setup that G2 was going to get a perfect read on it, but they don't win the gunfights they need to, and OpTic will be the winners of the scrap time.
Yeah, but you're not really disappointed with that if you are G2, because they break you in the final 15 seconds. This is going to allow you to win the rotation over towards New, but this is where we need to value our life. Already the first kill going in favor of the New, showing presence in towards Green Tunnel, just pushing G2 back. They are uncomfortable, and this is going to lead to an easy break for OpTic.
Yes, it will. Hook from Tunnel. Yeah, that will work out. Nice response, though. Crimp able to find one from the backside of that container position. Skies follows with the M15 for a double. He's going to help out into the last point for a third. Okay. Crimp trying to get forward will fall. Envoy establishing some pressure to the middle of the map. But Skies is in trouble right now on the hard point. Needs help. Contest is already here. Envoy able to finally make that route develop. But still in and contesting is Dashy. And OpTic are continuing to put pressure on through Tunnel. It's leaving Skies on an island.
Yeah, but all of these kills that G2 are getting is not leading to any time. You're currently up by 10 with the new roster. You're expecting the communication to be flowing. So let's go to a listening with G2.
Yeah, here. Tunnel right now. I got through. Got it, Brandon. I'm in the back. I'm in the back. I'm not even challenging him. Got it. Nothing new. Brandon, watch out. I'll be on him. I'll come. Absolutely. What can we do? Back. Yellow play that. On time. Top mid. Side door. Nice. Close front. Both there. Watch out. Stay alive. You went to in and out. In right now. I'm putting out. Curious center. They're both there. I have a trophy, Echo. It's 200 hill. I didn't even forget. Farming. One more, in a tree. In a tree. I'm reloading. Sun outer. You have a trophy. I'll put you better. I have 10 No, I'll think so. There's two. One side. All three. You want all for now. Deep outer. Yeah. We got. Nice. Outer. We got one shot. Shot him. Yeah, challenge inner. He's a bullet. Still bad. Ant's gonna be close again. Outer game's dead. Nice. Inner. Nice. I said you Merc. High health. Nice. Last guy, Brian. Down this guy. I'm trying. Outer stat you do. One pin open. He chowed over and then one outer stat. One shot. Tunnel on P4 door. One shot. I'm one shot. I'll get on P4. Nice. Intercept you dead. Wait, one time. Every time mid. One's blue. Arner. Nice. Block kill. We're good. We're all yellow. I have a trophy now. I have tunnel. I can help you. Inhale, no. There's no Brandon. Nice, no one there. You didn't chow. Nothing else there. I'm coming. Play the stairs. Two. One shot. Three P2. One time. Third door still hurt. Three P2. Brandon, one shot. No one top. Two more there. Tunnel. On you weak. No, one time. I got a statue. Pete. Statue on time. Statue. A weak. Absolute 8 search. Both one shot. Both absolute. Yeah, take our time here. A&E, I stopped this region. You can run him. Dead. Touch you. I'll turn me. Outer Merc. He's A&E. Inner. Stop out. Watch that. I'm right there. P4. I have all the right. They should be 20 yellow. Yeah, hitting right. Tunnel already shot you. P4. I'm about to pitch roll.
Yeah, really nice stuff, honestly, from G2. I mean, they're taking advantage of OpTic, just trying to bang out P4 from the front, but that little moment right there from Nasty helping out and providing a couple of moments for G2 to push forward. They're really looking comfortable inside the time right now for P2. They're just missing the spawns.
Yeah, and I don't know if you had this on your bingo card, Al. Envoy outslaving Crimp on Crimp losses. He is having himself a generational map here with this NPC. Really dictating the pace, pushing out extra space, and just finding kill after kill. Allowing his teammates to be free to soak up as much time as they possibly can, but this is a good sequence here for OpTic. They have those back spawns. They're going to be able to soak up this final 20 and at least cut the deficit to 30.
Yeah, they keep making the most of some pretty poor situations, like just by evaluation. Like, oh, man, we lost spawns. We're going to hit from the front. Oh, we still find 20 seconds of scrap time. But Sky's showing off his NPC prowess, able to find 2, and that gives G2 numbers on rotation to New. Mercules, the only defender here for OpTic, just trying to play his life, keep himself alive. alive while the rest of the team is trying to work on routes through yellow. Envoy, they're still right there to make it an impossible double. And yeah, 28 and 19. Feeling the hot hand, but Hook eventually finds the kill. But G2 currently in the time. OpTic working on the full surround, though.
And now it's all off the Skies to try to hold down this power spot. The FPC is going to make it a little bit easier. He's able to almost locate 3, but that at least sets up Envoy for the finding double. Now try to control the spawns because the Nuke is the only one trying to value his life over towards yellow. Nasty does not spot him. Hook makes the impactful kill on the pitch, and this is where OpTic can have that turning point in the game. They are finding every single kill, just need one more.
And Hook's able to keep his life, not able to get the regen as wow, he'll watch a G2 Minnesota player spawn right up on his corpse. Shotzzy there to follow up. Maybe he didn't expect that Kremp was still there, actually. Kremp's going to turn that into 2. Envoy now to join him on the rotation. 148 plays 113 heading into our second P4. And the first 2 kills are good for G2. But the spawns aren't open yet. Now they're about to be. What happens? Will G2 still win this spawn position? Yes, they will. But OpTic have numbers. They're hitting around the wrong route towards overextending.
Yeah, and it's insane. Like OpTic on the first P4, every single time we just head bash in the front. Now you go into the second set. We're hitting these long routes to play for those back spawns. And it's making it more difficult for G2, but they shut down that wave. And now with 40 seconds left, OpTic are going to be put in that same scenario. How do we decide to break in towards this money hill? And it's got to be with routes. They find the initial 2.
Yeah, and this is another moment where OpTic are really just defaulting to one player, trying to open up space through P1 in the middle of the map. Everyone else is hidden from the front, and there we go again. Just hit this thing from the front, just bang it out. That seems to be the comm right now for OpTic. 114 plays 168. G2 still spawning close, and these constant reinforcements are just continuing to keep OpTic at arm's reach. Envoy for a double. He's up to 38 and 26. Kremp still holding the front doors, and that's just another P4 for OpTic where they never really get a chance to even consider re-switching out the spawns.
Yeah, you're just losing every single rotation to the money hills. Now you're down by 70, and Envoy's about to reach that 40 kill mark on the verge of potentially breaking the record here. Because he is just going off with this MPC. Everyone providing that 25% when it's time to be needed, but G2 are in firm control of this game.
Can OpTic make up this deficit here at P1? So far, they're looking pretty solid in the first 30. Skies held over towards tunnel. G2 still spawning over towards the P4 side of the map. They cannot find the space to work over through statue. And it feels like OpTic are starting to turn up a little bit, covering their bases. But have they read the spawn flip? Now they will, because Hook spawns all the way out. So Mercules will turn. They actually doing the same on the bottom side at statue, but Skies beats him there. And all of a sudden, OpTic are under some pressure to reflip the spawns with only 10 seconds left in this hard point.
Yeah, the Nuke has completely disregarded Shotzzy at all. He's just going to try to hit the long route, and it works out for the initial fight. But Nasty, it's now your job to take care of the Nuke. He's not going to make it easy, but you still secure the one-on-one. So now you technically have the back spawn, so you're not allowing OpTic, even with the numbers, to try to hold this one down. You are going to be surrounded, and the break is good for G2.
Okay, OpTic need to develop routes here. You cannot just hit this from the front. Kremp will fall through statue. But once again, OpTic are just playing through the front doors. Very odd. Envoy's got a natural pitch set up right now. He's not even needed. Shotzzy will drop. The rest of OpTic finally starting to make their way over towards mid. But Skies has got the cross covered. You've also got Kremp playing a bit more passively in the backside of the hard point, but Nasty's in trouble. He finds the first. Not able to get the full regen, but Envoy's right there to help him out. And 23 seconds left in the hard point here. And OpTic are still struggling to even see the hill.
Oh, yeah, OpTic are just shooting themselves in the foot, man. A flawless P1, you're thinking you have an opportunity to chain into the P2, but just not doing the simple things correctly. And giving G2 the opportunity to spawn on the opposite side of the map, they make the most of it. Only need 20 seconds to force this game, number 5. OpTic now banking on a perfect rotation setup.
So far, so good. Shotzzy should anchor the left side of the map. Hook trying to play for the exits, but he gets stunned up. And that's going to be a couple of nice kills here for G2, who now have tunnel control. Mercules trying to work on it, but gets surprised by the quick nature of the hit from G2 from the front. Dashy responds to one, but Kremp continues to stay healthy over towards the front side at tunnel. Shotzzy making a mess of it. Is there an opportunity here for OpTic to continue to push G2 out? Currently, Nasty still contesting. Hellstorm still in the back pocket for him as well as the double hit comes through, and OpTic will have some time, but they have to play perfect cut. And there's only 9 seconds between G2 and the win, and this long router on the back very well may secure it. G2 looking good. Last opportunity for OpTic has to be by Shotzzy, and he's been red. And I don't even think he's going to get here in time. Not going to happen. It's an absolute pop-off map from Envoy, and G2 send us to 5.
Man, what a game from G2. For a team that was just formed not too long ago, their teamwork was on point. You even heard it when you jumped into the listen and the way that Skies and Nasty were able to just value their life and play around each other for statue control every single time. They outclassed OpTic there. They beat them in the fundamental aspect. And OpTic just didn't have any responses to some of these hard points that are usually devastating blows. Like, you did it, at least on that third set. You give up a lot of time on P4, you respond on the P1, but for the first time, you had an opportunity to chain the P1 to the P2, but we just don't do the simple thing and hard block the back. That gives G2 the opportunity they were looking for. And when Skies and Envoy are gonna bring that slaying presence, because you already know what Crep is gonna do, you already know what Nasty is gonna do. That's the G2 lineup they were wanting to see.
The interesting thing about it, and I had to go double check on this because you look at the head-to-head data, OpTic are the better breaking team, generally speaking. This has also been their most successful map at breaking by statistics. They break 37% of the time. So it's very odd that through P2 and through P4, the two arguably most money hills on the map, that OpTic just continue to force it from the front instead of investing more on either long routes around the back or even just cutting through P1. I'm feeling very puzzled right now, Jay, but G2 says thank you very much, and we're going to go to Hacienda.
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense. Like, OpTic don't do it on the first go-around for P4, but then do it on the second go-around. It's just like, when you do it on your second attempt and it gets shut down, all right, at least you tried to make the best play possible initially. Now we have to commit to the front because we just simply don't want to give it the time, but just committing initially for your first push through the front, that's not going to work all the time.
Not going to work all the time, and well, that sets us up for a Map 5 affair. Hacienda. Both teams have enjoyed it to this point as it's been added into the pool. But will there be an opportunity for G2 to set us up with an opening upset here on our qualifying weekend before Major 4? We'll find out. Hacienda coming up next.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Go pick up the 2026 Call of Duty League Championship Tracer Pack. You can support all 12 Call of Duty League teams.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Did you feel bad about eliminating Vegas Legion from Champs?
Yes and no, but yes. They're seeing them like, ugh.
I don't know, actually. You are lying.
I'm lying? Them guys.
Yeah.
My bad, Clay.
Keep that together.
They cannot allow this to slip now, and there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds the second 1v1, and it's placed up, looking for the last, and they put it out. 10 seconds, 10 points. The comeback
low motor strain preset.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, give me all the headshots.
Exactly.
Here we go. Map 5. OpTic, Texas, G2, Minnesota. Yeah, that would shake things up just a bit. G2 just trying to confirm an identity with this team. You get Envoy, who pops up on a Colossus hardpoint. And now it's just down to doing what you've largely been most successful on the season, and that's win a search and destroy, although map 5s have not necessarily gone their way this year.
Yeah, map 5s haven't really cheated G2. Really good. You're sitting at 3-7 overall, ranked 10th in the league out of all 12 teams. Just not as icy as like you are in game 2s here all the way when the series is pushed to the distance, but it's a different roster, a lot more experience. You've already got a rep on Hacienda, and you know what OpTic love to do on a map like Hacienda. You were able to dictate there on map number 2 by just eliminating the active surprise out of OpTic. You do that again here, you're going to be able to take this series.
Yeah, and I will say that statistic for G2 is a little lopsided because 5 of those game 5 losses happened all the way back into Major 1 quals, Major 1, and the first week of Major 2 quals. There's only
it's like
one other map 5
Cloud9.
loss. Yeah, dude, it's like there's only been 2 other map 5 losses, pardon me, since that point. Those both happened in Major 3. So this roster is sitting here thinking, we're fine. We have never lost a map 5 before because we've never been there. So here we go. Hacienda, let's get it going.
And this is their identity. Nameless said, if you want to be one of the top teams for a potential battle of top 4, search and destroy needs to be your win condition. So G2 off the gates are going to come out and try to set the tone with the aggression through Secret Hall. And Shotzzy just beats him to the punch for the initial 2. OpTic have the early advantage.
Yeah, Shotzzy gets the glory, but Dashy's going to get a lot of the damage. He was the one playing over towards that bottom window and making that read for Shotzzy to follow up on. So quick post plant 4v2. Hook's nade lands onto Nasty outside of the fence's position, and the last player up top. Shotzzy just gonna play around with his food and eventually finish it off. Flawless opening round for OpTic.
That's gotta be so annoying if you're Nasty. Like, you're not even gonna give me a free Bebo and a 1v4? Shotzzy just doing Shotzzy things, man. Beats Envoy and Krem to the punch. Left with 7 HP in a dream. And the Nasty is just, or Skies is looking for this final kill. Like, please give it to me. And Shotzzy said, I'm gonna make you work 2 times harder. OpTic get the opening round.
Yeah, I don't know, actually, I got to kind of take back my statement. I'm not sure if Dashy got a full read on that, actually, from his position. Looked like he got a quick peek and then backed up over towards open hall. So, special moment for Shotzzy. G2 looking to put together a response on their offense. And, well, one of the nades doesn't get over the fence on the archway. That will put a little bit of a pause to G2's efforts over at A. And OpTic, aware of this, will just kind of set themselves up, and at the moment we'll have to be happy with playing retake on A.
Yeah, you've literally watched OpTic play this map versus LA in the grand finals, or in one of their previous series throughout the minor, and you understand what they like to do on defense. Basically give up this A bomb site and retake it from secret hallway. So you play the patient game, and it's gonna work out even better than you expected. 1v4 left up to the nuke.
That'll work. Nice route from Envoy, gets him forward over towards 10, and from there, OpTic cannot put themselves in a position to even consider contesting this bomb. Hook just trying to get something going, not going to happen. So back-to-back flawless offenses here to get us tied at 1.
Just a patient game out of Minnesota. When OpTic are at their best, it's when they catch you off guard. So you just wait for them to make the first play, or wait for them to give you an ounce of information for you to work with. Able to spot out those players on the backside of 10, push with their numbers, get early numbers advantage, and then just put the bomb down in a post plant. Easy round for G2.
Clean, casual, and important, considering that hit towards A gets a little bit slowed because the nade comes off the fence. Envoy still makes a good play. Merc, Hook trying to make their way through archways. Defensive nades landing, cluttering that space very nicely. And Envoy's got a lot of vacancy already top over towards Secret, but a nade hits on Sky's back fences, and that moves this defense around a lot. Shotzzy's able to sneak through open stairs at the same time. Kremp has not seen this. Does he get the timing to track him through patio? Not going to happen, and Shotzzy will say, come on over, A's open.
He's able to just weasel his way to staying alive in a very good spot now. Because Nasty obviously gets the calm there from Kremp that Shotzzy's working the pitch, but now you spot out Shotzzy, and we need to get proactive. You chop the OpTic over towards fence line, and you have them surrounded. It's going to be difficult to get this bomb planted.
Yeah, I mean, G2 gave themselves an opportunity here with Nasty getting the read onto Shotzzy. Kremp finds one. Envoy still trying to play up top. It's a double play, though, onto this connector bottom. Kremp showing some force. Envoy clears. Where are OpTic? Well, there's one. Envoy able to take care of Mercules from a 3v4 to a 3v1. How about this from G2? It's just down to Hook. 25 seconds. Envoy off the mantle. Hook able to find the first. Down low, he saw Kremp, but he can't find Nasty in time. From a 3v4 to a 3v1 in a round win, G2 steal one away.
Yeah, I just don't understand how OpTic have an opening when they have all of the numbers.
I think almost there.
Someone has to be watching that pitch angle.
And then try to
I
get
understand if you're going to play tight on your setup as a team so you can be effective on your trades, but he shoots Dashy in the back for free. And now if you're the bomb carrier, you're coming off of that bomb plant very frantic, knowing that there's going to be pressure from bottom secret, there's pressure on our backside, and we have yet to push up towards 10. So they're going to be surrounding us. And OpTic, you know, you make them like a little bit nervous or just a little bit overzealous in that situation. Because once that first kill goes down, it seems like G2 have a read of what OpTic likes to do. They are reading them like a book when they try to make these mid-round adjustments.
I mean, it's just an interesting call. I mean, Nasty staying alive in the face of Shotzi's route is everything for G2, but once OpTic get the read that Nasty's pushed off, you've got a 3v2 at worst on the site, and it just felt like they were waiting for a second kill before they committed for a plant. So 2-1 regardless. G2, that mid-round adaptation that we talked very strongly about in Gridlock is coming to play here on Hacienda. And now they've got some pressure on the B side. Nades from OpTic, delaying the potential plant, but watch for Kremp.
He's going to make the big-time play. He finds the first one onto Mercules. Now it's going to draw the rest of OpTic.
It's too easy.
Trying to take care of him, but he has now all the info. The last couple of players going to be mid-cut. Krempinator is able to locate 3 on the round. These are usually the plays that Shotzzy get away with, but Kremp is doing them at a whole different level right now. 6-1 start. He's on 6 in a row. And format that OpTic love to play, barely have to get reps on. They're getting outclassed here by G2.
Another moment, and gosh, I hate that we're coming across so critically right now, but how often would we see OpTic say, hey, Kremp's on our flank, and the decision is to push into the bomb site instead of taking your 2v1? It's not often I feel like we see OpTic make calls like that. But
well, that was the right call, though. Like, to go through mid doors because you have no information of where Kremp is. He was just office, but he could not be there anymore. At least you could still get the jump on them through mid doors, but they're still being proactive in the round, coming back to the play. Gives his team the best chance. But into this one, first blood goes in favor of Mercules, and OpTic have full B-side control.
Yeah, this is get the bomb down, and that will happen. Envoy and Sky's playing from the front. Mercules will have to try to get the timing onto Kremp, and Kremp will not see him. So now it's just down to defending this post plant from this defensive retake from the front. Stun from Mercules confirms that players are here. And you'll push up, try to deal with it. Sky's still alive and kicking. Dashy falls down to the 1v1. Hold on a second. It's just Mercules, and I believe Skies has just seen him. The shots come through. Skies health advantage. What a shot from Skies! And another dropped round from OpTic that looked like it was going to be in the cruise control for a win.
Yeah, that is unacceptable, Al. That's a 4v2. You're reading the pressure coming from both sides. And all this guy has is an AR. I can understand Shotzi's first half. The team shots are good enough to eliminate Envoy, but then Dashy's just caught. And then the initial headshot gives Skies the advantage. And rewinding the clock, hitting the wall bounce, catches Mercules off guard. That is an unlosable round there from OpTic, but G2 still managed to take it.
Unreal. Absolutely unreal. So now map 5 is well within the palms of G2 Minnesota. Sky's on 4. They're back to the attack. And it's going to be a 3-man hit for G2 up top through Spiral. Dashy the only defender to even consider playing through the windows, and I don't even know if he bothered to take a look.
Look at how they play this, though. It's like LAT put it on the tape. How do you shut down OpTic? Just gather early information onto Shotzzy and then make your play call after that, because now he's just trying to stay alive, and he does just that. The fact that he's able to walk away with 2 is unbelievable. Now it's Nasty in a 1v4.
He's found the first, gives himself a little bit of space to work with. Second is there, but the immediate trade follows behind, and that's just another nice moment from Shotzzy.
Dude.
It's a good idea from G2, to be fair, but trying to catch OpTic off guard by playing aggressively through the boathouse lane just gets punished this time.
So they're able to stop the bleeding. Because Shotzzy's just getting away with murder. 30 seconds left. How did you lose track of your envoy? Skies is walking out the bottom mid door saying, all right, we have the numbers. Shotzzy's 100% going to be dead. But Shotzzy, like a thief in the night, gets out of dodge, finds 3 on the round, and OpTic now 2-round deficit.
Shotzzy going to hit a water route here off the get-go. Kremp's going to do the same.
Oh my God.
We haven't seen this in a while. Who sees who first? Ah, it's awkward. Both floating around. Shotzzy's able to find the pistol shots first. It's an early 4v3 for OpTic.
It's crazy how many rounds in Search and Destroy between these two teams. Kremp v Shotzzy is in a gunfight. They're having very similar playstyles and so far have been the deciding factor for both teams. But in an early numbers advantage, OpTic are just going to slow this one down. No need to rush this. We've put ourselves in a better position last go around, but you peek your head a little too long. Skies makes you pay 3v3.
Oh! What a set of pistol shots from Skies! The follow-up. Not able to confirm the kill. Hook's gonna drop. Mercury's the last one left. And he's been seen. Time becoming an issue here. And the hold from Envoy works out. Oh my goodness, you're not gonna see another mini 1v2 like that again out of Skies.
The way that OpTic are losing these rounds over at Rock, you just gotta tip the cap. Because Skies is hitting some insane shots, doesn't matter the weapon. Lines up the first on the dash, he reads the pressure and is just backtracking with a Jaeger and outguns Shotzzy. Yeah, that's the reaction that is needed after a round like that. G2 at game point.
Unbelievable stuff. 3-1 split here for G2 on this next offense. Largely focused towards getting info at B. Shotzzy's the defender here. And he's going to commit to playing on top of the rock. Envoy thinking it's clear. He's actually lucky to be alive. And now the secondary nades come through for G2, and you can wrap it back because Kremp is giving you space through 10, but Dashy's there to cover, and it's another 4v3 for OpTic.
Oh, and that is everything that you want if you are OpTic. That biggest playmaker is already taken down. Now we have the numbers, and we know exactly where they're going to be sitting. Yeah, ISO the first kill. Dashy snipes Skies across the map, gets his get back. But now it's Envoy in a 1v4.
And he's getting overwhelmed, surrounded, and will be dealt with. So, okay, finally a first blood converted into a round win for OpTic. That one much cleaner. As you're absolutely right, that was Kremp just trying to get space through 10. G2 showing force by way of utility at Rock, and then they were going to try to back up the plan over towards A, but as soon as Kremp falls, the whole round changes.
Yeah, OpTic have to make those adjustments, man. It's like they basically planned against themselves. Like the playbook that's on display for G2. Kremp getting lost, that's what Shotzzy loves to do. So how can you counter some of the things that you have found a lot of success with? And it's all with spreading the map, getting the info. That allowed Dashy to be the deciding factor on that round. But now going into this one, OpTic are just going to try to retake mid. Dashy has some info that they're pressuring top open.
But the stun doesn't come through on the backside corner, so Sky's able to find Shotzzy down low at Fountain. First blood for G2. Dashy has to commit to playing with the recon, and that will be enough for them to decide that they're going to give a go at A. I mean, you saw the numbers through open hall, so yeah, you're going to commit for the plant with the trophy system to keep Hook safe, and we'll get a 3v4 post plant.
This is where usually OpTic send a player on a route and rely on the 2 players who sit on the bomb site just to stall out time. And it's going to fall into the hands of Mercules. Already 15 seconds down. G2 are taking their sweet time. You know, OpTic are going to try to work on some of these different angles, but Mercules keeps them alive.
Yeah, Mercules. Wait a second. He doesn't finish the kill on a Kremp. Kremp's still alive somehow. Eventually dealt with by Hoop. That's good information coming through. Envoy able to follow up on that. Now the last 1v1 over towards Mercules. He's able to get the gunfight win, but he's got to find a way to stop the defuse. It's already past halfway. He's able to get the regen. Sliding on over. Finds Envoy. Does he get through? Nasty, not the case, but he kills off just enough of the clock to send this to another round.
And Mercury's just making the big time play. G2 way too slow on their approach there, even with the advantage. You just allowed OpTic to use the game clock as its best friend. Just comes down to him winning that one-on-one on mid fountain. As you lose that, you lose the game. But then just that player on G2 watching the kill cam, potentially giving the comm, he's going plat. Just that small hesitation opens up the window for him to kill the bomb diffuser and OpTic to force another round.
Doesn't feel like we're even close to being done yet. Next attack for G2.
Right.
Focus up through the middle of the map for both teams here off the break-off. But, ooh, it's a re-wrap back over towards Secret Stairs. Hook is the only one really here defensively for OpTic. No nades have been tossed down this hallway as of yet. And that's enough for G2 to get, hey, we've got the hallway. We've got everything we could want. Let's play the plan.
Yeah, no need to do anything else but get this bomb down. Because now OpTic have to make the big time play. Already take top secret and are trying to pressure, but all you have to do is stall out time for Nasty.
Yes, you do, but Merc shots, able to find the first two. Kremp trying to force at least one trade. He's able to get there and get away. Now Nasty's turn. He has to find something, but the flank is already in the way as Hook finds the kill. Back over to the top, dished out to Kremp. 1v3 for him, potentially. Merc already out for the defuse. Smoke in the way. Kremp comes through, finds the kill cleanly, slips away to the 1v1 with Shotzzy. Shotzi's trying to chase, but Kremp gets away, and he confirms the info. Kremp has the ability to win the game off the clock. Just wait till it's down below 7, and that's gonna do it. Kremp's even gonna finish it off with a little slash, a little sign of the pen, as G2 upset OpTic and make a huge statement for this new group of 4.
And that is technically a 1v3 to close out the map from the MVP of G2. So many opportunities in this series OpTic just threw away when they clearly had the advantage. But Kremp just making the plays. Wins the first one-on-one. You know that OpTic have a lot of time and are most likely going to stick on the defuse. And Shotzzy just doesn't look both ways before crossing the street. Kremp outclassed Shotzzy as both search and destroys with plays that Shotzzy likes to do.
Emotional damage.
Get the W.
What an unbelievable moment this is for G2. I know it's early, but when you look at the dynamic of what their major schedule was going to lead to, you start things off with 2 games that realistically, if you're going to make a change, you better win. You're playing Cloud9, you're playing Boston. But now all of a sudden, you look at the rest of their upcoming matches, they're going to be 3-0, and they have a test versus Thieves where they played them in the minor, and it was 3 close.
You know I keep that thing on.
Going to see a huge search and destroy victory for this G2 squad. Now, Ant, I haven't seen you this excited since your child was born. What happened with G2 today, and why do you have so much faith in the potential of the squad?
Yeah, I like when we have another team that I believe can compete for championships, or at least push towards that goal in the last couple of events. And when you look at the makeup of a lot of teams, typically they're focusing on respawn. Well, they had a shift in the thought when they made this team was like, hey, we're gonna bring an Envoy who, you know, Estriel's the Slayer, Envoy's the guy who can be the leader and push them deeper into Sundays. And he had a hell of a performance throughout the series. Kudos to him. But just in general, the way they approach S&D, legitimately, if I'm the rest of the league, I'm watching these searches, no scams, like pure discipline. You think about the map 2 S&D, I mean, that was flawless execution, the way they set up their offensive pushes, unbelievable. The back and forth bait, getting Kremp up through mid. And then also in this game 5, like, Shotzzy tried to get through mid a couple times, shut down immediately by Skies. And whenever OpTic would try to push and get aggressive, they were ready for it.
Play the game.
This is one of the biggest highlights we've seen so far in this stage, if not the biggest.
Skies with the ridiculous snipe. It was the pistol, though, that made you shriek, Allie. Walk me through the performance and search from Skies.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, you think where he started this season in this game and trials and tribulations, Skies has kind of had to face himself as a player and to see what he's doing now. He did what he needed to do in in this series. They shut down Dashy in both the Game 2 and Game 5, and I think that clip is a great kind of like visual of how that looked. It was just winning some of the impossibles, and OpTic Texas just over pushing. I feel like in a lot of these situations where on the flip side, I think Ant set it up really well. This G2 Minnesota team, 3 out of 4 of these players are going to play their life in almost every situation. They're going to get that info, and they are more than likely they're just going to run away and get away with it, and that's what we saw throughout, I feel like, Games 2 and 5.
Was that a 1v3 or an ace as well, Chad? Let me know. Namus, go ahead and wrap up this series for me.
Well, I was going to say to Ali's point, like early on, you saw Envoy get the first kill over near Barn, immediately just runs back with his team. That's the type of discipline that is going to get you through series against a team like OpTic, and they did it to the highest of their ability, both maps. That was an amazing watch and search.
Great fit for Envoy and Nasty into the lineup, it seems, for G2. Let's take a look at Envoy's body of work today. He earns your Scuff play of the game, and we had this pre-selected from Colossus because he drops 46, and you were like, man, this guy might drop a 50 bomb.
Yeah, he could have. I will also say, they were killing extraordinarily fast. I don't know if it was a server or if these guys were just turned
headshots, nothing but headshots.
The NPC is ridiculous, but yeah, I mean, me and Ali were not predicting them to win this Colossus. Envoy just went above and beyond, and this is what he's capable of.
Certainly not the numbers that he did it with, right? Envoy's one of those players where, like, I almost think, like, maybe like a player like Metals, where, like, if he's putting up numbers like that, you see a result like that out of G2, because it just pushes them to that next level.
Let's welcome him onto the show live in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Envoy, congratulations on the upset victory. Only the 6th loss for OpTic when it comes to best of 5s, and today you hand him one with the 2 S&Ds. Talk to me about this victory. How do you win today against OpTic?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. Obviously, winning both the S&Ds is super huge for us. I think that's what's going to, carry us through the rest of the season. And I just feel like this week we made a lot of big strides in practice, and the more reps we get, the better we are. So just keep moving forward.
Dylan, as you know, I love your family. I get to see them every single event. And I saw Dad Envoy was talking about doing a signing. He was so excited to meet all the Parisian fans. A day later, you get traded over to G2. This has had to have been a tumultuous few weeks here. What has it been like in your shoes, and what are your thoughts going into Major 4?
I mean, I guess it was an unfortunate situation when it happened with the last team, but I switch around all the time, it feels like, so I'm always trying to make the most of the opportunity, and I feel like I can adapt in any way possible. So I'm just trying to play my game and put together something great to end the season.
I like it.
Envoy, congrats on the win. You had a takeover map in that game 4 that was sick to watch. I wanted to ask, with so little time left and such a big change to the team, how do you guys catch up to the rest of the league? Because it looks like you guys are on point in S&D. And for speaking with your coach, playing a 3rd set, obviously that'll help a bit, but what else are you doing?
Just, kind of like back to the basics at the beginning of the game, just having a lot of talks about how we want to play HP, what we want to do in certain scenarios, and just trying to, mesh as quick as possible. Like, obviously, it's the end of the game, like you said, everyone knows how to play. It's just getting on that same page. The teams at the end of the year, they just are on a page that's different than the rest. And as long as we get on the same page on more things than not, we're going to make a deep run.
Envoy, I want to touch a little bit on what you said, bringing up practice and bringing up that you are kind of used to having to go to all these different teams. I want to hear how practice has been for you guys. Like, is this something that you kind of saw coming going up against OpTic Texas? Because this isn't like a win to sneeze at, And also, I want to know from your perspective in scrims, being on this newer team, what you're kind of learning from the people sat next to you. Like, what are you taking away from this new roster?
Yeah, I mean, our scrims so far have been pretty, I'd say highs and lows. I think HP still needs a lot of work. I mean, Colossus, Kremplossus, it's a one that I think will be good at for a while, but it's the different thing in our team is we're just probably a little slower than my last one, and I think it keeps the game a lot more controlled. And for me, it makes it a lot less chaotic, and maybe I am running around a lot, but it feels a lot calmer, so that's really nice to be in a sub.
Cool.
Seems to be a great fit so far. Best of luck moving forward.
Wait, before you go, are you running a different attachment on your NPC? You were
Nah, man. No, you see the assist, Ant, though? You see the assist from all of us? 20 plus. That's teamwork right there.
That's that team shot. Yeah. That's that team shot out of G2. Well done, Envoy. We'll catch you later.
Thank you, guys.
That is Envoy. That's our first Monster Winner Spotlight of the day. We got 2 left, and the next one will feature either FaZe or Paris. I'm told we got a little special from Champs as well. Stay tuned. It's the CDL.
competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now. Go pick up the 2026 Call of Duty League Championship Tracer Pack. You can support all 12 Call of Duty League teams.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
A third guy on that window. The whole seat.
Yo, our games team is killing it. That video just got me fired up for champs. And Allie, we are 2 weeks away from Paris.
Dude.
Just a month away from heading over to Vegas for champs.
I can't believe it's already gotten to this point. I'm so excited. I wish I could close my eyes and wake up in Paris, but we still do have a few more minutes.
Now, Ed, I looked over and I'm drooling, but you are deep into your iPad going over the notes. So let me show you something you may have just missed.
Okay, let's see.
They have shown us our first preview of the Michelob Ultra Arena. This is where we will see the trophy raised. And if you have a ticket on the floor, you could have seen your section in this video.
Oh my
You
God.
also have the watch parties, which are going to look like college game day. If anyone's a football fan, you're very familiar with the signs. I think we're going to see some spicy ones out there in Vegas.
It is going to be electric. First of all, this video gets me hyped.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to whoever made this. It's going to be so fun. All your favorites, legends of Call of Duty history, current players that are absolutely trying to reach their pinnacle of their dream.
Yeah.
It's going to be going down in Vegas, and it's a great place with a ton of stuff to do. It's going to be electric there.
I'm told it's Daltouche in that OpTic jersey. Vegas guys ready to rock out. This is going to be one of the best events of the season following our Paris Major 4. We are heading for the World Championship of 2026. Get your Black Ops 7 finals tickets on sale right now. Scanning the QR code and get $20 off with the code CHAMPS, SMP. MTX.
That's at
MTX.
least like
Champs
1 or 2
MTX.
beers, right? That's
Boom.
like saved. You can use that $20 off
That is
to
a
then
great
use
call.
that $20 to get.
Put it on black, double up.
There we go.
Maybe one in Vegas.
I
Maybe
did
one in
just
Vegas.
book my wife and my daughter tickets to Vegas
Heck
just
yeah.
to keep me controlled because it's such an important tournament. It is going to be a
Wife
party.
and
We
kids
can't
to
wait
Vegas.
for you guys to join us. And this is going to be a party as well. We have your Monster Energy match of the weekend going down on a Friday. And Allie, it's 2 juggernauts. We'll find out. Did the Gentlemates get the buff they were looking for? Because Envoy looking like he's pretty comfortable over with Minnesota. They just beat OpTic.
Now, this is going to be one of those matches where we kind of get to limit test. I feel like both of where these teams are at right now, specifically Gentlemates, obviously, because of the 2-man change. We've only gotten 2 series out of them. And then FaZe Vegas kind of looking like they're at the lowest of the season so far and where they kind of make a big turnaround.
Let's take a look at our team, starting with the Vegas squad. They raised a trophy. You saw it at the previous major. 0-4 Abuza and friends looking good at Birmingham. What do you want to see from them as we head back to the EU?
Yeah, great question. I want to see their Search and Destroy get back to where it was. You know, their hard point, it's been a little up and down, but at least been able to win their map pick. And when you think about the match before the minor versus Thieves, they won both HPs, but their S&D, losing both of them in a series, that should never be something that we say with Simp's name in the same sentence. And when you talk about this team where they were finding success, in stage 2, Abuza was one of the better snipers in the world, top 3 in that category. The last 30 days, he has only 3 snipes, Chris. Yikes. 3. And you're talking about the same sample size. The Exit has 35, Sip has 24, right?
Yeah.
So he needs to get back to where he was. They'll be converting more of their first blood rounds, and maybe they'll find a little bit more success.
All right, we know Abuza is going to be the sniper for FaZe, but who brings out the boomstick? Is it still Nonchalante, a.k.a. Dante, here for the Gentlemates after Joe Deceives is added into the mix?
And it feels like he's been pulling out a little bit more, and we've gotten a little bit more of the ceiling out of Sib. My biggest thing about Gentlemates right now is, one, they got swept by OpTic last weekend, so this is a big test for them against another top team that's looking to make a Sunday run at Paris. And also, my biggest focus for them, at least, is these map ones. I remember when Gentlemates was finding a lot of success, it's when they were not only dominant in hardpoint, but they were dominant specifically in the map ones with their old team. And that's what sets them up for success later on in the series, where right now what we're seeing is they're going down 100 points in that map 1 hardpoint, and then they're battling themselves back in those last 3 hills to keep it close within about 50 points, and then they're unable to close it out. So I'd love to see a Gentlemates in a series that is able to close out that map number 1 pick and then go on to maybe win 3.
Win a Colossus hardpoint. That's what they're looking to do. We have Hacienda as map 2, a double dose of Scar, and we'll close it out on Den. So Nameless, we've got 3 weeks with Estriel on the lineup for the Gentlemates. This is now the 2nd week for Joe Deceives.
Yeah.
Where is he most comfortable, and who do you have winning this match?
Yeah, I would say the Colossus. She's talking about them starting strong. That should be a map those two can ball out on, right? So I would tend to agree with that for them in this one. But who knows? We don't know too much about this Gentlemates team just yet. They still got to prove it. The last outing from this team was the most disappointing that you could ask for out of them. They got destroyed by OpTic. So here's a time for a big get back.
Simp had a bad match. You had the whole team have a bad match against OpTic. I'm going to go with Simp not having a bad match today. I think FaZe gets the win. They're higher in our power rankings. It's the safe play, and I want to win here.
Yeah, I'm going to go with FaZe as well. I agree. I think Sim's back this weekend.
Yeah?
Him versus Joe, I think Sim gets it done.
That's valid. I just think FaZe is hitting their rut right now for the season. I'm going to stick with Gentlemates. I think this will be a big win for them.
Now, what would it take for you to shy away from a Gentlemate selection?
If they had to go up against OpTic again.
Okay, just the OpTic matchup.
Just the OpTic.
What about
the
G2?
Okay.
Damn, they just beat OpTic.
No, that is valid, but on a consistent basis, for them to only do it 1 time, that's a very small sample size to go off of. LA, maybe, on LAN.
I like this. Okay. We've got our casters loading up here in just a moment. Nameless, before we get to the games, final thoughts here on what you need to see from Estriel and Joe Deceives. You have buffed up your SMG roster. That's at least the theory going into Major 4. If they want to raise a trophy in front of their fans, how do they get it done? What do you want to see from that duo in particular?
Yeah, well, I want to see them both continue to perform, but it's not as much like those two because they've been great. It's the whole team. Like, they need to have more teamwork. I mean, you look at that, the skill of these players individually, all 4 of them, to get beat 250 to 78 on that Hacienda is unacceptable. Cut your losses, focus on the next rotation, and don't scam. It can be simple when you have players that are that talented. You give yourself an advantage, you're going to be able to put up points.
We've got the game ready, and so is my man, Jeremy Stud. Let's jump into this one as we get Merc and Maven ready in the dugout.
Ooh, I'm excited to get into this matchup. It's just me. I don't know where Alan went, but hopefully he joins me here pretty soon. But what a matchup we have in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, if you are Paris, you were just hoping to God that this edition of Joe Deceives can put you back to that juggernaut form that you find yourself at Major 1. Because what you put on tape last week versus OpTic, that is not what you wanted to see if you are any one of the green suits supporting this roster. So hopefully they're able to, you know, with a little bit more practice, be in better form today. And then on the opposite side for FaZe, I think Nameless hit it on the head again. My guy is on point for the desk. Seeing FaZe lose Search and Destroys the way that they have been in the last couple of weeks is absurd, because it's always been a team that relies on picking Team B in the veto process. That means that they're always going to choose their Search and Destroy map for map number 2. But now they are losing those, and then they're getting outclassed at certain respawns. So this is where FaZe need to lock it on in. Dig your feet in the sand and get a grasp of what you want to do as a team. Because when FaZe were in that juggernaut form, S&D was basically locked up. And it was also because Abuzo was finding a lot of success with the sniper. So here we go. To start off the map on Colossus, I know if you're the General Mace, this is a map that you are heavily relied on to have a lot of success, especially with the addition of Joe. So let's see how the slaying presence is going to be on both sides. Still, no sign of shift, but the action is upon us. Early fights for statue control. Estriel, the new addition to the team, already trying to start off on a high note, but he's only able to get one. Thankfully, the rest of the teammates slay their way through the middle of the map, but it's Straza on 4 in a row, continuously pushing them back. And instead of just listening to me for this entire initial start of this game, let's go to an immediate listening with Paris.
I'm pinning me. I want to add her 1 HP. I statue already and 1 on statue. I'm playing orange. I'm Chris. Nice shot, bro. I'm playing through. I see my new missing 04 on Deep drop. One shot lobby. One shot freaking lobby. I'm 1 shot, bro. You guys should bump side. We're all here. Watch out. I'm close touching me, bro. I'm 1E. I've got outer. Outer inner. I died from outer. Two going in. Hitting it. There's 2 times. Yeah, 2 outer. Inner. P1 watch to the. I thought Sim in blue. Running in the back. I'm going out front. Ape sider, come here. What'd you? Hey, yeah, I'm back garage. Really big. Nice, good shit. I'm 1 shot, bro. You might go middle. Stay low. Nice shot. Outer time. Back control. I'll go new. 20. I got Two front, 1 weak. You can't shot you right away. 2 front. First, pitching. Cider garage, 04. Tunnel. And there's 1 shot, Leo. 1 HP, there's that tunnel. I'm gonna go do. I think blue lobby. 04's in middle, baby. I pinched got it. Yo, I pinched you guys. I'm ready. I'm gonna 1 shot, Leo bullet. 1 HP. I'm needing. 1 HP. He's holding it. He's reloading it. Make sure I need him all. I'm in there right now. 3 actually 3. Actually, 1 shot. I can't shot. Opposite 1 shot. I cannot shot. 1 second. Crossing got it. Weak. Yeah, I'm dead. Are you in the back?
Well, back and forth affair so far as we get over to 4J. In the moment, FaZe doing a nice job through the handful of rotations that we've been able to see, but tested here as the spawns are starting to come through, you would think, for a moment, but not going to be the case. Paris able to stabilize.
Yeah, they did their thing at the ending of that P2, walking away majority of the time, but Paris Gentleman's keep it scrappy, and just based off of the communication, chemistry is starting to sink here for this new lineup. Everyone providing their 25%. The small talk was on point, and now Paris Gentleman's following up with the slaying, leading to the map control. Almost going to be able to be in a position to take the lead, but it's Straza again through the front. He finds 2, Simp finds another, and FaZe instantly flipped them out.
Yeah, really nice job for FaZe playing recovery in the back 30. likely to leave this first set of hills in the lead. Sim trying to work on something early over towards Statue, but draws it kind of slips the net, almost finds more than you would have bargained for, but Sim's going to follow behind that, keeps him P1 control here in the last couple of seconds on our final hill. Spawns are all over the place right now as well for pairs, which is just not comfortable. It feels like you're just continually playing into these 2v4s. 04 eventually falls on the old time, so an opportunity here for the Gentlemates to at least concentrate some effort. They're going to head all the way over towards Statue, but it's read perfectly initially by FaZe. They just can't quite find the final kills. Ghosty for 3 will get Paris in the tie.
Yeah, that's a big triple there from Ghosty to lock down this side of the map for your team and now push FaZe back, because you know that they still have those blue spawns, but they're going to try to work on these last to set up this break. Draws is able to find the opening kill. Now you're reading the pressure from Statue, you're reading the pressure in bottom tunnel, and Ghosty was able to manage it at least initially, but now with the numbers, FaZe fly on in, and that's going to lead to a very clean break.
It feels like what we've seen continually out of FaZe in their hard point over the last month or so is that it doesn't ever feel like they're ever out of the picture. Even when they have moments where they're pushed away from spawns, they're able to set something up nicely to at least contest some of that back time. That's currently what's happening right now. On top of the fact that they will also put themselves, at least for the moment, in a position to have P2 open up towards their back. Abuza 7 in a row has been a main factor of why. 15 and 7. Just feels like he doesn't die all that often, but of course, commentator Curse comes through and he falls right on the little push out from the zone of P2. Paris now trying to set up from the front as the break is starting to come on the way.
Yeah, and I'm loving the way that FaZe are playing this hard point, because Draza is basically locked in on this third SMG role. He is keeping up pace with 04 and Sim. This is the struggle versus the top teams in the game, just hitting outclassed on that other team beating you to the punch in certain aspects. But Draza being hand in hand with Sim and 04, you are controlling the map, you are dominating off of the rotations, and at least for now, you're still keeping the lead 30 to 40 points in your favor. So with 25 seconds remaining, Paris Gentlemates trying to hold on to the final 20 seconds.
Great decision here from Ghosty to push out, create an extra layer in front of the scrap time, but also, if they find kills, creates a chance to put some early pressure on rotation to New. Joe not quite able to get the health back, but Sib still finds the kill that was intended to be there on Sim. Estriel, timing on this round could be everything. Good read onto Abuza. Do they know that Droz is playing inside a tunnel? May not make much of a difference. Simp is able to cut things off over towards the Godheady, and FaZe will have control for the moment over tunnel and the first portion of this P3 and what has been a tight game.
Yeah, they lock down yellow control, and now you're just going to wait for 04 on this super long route through blue to allow you now to get some time at this HP. Last player you have to account for is going to be Ghosty, but you know he's knocked down to half HP. He's not going to go for the peak. So you're just going to walk on in, stay alive at both sides, and just hope to God that we can eliminate Ghosty quickly, but you don't, and now Paris with the numbers, get the break.
Yeah, it feels like, again, the same things we praise FaZe for, the same things come through for Paris when they need it most. Abuza playing for the rotation to New. Sib in a position to at least contest this route. And Estra will actually spawn up as well to assist if needed. And Abuza has not been seen as of yet. Now dealt with, though. 4 will fall. Big moment in this map here as Paris will have firm control of the scrap and be able to set up a lane here over towards New.
Yeah, and Sib's already created an extra layer, even though he quickly gets taken care of. You turn it into a 3v3 scenario with your teammates holding the power spots. So rotation secured by the Gentlemates, Ghosty on 4 in a row, and FaZe is just banking to go right through the front door. You got an Abuza, he finds 3, and now this becomes chaotic for Paris.
Well, Joe's able to find a key Semtex onto 04. Gives Paris a chance to find timing from Ghosty around the back. He'll find 1 for free. Draws is stuck with nowhere to go. He's just trying to create something out of nothing, but it won't happen. Abuza putting some damage in from afar, but with 30 seconds left, you'd like more than damage. You'd like some more time here if you're FaZe, and it looks like Paris will shut them down. Now firm control of Statue coming through behind this, and oh wow, Paris are turning up 2 great hills back to back.
Yeah, and they're gonna force this Hellstorm out of Abuza just so he doesn't allow them to get this final 20. So you can still be somewhat in this game going in towards the P1, because you don't have a single teammate that can try to contest this with all the space that Paris Gentlemates have over towards Statue. It's gonna be a one-on-one gunfight. 04 quickly loses it, and Paris Gentlemates flip the switch at the ending of that P3 to the P4 and are now up by 30.
Astriel trying to find some information, a little poke up through Statue Mantle, finds instead 04 down low as the rest of his teammates will do well to clear out the hard point. 171 to 149. FaZe coming off with some staggered spawns and timing, all spawning concentratedly over towards the yellow side of the map, but It's just going to be such a long haul to get through this time and still flip the map around. Have to do something miraculous at the moment as Ghosty shutting things down on 2 in a row. Joe following up for the third, and Paris continue to lock things up. 30 seconds left on P1.
Yeah, and that's got to be so frustrating if you are FaZe, because you hit the long routes, you do the little things correctly, but then when you get to the final punch where we need to win this wave to get time, Paris are there with their slaying presence. Still 20 seconds remaining, and it's looked like Paris potentially just going to forfeit this, but with 2 kills going their way, might as well pressure it because you have the numbers. Estriel dominating Statue, the rest of the teammates here to assist, and this is going to allow the Genomates to win the rotation to B2.
But an extra elimination from Draza. Puts a little bit of pressure on the front until Sib steps up, takes that very swiftly. And even the read coming through for Paris on this overextension is beautiful. Shuts down 0-4 before he can really make a mess of the back. And nice shots from Joe to Sieves up top towards P1. Next hit from FaZe, purely from the front. Astro trying to stop it, but gets dealt with quickly. Goes to only good for 1. And that's going to be enough for 0-4 to finesse play the 1v2 inside the hill. Nade out, but can't find the kill. Abuza's turn. He's able to find his 2. Huge shots from Abuza. Helps to out away from mid-map, but the shots coming through for Paris will allow them to, at worst, keep this contested, if not neutral. And that final double from Joe to Sieves will get the Genomates over 200 points.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many kills you get. If Genomates have those back spawns, they have more opportunities to continuously keep on flooding. So now you blink, the Genomates are going to be up by 60. Going in towards the P3 phase, need to catch up in their slaying presence. Everyone was matching it, but 0-4 and Sib had some bad sequences there. And now Paris have an opportunity to close out the game here at the next HP.
But timing of this route from 0-4 is going to shut down the play at Tunnel. Everything else over the top of the hard point was pretty casual for FaZe, but required to hold and still put together a solid rotation. Game could come down to one of those 2 elements. Abuza, good for the first. Shut down on the second, comes through, but Sib mid-map keeps Sib at bay, and the pistol shots come through to win. Plus 0-4 is able to take down Estriel, who was trying to get in from the front. So once more, Paris swatted back, and FaZe are digging into the lead.
And now if you are FaZe, you got to choose wisely when we're going to decide to get kills and push forward. Draza trying to take a different approach, but he gets caught in towards P1, so now this is only going to slow down the rest of your teammates. And Sib, unfortunately, was ready and waiting for the gunfight, just gets slammed there by Joe. So this entire time, Paris don't flip the map out. They get the break, and now FaZe have to commit through the front.
Yeah, really smart from Paris to continually play through Tunnel there to make sure that the map at least allowed FaZe to still spawn backside over towards the other. Hold on a second, Estriel's going to spawn out. Big moment right now for Draza. They know that someone's around the back, but Draza's able to find the first. He does get shut down quickly. FaZe have to try to find this break now from the front almost purely. Sim trying to work something through mid-map, but he's shut down by Estriel. Ghosty, stunned, nade. No trophy system to keep Paris safe. Allows FaZe a chance to contest, but look at the route from Estriel around the back. He's able to find 2, and that will likely be the game-winning play. Simp able to get 1 in return, but he's got to find a way to pull off something unbelievable from the front. It's not going to happen. Ghosty finds 1, draws it in for a double, and he's going to find 3. 247, 198. FaZe able to move spawns at the same time. We still got a game.
We still have a game. FaZe able to breach that 200-point mark, and Simp already creating so much space at P2, but loses that initial fight. So now Genomates can take control of Statue. They can set themselves up to close it out with 3 seconds needed at this P1, but they're still pressuring old, and FaZe are finding kills.
And you've got a couple of weapons ready to go to fight off this position over through Statue. Abuza, how big has he been in late game moments? He's working with Zaza, trying to find these eliminations up close and personal.
Oh,
1 from the front. 230 to 247. FaZe still in control. Sid gives you 1, but not the second. Nade comes through. It's got to be Abuza. Has to lock this down. First shots aren't there. Estriel get the win. Draza on the mantle. Able to contest a little while longer, but a trophy system keeps Paris safe. Sip and 0-4. Though they stop it at 249, and Paris have to respawn.
And you got to take your time, man. Look for the opening kill. Estriel is able to find it through Statue. You have the advantage. You got to go.
Photo finish on the way. Sip for 1. Ghosty with the trade, but the kills continue to go back and forth. Pitch stripe kill feed, and it's FaZe through 0-4's final double.
Wow.
To stop Paris dead in their tracks. They can't find a single second on the first hard point, and FaZe heroically steal away map number 1.
That's the key word. All heroics. We're talking about screw it. This is our only play, and we hope to God that it's going to work out. They commit everyone through the front door in the final moments of that P4 and able to find kills in sync at the perfect moment to flip them out. FaZe get that time, and then off the rotation find 2 kills as well before Esther was able to strike, so they already put themselves in the advantage. They fly over towards Statue, they trade it out effectively, and in 0-4 plays his life so well in towards the side that FaZe in the closing moments just a little bit more icy.
I mean, 0-4 is nearly dealt with from the jump position, but it's Draza who saves his life. That may have been the game right then. And then the follow-up immediately afterwards. 0-4's final double to make sure nobody can touch. You'll see it in a moment because, again, the zoning around the map right now, in terms of just putting yourself into a bunker on the hard point, is incredible. But 0-4's last little route, trusting that his teammate can stay alive in the hill so he can win that battle at Statue, is everything for FaZe.
Oh yeah, because even though Estrio finds that kill, Estrio is weak. He can't turn that statue immediately. He has to wait an extra second or two so he can regen, so then you have that advantage at full force. But Simp, even though he's 29 and 40, puts up 4,500 damage. Everyone on FaZe sitting around basically even in the assist column. But that is one of those hard points that you can live to tell your grandchildren. FaZe Vegas start off the series 1-0.
Wow. That's one way to set up this series, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at the game flow map, just about as close as it gets. Only one lead swap in it until the very end. Wow, unbelievable stuff, man. And it's just like you go into the moment immediately after the listed where Paris feel like they're just a little bit too late on some of the key rotations. FaZe put themselves in great spots, but then as soon as we jump out, you get those key wins, you lock down the spawns, and it feels like Paris are going to be in a bit of a runaway. But FaZe just feels like every time that they're in these tight hard points, they have ways to battle back and find those hero moments. So tight nail biter for map number 1. Now we just have to try to find a way to mentally reset and go into the search and destroy.
Yeah, and this was the sequence that I was talking about before this series started. FaZe always put themselves in a position to choose Team B in this series. So they are giving up that opening hardpoint pick to the opposing team. You take that hardpoint pick away from them, and now this is your pick for Hacienda Search and Destroy coming up. I know that they have yet to play it on the season, but this is sort of the same exact scenario we talk about with OpTic that we're going to talk about with FaZe. Last season alone, between FaZe and Vancouver Surge, I swear to God, every single series that they played, there was Hacienda Hardpoint or Hacienda Search and Destroy in it. They are extremely comfortable on this map, even though they're sitting at 0-0. So expect a good game plan.
Yeah, I like that call a lot. Goodness. It's hard to pick your poison in this instance, but I like this comm. Some of the leaders on these teams have had a little bit of an issue in the search and destroy in particular. Now, again, there's a figuring out period here for Paris with the moves. I think especially knowing that Esriel and Joe kind of in the search and destroy kind of like to play in the same ways when they were on separate teams. So there is kind of a figuring out of what am I going to let you do? What can I actually do? And I imagine it's going to be only a matter of time before they figure it out because everything else has gone through very quickly for them. I mean, in terms of splitting the difference, yeah, sure. But it feels like they learn quickly is what I'm getting at. Because after the incredibly embarrassing loss versus OpTic in the minor, it feels like they're already making strides towards fixing some of the things that were the issues there.
Now you saw the numbers that were just here on your screen. Simp the Pip sitting at a 0.8, but on the season versus Paris, he's doubled that KD department at a 1.6. You need to get him back into this form. Because when FaZe are winning search and destroys, they can go up against the likes of anyone. This has been the longest stint where FaZe are not finding success in this game mode, and it's usually off of the back of what this guy can provide. So they're going to be the team on offense, and they are instantly taking away fountain control.
Yeah, I love that look. The nade over the top, and then 0-4 set up to try to find that information and turn it into a first blood. It works out nicely, but hold on. Double hit through Secret Hall. Paris able to recontrol some of the space. 0-4 behind the play, though, all of a sudden. Oh, no. Yeah, you felt the aim assist drag away from it. Ghosty trying to follow behind. Will take care of Simp. And now it's just down to Draza for the 1v2.
Lives for these moments. Looking for a little bit of information so he can make his big time play, but just going to try to make the play come to him. Planning it for office. Going to force Paris Gentlemen to think a little bit more. And just a simple spot on this retake, but now time is your best friend if you're Draza.
I love you too. Have a good acupuncture.
First check, empty. Ghosty and Sib retaking the site now. Into an hop. Oh, that nade. Whoa, he thought maybe he was going to be able to pull Draws a little bit further back, but Sib takes very strong position. No problem to get the trade, find the win, and have plenty of time for the defuse. It's Paris on the board first.
I love you.
Yeah, that almost works out there for Draza because you plan it for office. Ghosty turns that corner in this pre-aiming office, but just sitting down low catches him off guard. But then Sib plays the mind games versus Draza because when you get a freebie like that, you're expecting the next guy to be on a defuse. So that's why he overextends, just because he doesn't have an angle to spot it. And Sib on the head glitch. You know, the guy barely misses bullets.
Yeah. Paris
take the 3v4 to start this game.
Yeah, clean. Yeah, I mean, that initial look at a break-off play was really cool, though, from FaZe. But the counter, the immediate reaction for Paris to take away that space up top at the fire hall is unbelievably key. Essentially puts 04 in a bit of an island. So now it's on to the Paris offense. A little bit of patience over towards Lambo at the moment. Looking for nades up top towards open hall. Sibs will not land onto both defenders that have taken that space away. So problems here for Paris. Only thing kind of saving them is the fact that this play towards the P2 garage has not been seen yet, and they're going to have a wide open B site.
Yeah, they've given up the entire map. So now you're just hoping that if we rotate it over towards B, there's not going to be anyone in the vicinity. But Sip is playing the timing game. And off of Abuza's information, Sip now knows the plays on this side.
Big win. Sip shut down through the middle of the map, now gives him freedom to plant this bomb as Abuza was seen over towards the boathouse window. 04 for one. Smoke out. Sib chows that. No problem. 3v2. Zaza duo up top, playing together through Fire Hall. But Draza will fall. Joey will find the first blood there, and now the follow-up onto Abuza. Should be pretty casual, and it is. Huge start here for Paris.
A lot of improvement so far in their search and destroy, especially the teamwork aspect. You gotta expect when you're putting in the time, especially with these caliber of players, eventually you're going to be able to figure it out. And for an organization who has struggled in search and destroy, potentially adding Hacienda to the map pool could play dividend to how they play the remaining series to close out this season. Because right now they are outclassing FaZe, just countering them off the info that they are providing and making great play calls after.
Okay, 2-0 start. FaZe looking for a response here to this next offense. Same nade over the middle. 04 not playing through Fountain this time. Instead, it's a three-man stack here for Paris up top at that fire hallway. Simp trying to get some control of connector. Good for it for now. Trophy system down late, and Simp may try to use that as an opportunity to plant.
Yeah, but without secret control, you gotta choose the timing wisely. We need to either take 10 to back them down so we can plant it away from secret, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. First blood goes to Draza, but look at how quick Paris are to find that trade and potentially still walk away with the numbers, but it's Draza with 3, 1v3 for Sid.
Oh, but he's found the first two really quickly, so now it's just down to 04 in a 1v1. And we have had more 1v2s and 1v3s today than what feels like the entire season combined. So can Sid see another one get through the hoop? Here's the wrap. Wide open sight. Is 04 going to be spotted? Ooh, I don't know if Sib saw him. 04 definitely saw him. So he will back away, play the clock. Now Sib's turn. Whoa! Big timing, big win! Don't miss, don't lose. The motto for Sib is he's on 7 in a row and another 1v3 on the day.
Oh, yeah. Sib's just having one of those games, man. He's not missing bullets. He usually provides his dominance in search and destroy with that sniper, but remember, this guy is a straight shooter. The fact that Dross is able to walk away with 2 there, Sib just puts himself in a very good spot to quickly have an answer. And then the gun right for the occasion. 7-0. Curious to see if he was able to earn himself that Hellstorm off of the defuse, but Sib having himself a map.
Oh, yeah. Not yet. Close. And if you know Sid, you know he wants blood. He's not sitting here looking for damage into an assist. He wants to kill. Earned it the hard way, but it's setting up Estriel for a double instead. Hellstorm goes unearned Ooh, I was going to say, tough position to try to plant on, considering that they've already opened up the open hallway. But here's the quick wrap-up from Draza. Hold on a second. If he wins this first one, he's got an opportunity to completely pinch up Joe Deceives. Drives it back away towards Checkers, but Joe's good for the trade. 1v1.
In another situation where FaZe had the numbers. They've thrown away 2 out of 3 rounds here in this game so far. But you need to be able to stop the bleeding. And with 40 seconds left, Joe Deceives killing the noise and forcing Abuza to play the 50-50 at the opposite side.
Now, Joe's going to plant this towards the office side. But he will set himself up to initially play off the open hall and then re-wrap to office. Abuza looking to possibly contest through the office steps. Timing is just not ideal initially for Abuza, who does not spot Joe Deceives. But Spidey sense tingling. Joe's got the ADS up, though, and that is enough for him to take the win. And it just feels like every time we see a Paris kill cam or a player cam, they just can't believe what they're getting away with.
Yeah, because this is murder. It is 3 out of the 4 rounds when you have numbers advantage if you are FaZe. And somehow, some way, we keep getting isolated in some of these gunfights. And Paris have that clutch gene in them right now. The honeymoon stage is hitting a little bit different on Hacienda. And for FaZe, a team who desperately needs to work on their search and destroy, I was boasting this team about Hacienda SD, even though they have yet to play it. They have not had an answer here so far.
No, they have not. And a couple of throwaway rounds with big numbers advantages. Never helps. Quick hit developing over towards B here for FaZe on their next attack. Estriel, long water out, going to go completely uncovered. Does he choose to pop up here? Yeah, he will. Does he get the timing on this play? He sees 04 for the first, moves over towards the site, gets the second, and Sid provided another onto Sib. So immediately on for the defuse. Draza looking for a 1v3 of his own. Checking for the bomb. Shots over the top of the bomb site were decent, but not good enough to take care of Ghosty, and it's quickly 5-0 Paris.
Yeah, and that's such a great play call there from Paris to just catch them off guard with something that is very difficult to read. When you have the leader's advantage in search and destroy, you can start to take some calculated risks, and you're also expecting the other team to just default in a lot of some of these rounds because they have been getting that first blood, and they just haven't been able to have those closing moments. So Estriel knows we're up 4-0. They haven't had any success over towards fences, so let me just hit them with the switcheroo for 2. Water route is good, and Paris are now flawless here at game point.
A lot of freedom to do something crazy if they'd like to. Instead, it looks like Estriel's going to go for something quick into the water again. And they've seen Abuza play the boathouse once before, so I imagine Estriel's going to take the ultra-long route. And that's indeed the case.
It's just unexpected.
No, but Simp's able to see him. So now there's some pressure over through boathouse side. Estriel just needs to play his life.
But he's actually going to continue to just go and find that kill onto Sim for free. You don't trap him towards the boathouse, and Sim finds an extra. So the immediate 4v2, you already have info onto Draza. This is looking like a flawless 6-0.
Sure is, my friend. Sim finds another onto Abuza. Last one left is Draza. And he's about to get blindsided by Estriel. I'm surprised. Is Sim not usually the suspect of, oh, I see a guy, let me just back away from that gunfight, and they try to retake on the site to leave Estriel alone, but I would say fortunate for Paris, the hit wasn't actually there yet, so Estriel gets away with a great first blood, and Paris 6-0 smoke phase out of Hacienda.
Yeah, Sim's just not expecting Estriel to be that aggressive in that position. Once you spot him, you put down shots. Even though nothing is able to connect, Simp is thinking about the big-time play. If Estriel is taking that much space, they have to be trying to work this bomb plan. And there's no way in hell he's probably going to take that risk to just run out and chase me. But Estriel, when you're up 5-0, you might as well take the chance. Because that leads to the first blood. This allows Simp to fly on in for the second. And for a map that I was expecting FaZe to be really good at, they just got smoked.
Yeah. Well, Paris maybe feeling a little bit of anger after the drop of map number 1. They were up big, 247 to around the 200-point mark. That FaZe were able to put together the manifestation of what is an epic start. Second map, clean, casual, leaving us now with Overload. Any quick thoughts before we jump to a break here, Jay?
Hey, FaZe better bring that slang, man. That's all I'm going to say. If you don't bring that slang on Scar and you just trap them towards blue, you're not going to have fun.
Well, Scar has not been necessarily great. We'll see how things go. We're going to go straight to break, come back with the overload in this 1-1 affair.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup this summer. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Probably wall run on me. I'm trying to stay up.
That's one up.
Got two guys. I need help on time.
Come on.
He's better. Nice. Good help. On you close.
Close. We get
dead. I got three. I'm kidding. That was all three. Let's go. We're back. Any door? Any dubs?
I'll pick it up, Warren.
Dubs on me inside.
I Warren.
Inside. On.
Warren, watch out.
Three. Look, all three red dots. Last guy's the door.
That's three.
Last guy's the door. He's gonna go wall run. I think he's gonna wall run.
One shot, absolute Warren. Literally a bullet. Can't be here.
Inside, you suck. Two more to the door. We'll go wall run. XC on. My God. Oh my God! Nice. Somebody stop me! Oh my God!
You're the best.
Watch me!
Now the Ravens soar. Now the Ravens battle. The final 5 moments for them now. What a turnaround. What a tournament. Carolina survive. OpTic Texas go home.
He's on the route.
Photo finish on the way. Sit for one. Ghosty with the try.
No.
The kills continue.
Oh, c'est fini.
And FaZe
Dude, that's insane.
heroically still
Yo, the
That's the key word.
The duality of man. What an affair map number 1 was. And then to Gataga's, well, much joy, a quick 6-0 as a measure to respond. So now we find ourselves into a 1-1 map count, and we're in a position in, well, what happens next? Because as much as we can sit here and talk about like Paris on the season, their overload has been 50-50 legitimately right down the line. This new roster still figuring themselves out, and they were able to show a pretty solid opener on this particular map mode combo, but they've also played up against some tough teams in overload. A loss to Riyadh and a loss to OpTic were the two that they've faced so far.
Yeah, those are the top teams that we have in that game mode alongside Thieves. So with the new roster, obviously chemistry isn't all there yet. You're still able to put up a fight. But on the opposite side, you know, Nama's touched on FaZe desperately needing their search and destroy to be back in form. Obviously, that's not the case in this series. They've also been struggling in their overload. I feel like they're allowing the other team a majority of the game to just dictate how it's going to be played. And then when it's time for them to turn their defense into offense, that first kill that needs to initially go your way, they haven't been finding it recently. So for FaZe, you need to bring your slaying presence, but we also can't rely on individuals to make those big time plays. It needs to be more teamwork, especially on a map like Scar.
Well, you take a look at kind of the scoring potentials. I mean, there's been a very clear recipe for what FaZe wants to do, and it leads to Abuza picking up the EMP and putting together multiple scores in a map. Ghosty and the rest of Paris, it feels like they're still trying to figure that out with this new roster. I mean, obviously back when the roster was what it was at the very beginning, you're not going to have Neptune carrying it, so Ghosty's kind of the guy who's behind the play to grab. But now it feels like things change just a touch with how Joe and Estrel have played so far in Overload against very early, but we'll see if things can kind of established itself as growing an identity, whereas for FaZe, as much as they find success scoring, and I will say their average scoring is high, they still are in a position to where the last couple haven't really fully gotten over the hurdle yet. I mean, a couple of 2-3 losses, a couple of very narrow wins. So we'll see if they can find a way to kind of create some distance and a gap here early on Scar Overload, or Paris continue to slay things out. And so far, it's the latter of the two. Pairs are slaying everything.
Yeah, and now Draza needs to keep the EMP safe, just not able to hit the shots. So now you're finessing a little bit if you're Ghosty, just to stall out time and hope to God that your lead blockers find success over towards the 18, but they get shut down. And now you're just trying to control top grade.
Well, so far, easier said than done. Sib gets back into position. Battle with Draza in front of him, but Draza is able to take that into a double. EMP still down. Estriel low on health, trying to force this battle, but it does look like the EMP will reset. And in that moment, FaZe are able to find a couple of kills, at least neutralize the middle of the map. Joe trying to follow up on that, though, is able to get himself onto 3 in a row, and now he's creating space to top green again. The Booza through mid-market, trying to just lock things up for FaZe, create some time for these defensive reinforcements to get back into the play, and it looks like that will indeed happen for now.
Yeah, Joe just putting himself in that position towards green. There was 2 players from FaZe who spawned on the backside of that building, but just didn't want to rush their approach. Knowing that Joe could pop takeover, especially in that power position, but look at the kill feed. It's going to be all pink and not in favor of Vegas. You have pushed them back from 18, but your lead blocker is nowhere to be found, and the EMP carrier just dies for free.
Yeah, that feels like a little bit of a miscommunication moment right there. It doesn't seem like often that Joe would just kind of be hanging out top green unless he thought the play was going to rotate his direction or if he was going to have more time to create something from that position. But we stay 0-0. FaZe working on some field control, but Sib is there as the first line of defense over the top of A. Estriel's nade also landing makes life a little bit more difficult, and that will lead to a Paris kill feed with the EMP still firmly planted in the middle of the map.
And so far, 2 minutes of this overload, Paris are playing from the backside, and they have dominated a majority of the map control for basically 2 minutes straight. Like, if you are FaZe, you have been uncomfortable as soon as this game started. And now you're just hoping that your SMGs can get lost, can get through, because Paris are valuing their life so well. And they're just not giving you a lot of opportunities to even touch this EMP on good side.
No, not at all. But for now, Paris is a little bit bottled up to the middle of the map. Seems like that's going to be okay. At least to keep things even. Ghosty backs away. And now has to be the first line of defense over the top of the EMP, and he wins his first. Good shots over to Abuza, trying to set maybe up a long route from Estriel, who's already gotten to top red steps. And he will bounce out, find one. But still, there's a counter kill every single time you look at it. Until right now, 4 will fall. Opportunity to get players forward. The spawns will be up top towards the top part of the map. It's going to be Ghosty who carries. Estriel around the back of the 18 wheelers, able to find 2, slip away, keep his life. Damage out to Abuza is just enough space for Paris to get the first score.
Oh, they just have too much map control right now. FaZe are barely leaving their spawn. Now with a minute 50 left to go, the only one out is going to be Sip, but he is quickly taken care of. So this is where you need to value your life. 0-4 wins that one-on-one, but he knows the pressure is going to be on him. Thankfully, he stalls out time. This should lead to a FaZe stop.
Minute 35 on the clock in this half. Simp will get some space to work with finally on the Paris side of the map. But he is by himself, and Paris are still controlling the EMP. Popping out. Lots of damage through, but help from Abuza came through off the mid-cut. Ghosty now trying to do the same thing on through market. And they will find Simp quickly. So yes, FaZe have the EMP, but they don't have a lot of forward pressure on the map at the moment.
And they don't have that tank control, so gotta slow down again. Draza, who you were banking on potentially to find a couple kills to create that opening, he quickly is taken care of. So now you have a minute left on the clock. If you are FaZe, you want to at least tie this game before going into the half. So this push has to work.
Well, here comes the brute force of it, but Estriel Ghosty find the first 2. 0-4 gives you 1, but Estriel on the pinch is set up freely. This could quickly turn into a counter opportunity, but Ghosty is still deciding if he wants to grab the EMP or not, valuing this position topside playing heady. It looks like the EMP will reset back to the middle of the map. A couple of the kills will maybe allow an opportunity here for Paris to still reinforce this position, but it's moving pretty slowly, I will say. Joe Deceiv's cut up through mid, and that's going to lead to an opportunity possibly for FaZe to get some pressure forward.
Yeah, if you're Paris, no need to rush anything. You have the lead already, and you just are playing the counter FaZe every chance that they give you. But this might be the perfect opportunity here for Vegas. They are finding all the kills. SMG's roaming around this blue building, and Abuza's getting stunned. It's not gonna matter. They're able to tie the game before the half.
Yeah, really nice stuff right there from FaZe. Follow-up going to lead to just a couple of extra kills at the end, but a 1-1 count. And again, I think you called it exactly the right way. Halfway through the first half of the first quarter, the fact that Paris continued to find stops and start up 1-0 through 3 minutes feels great from the less preferred side.
Yeah, because now going into the second half, this is why they make that roster change. You pick up the likes of Estru, you pick up the likes of Jodeci's, who can bring that slaying presence and be nuisances once they get into that blue position. FaZe quickly needs to make that adjustment if that turns out to be the case, because if you're only going to run 2 NPCs and rely on Draza and Abuza to try to bail you out with those ARs and up close and personal gunfights, yeah, this is where Paris can start to run it up.
Yeah, I'll say. See if that comes through, though. Opening break off here in the second half. No kills. Everyone just playing for position. 04 looking for something over through Motel. He's been red. Help on the way. That's his first blood here in the half. Now Simp. Easy one there, playing with a little bit of an elevated peak, but the trade is through, and the EMP still stays relatively safe, but nice shots from Abuza lead to FaZe, now controlling the key parts of the map that they need to possibly grab.
But the lead blocker Andraza does fall. Thankfully, Abuza quick on the trades, and now you're just going to wait for 04 in the power spot in top green to try to get some information, but Simp on the other side locates through Motel. And now Paris playing on the back foot.
First blood good for Abuza on this attack. The EMP is still holding through mid-market. Dross is able to get one with the pistol out. 04 looking to get the top green. Help will spawn pretty closely here for FaZe, so they're waiting to develop the perfect situation to hit. And 04 is going to give itself a go. Finds one through the connector. Maybe take a little bit longer than he would have liked. Nice damage onto another. Draza, pistol out, wins the battle. Now it's just down to, can you win this if you're 04? Huge win. That's going to lead to an immediate score, and FaZe will go up 2-1.
And that's what I was talking about there. Lead blockers don't usually find success at finding those opening kills, but it's 04 this time around making the big time play. So now FaZe up by 1. Have a lot of map control, and I'm putting Paris now in that bad position that you don't want to be here on Scar. Time is still ticking, and 04 still alive until just now.
Okay, last follow-up from Simp on the way. Able to confirm 1 kill and a second. So now Simp is in a position that could be a real problem here for Paris, as like you call 3 are dead. Estrials is playing a little bit of EMP defense, trying to slow down the play. He only gets 1 though. Abuza trying to quickly follow up. It's just not how much can Simp actually do by himself in this position. The follow up with the pistol, Abuza just cannot find the legs to get all the way there. So we stay 2-1. Joe able to find the immediate recovery of the EMP, and Ghosty's looking for a quick play over through field, but it's going to get met by the entire FaZe defense.
Hey, this FaZe roster, especially on this side, they are just not allowing Paris any space in their spawn. Now just trying to slow down the game. You know where the play is going to develop. All we need to do is be effective on the trades, but it's Estrio and Simp combining for 2. 04 and Abuza, though, the safety nets get the stop for FaZe. Time still ticking. Their control of the EMP.
Nice wins coming through for Draza. Keeps the EMP position relatively safe, but Sib, huge shots. Again, don't miss, don't lose. Pistol off for Abuza. Astrial, no problems there, but a nice nade from 04 keeps this map still firmly in the control of FaZe, especially after the double from Sib. If you get that last one onto Sib, we could be off to the races, but Sib finds the win, creates enough time for the Paris defense to try to get back into position. 04 can only do so much, just damage. EMP back down to the ground, minute 50, Paris controlling.
Yeah, this might be the first opportunity they have to take a lot of space through the middle map. Ghosty whipping out the M15. Now Jodeci's trying to get loose, only able to take down 1, but you have opened up a lot of space on this A capture. EMP gonna work through backbone, but Simp falls and Draza gets the save.
He had 15 HP left. Astrial's pistol shots nearly did the job itself. But Joe, Ghosty, and Sib still find the kill. Sib just trying to create distance between the EMP and the goal. But this position for Paris could still allow them to move the spawns around. Joe trying to find the opener. Not going to happen. The shutdown comes through, and FaZe were able to stabilize. Minute 10 on the clock. FaZe controlling the EMP, at least for a moment.
Yeah, but they're trying to grab that EMP, just get it as far away as they possibly can from their spawn. because a minute left, you have had so many great goal line stops, but Paris are still bringing that slaying presence. The initial 2 go your way, but the reset isn't going to help the gentlemen. 50 seconds, FaZe got a hold.
I mean, that looked like Paris were about to find the shutdown at 0-4 and then grab and go quickly. Doesn't happen. Now it's down to the battles around the plane. Draws it tucked into a corner. Traded out. Paris still have a player into Ghosty trying to hold FaZe back. And 0-4 gets shut down on that long play. Abuza's stuck. This is a nice moment here for Paris. It's just down to Draza. Able to find the first cleanly. Nade's starting to come over the top. The stuns are locking Astriel up, but he's able to score just before 0-4's nade lands. 2-2. EMP over towards Motel. FaZe, the closest ones to possibly extending this second half into overtime.
Another respawn, and this one is going to go all the way down to the wire, or is it? Because Sim finds 3 and Draza finds the 4. So EMP has a free roam as long as the pit continues to slay like this. FaZe are going to be able to take the overload again in the final moments in another respawn.
Oh my goodness. It just, you see it developing where Paris are essentially sitting there saying, okay, we got the hard part done. 20 seconds before overtime. Just get the kills, keep them bottled up. But Sim finds a sliver, an inch to work with. And then it's just a dismantling after that. Wow. We're going to need to see it again, because it looks like everything's about to just kind of finish with maybe FaZe getting a little bit of extra time. Things are going to be okay. Like, you get one player in Ghosty spawning. He's planted top green. Like, this all looks like you've cut off the reinforcements. You have the EMP bottled up, but Synth, like we call, just has the smallest sliver through mid-map, and then all of a sudden Joe is stuck with nowhere to go.
Yeah, he just had no one scouting over towards Motel. An opening is what Sip was looking for, and you give him the best chance at it. Able to locate 7 in a row to close out that game for his team. FaZe keep on stealing these respawns away. And if you want a gentleman, it's another respawn that you should 100% be thinking, we got this in the bag, but just let it slip in the final moments.
Yeah, in the bag, or at least into overtime to give ourselves a chance. Wow. Okay. So the overload goes to FaZe.
Dude, they got
about as tight as it possibly goes. Yeah, that's actually so true. Holy cow. So, I mean, just go ahead, Jay. What do you got for me? Because...
yeah, I don't know. I don't really have anything. This series has been unbelievable between two teams who are trying to get back to that juggernaut form. Obviously, if your FaZe is going to be a little bit easier because Paris are just coming off of one of the most insane roster switch-ups we have ever seen in CDL history. But FaZe just right now seeming a little bit more icy in these closing moments. They don't really need to bring the slaying at every part of this game, but when they need to have it, you gotta have it. And FaZe right now having a lot of those moments and are up 2-1 in the series.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's just another one of those maps that you can look back and you can point to 50 different moments. This one in particular, where it looked like it was going to be a Paris score initially. Doesn't come through. 0-4, another hero moment. Nearly gets it done again with the nade onto Astriel, but he's able to get through just before that nade takes him out of the picture. And then, yeah, just another one of those moments where Simp finds a window and does Simp things. Gets the final 7 kills in a row.
I just don't understand, though, like, if you are the Genomates, how do we leave that opening open through Motel? Yeah. Because you're capturing it at tank. They're not going to spawn over towards plane, and two of your players are already coming off of the respawn. So if FaZe aren't going to contest you, as soon as that capture goes down, you know they are working that overextension. And just not a single player who came off the respawn was watching it, or was watching it and got really bad COD timing. Because there's no way Simp initially just works the OE and is able to find 7 in a row to close out that game. That just can't happen.
Yeah, it could be something, and again, we could look at it in multiple different ways, but Ghosty's the one who gets the top green first, but he jumps out of top green, maybe thinking that Paris were a little bit weak, trying to fight that position away, but... leave that for the VOD review experts later. Let's take a look at how we have the rest of the series set up, and in particular, at map number 4, Scar Hardpoint. And in the last couple of months, you've got a pretty even dispersion here between the main AR of FaZe Vegas and the new guy in Joe Deceives, who largely had a lot of those numbers tallied up because of the success that Toronto's been able to find on that map.
Oh yeah, Toronto were one of the best scar hardpoint teams that we had. They were just so fundamentally sound, always beating the opposite teams to the punch, especially off the rotations. And if Joe Deceives is going to put up numbers like that, that's what you're expecting if you are Paris. You pick up one of the top SMGs in the game for this game alone. So you want him to go out there and show what he is capable of. A guy who is held to high standards so far in the season, just has yet to host a trophy. And alongside this team, even though it's hitting the reset on the chemistry aspect, this is why you make that roster move. So you can put yourself in a position to work your way up to the final tournaments to be that final four.
Yeah. Yeah, like this, again, this statistic right here, Scar Hardpoint has been a map that Paris has really needed to add into their map pool. It's been pretty much a hard veto for them, it feels like, in the last little bit. But the last 2 times they've played it, they lost to Boston at the major in their opening round, and they previously lost it to Toronto at the major before that. So it's just one of those that, like, as you get into the deep portions of the stages, they need this map to show up, or at least to be competitive in it. So I like that we at least got that numbers splash screen onto Joe Deceives, because he's got to be the player to watch to see if Paris can find a way to be more formidable on this map that they are, at the moment, it's their worst map besides maybe Gridlock.
Yeah, usually the saying is, if you can't beat them, join them. But if you can't beat them, maybe pick him up. That can also work out. So Joe Deceives, alongside Paris, trying to provide that game plan that works so well for Koi. Here on Scar, and already off the rip, they are dominating mid-map. They have yet to flip the spawns out, and now you're trapping FaZe over towards green.
Okay, good start. Nate over the top, though, actually keeps the hard point open. That'll give FaZe a little bit more time to play off this route. But it's being watched. Joe's able to find the first. Estriel still just floating around through mid-map. Gets another, but now the map starts to move around just a little bit. Good kills coming through for FaZe. That should be the last spawner for Paris to spawn down towards blue. That's Estriel. Ghosty trying to work on some high ground control. And Draza wins the opening pistol battle, so FaZe have picked up the pieces from the faults of the opening hardpoint. Now they're in a position to get their setup that they wanted to try to approach P2.
Yeah, Draza's unbelievable. Another hardpoint where he has given his team a very early spark into this game. On 6 in a row was the reason why they were able to flip those spawns out and at least get 16 seconds off of the P1. But now with the gentlemates and the numbers, they win the rotation over towards new. Shout out Estriel rocking fast hands. I'm going to throw that nade right back at you. We're still going to hold on to the HP.
Little play from Simp through the middle of the map. Draza gives you another 2 from the front. How about it? Jumps on into the hard point. And that allows FaZe a chance to control the play from the front. Ghosty up top, trying to cook up an 804, shuts that down. And Paris are now a little bit stuck outside red steps. Last 18 seconds. Here comes possibly the final hit for Paris. Simp gets the opener. Joe pushed back. Still trying to fight off this angle. And a good nade from Ghosty keeps the hard point open. On rotation, though. Draza is able to win one. Not the follow-up. And a nice moment develops here for Paris in the final 10 seconds of the hill.
Oh, big shout out to Ghosty for throwing the Kobe all the way across the map, because now this gives Paris firm control of everything that they want going into this P3. You know that FaZe are consistently going to be spawning over towards blue, but now they're working on their routes. Already finding success by finding the opening kill over through both side, and now starting off the trade scenario. FaZe walking away with a majority of the fights. They get a very quick break.
Yeah, that's about as perfect as a break could possibly be on P3. You hit the 2-2 split, you win one gunfight from the front, another through mid, and it puts Paris in the blender. Quick response, though. Once again, Ghosty just doing the work. Putting in nade time. Draza trying to slide himself back up towards the plane. Cut off, though, by Ghosty, who's just been such a problem right now. As soon as FaZe start to generate some momentum, Ghosty's slowing him down.
Yeah, like FaZe got the sequence of kills that they were looking for. Now it's just they didn't put anyone in a position to hard block those spawns over towards blue. So you give the gentlemates an inch, they're going to be able to take a mile, and now you can blow the game wide open because they are slaying them to bits. Consistently pushing FaZe back to always spawn over towards green, and they're now going to be uncontested for the first 15.
Okay, well, Ghosty, 5 in a row. Nice shots onto number 6. Now in potential Hellstorm range. Ghosty's down low. Helper on the back from Simp, but he's being held just touched by Jodeci's, and he will eventually win that gunfight. Yeah, Paris are looking like a totally reinvigorated team on this map right now. They have done just about everything you could possibly do to either win control and spawns immediately with the proper setup or find ways to counter what FaZe are throwing your way. This has been a near flawless P4.
Yeah, and now Ghosty has a Hellstorm to benefit from it. If you are FaZe, this game became 2 times harder now. The fact that he has that utility going forward. You only want to invest it on the money hill for P3. So the Gentlemate's up by 60, even though you're spawning at old. You give yourself a couple chances here at breaking this and saving that Hellstorm. You know that FaZe are still going to be trying to create some safety because they desperately need a good hold here.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, considering how convincing that P4 was, we're still only looking at about a 60-point game. So Ghosty feeling the pressure on rotation. We'll call the Hellstorm in here. Route from Draza may actually give him a chance to find the tablet carrier of Ghosty, but instead Joe finds the pick. Good information gathering off the UAV elements. Turns that into a second, so Paris will find their way in from the front. 04 trying to make his way out of top green, not going to work out. And how about this? Paris are now all of a sudden kind of trapping FaZe, spawning behind green.
Yeah, it's a beneficial Hellstorm there. To now guarantee potentially this final 35 seconds because you know FaZe are going to be trapped over to the backside of this rebuilding. And we have the crossfire set up to perfection to shut down the pressure on the time. So still keeping that 70 to 80-point lead. And now your main focus is to keep FaZe on this side of the map.
Yeah, Natural just got 4 objective kills plus a bunch of assists, so he's got a second Hellstorm off of only 5 in a row. Paris are lighting up this Scar hardpoint. Are there any more heroics in the bag for FaZe? The Zaza duo combined for 2, trying to get something to open up the map through the middle. 45 seconds on this hardpoint, and finally FaZe have some ground to work with.
There's something about FaZe's hardpoint game right now. When everything is going right, it's due to them winning rotations. When everything is going wrong, they're consistently playing from the back foot. And that's what they currently find themselves in. Cannot find ground to stand on. So 25 seconds remaining at the P1, and with the leader's advantage that you have if you are the Gentlemates, you can hit these long routes. You can keep on stalling out the time because FaZe need to start playing some perfect COD and need to win this rotation anew.
Well, so far, this moment right now is pretty perfect, especially with Abuza finding 2 on the other side through red steps. Draza, knowing he's got a couple of Varus members right in front of him, is trying to play his life, trying to finesse for these kills, but not going to happen. So now it's just down to where will FaZe spawn with this 2-2 split for Paris coming through. They will spawn towards red steps. 04 has to survive, and he's just not able to. Simp in trouble. Paris able to get to the hard point, plus they still have the Hellstorm if things get a little bit messy.
Yeah, so this game is basically going to be done and dusted if you give up this 40 seconds to Paris for free. Thankfully, Dross is able to fly on them for 2. Abuza finds the final, so you are pushing the Gentlemates back, and now you're forcing them to spawn over towards this green side, where Dross is ready and waiting. That extra layer is being created. Sub 3 to push them back.
Yeah, 04 just trying to find Sid for the 4th and final, but gets punished. So FaZe are still in the time, but Paris have the numbers on the return back to the hard point. We'll see how FaZe handle with the FaZe Vegas listening.
Good job, guys. Good time. Yeah, I made wide wall again. Cutting wide wall. He's still hanging wide wall. I haven't taken it. It's fine, green. Spawn back. Nice, yeah. One back in again. I've seen the green. I'll say that way. I'm blocking that green. They're spawning red. Time. One HP and one blue. Blue box now. From green. After that, nice. You get it. That's it. Bo. I went with it. Time one HP. Big guy. Turning outside. I want that. Jump one time. Yeah. Guys. I'm trying to need. I'm 2 times. I'm studying. Time and go. I'm leading for you. Hold on. Last two. I'm playing. Just 3 there. March on the game. 2 left. Nice. Nothing's here. I get down. Nothing's here. He's close. I'm dominating him. He's bow. I'm my bow shot. Be good. Outright. Trust. Don't team both. I'm 1 HP. I cannot shot. It's Ghosty both.
3 there. 3 left.
3 left from one train. Look my deep turn. Yeah, have you done it? Go blue box. Take it. I hear it. Yo. Take it door. On the right. Give me top. I don't team. Yeah, one wall on me, one wall on me. One shot, one front door, front door, two front door. One HP, one front door, one going, two going top. One left, one top, one front door. I went deep.
To the back.
Give it time. One pion. One shot, P1, and one's right. Joe's on the truck. Back door. One shot back door. One shot back door. When he's back left door. He's back left. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna shot. I'm Austin.
Front door, weak. And then back.
One to be top. Nice. You better. That's you.
I'm pushing up.
I'm
out left, okay?
I'm gonna get that mid.
Double. One more.
Man, a handful of gunfights that phase are a bullet away from winning, but Paris have created some daylight now on this map. 205-122, phase in control of the rotation, so here we go again with the P5 Hellstorm.
Yep, this way you just push them back, put them in that position towards top green and allow your SMGs to take so much space. Set up that crossfire, set up again. Potentially try to close it out here, but you can no longer win here. All you're trying to do is just push phase back, even though they still had the spawns. Look at the way Paris are playing for this. Yep. They are forfeiting those spawns. Run at us again, we got the crossfire.
Yes, exactly right. Simp gives you one on the pinch, though, through mid-connector. Here comes the push from the front. Great bait and switch. Boozos able to benefit for two, but Estriel, the last one standing, gets the trade, congests the choke point with nades. Utility now heading over from the backside at P3, and Simp and Joe will clean things up. Like you said, not able to win here, but may as well be. It's a 100-point game, and look at the mini-map. Paris have everything they could possibly want to close it at P1.
They just keep on locking phase over towards this green side. On a map like Scar, that is not the spot that you want to be in a majority of the map, because this is what the score line will look like. Gentlemates only need 17 seconds, and with the leader's advantage, we're just looking for the perfect opportunity. So work on these long routes and look for the opening kill.
Well, Ghosty, mid-map, waiting for his teammates to come off spawn. Is he able to find the kills? No, I was going to say, it just feels like you're just sitting on the edge. You're like, when is this fight going to happen? When is this fight going to happen? And it's 0-4 who doubles down. Maybe a bit of a lifeline here for FaZe. Last 15 seconds, trying to find the shutdown onto Joe over towards New. And once more, we're in a position where FaZe are still breathing.
Yeah, don't give them another opportunity if you're the Gentlemates. This is one that you desperately need to close on out, and it's only going to make it easier when you're finding kills off the rotation. But FaZe are going to be the team initially to start off on the time. They have the ARs, they got the crossfires, and for now they are pushing the Gentlemates back.
Here we go. Trying to set up the break attempt is Paris. Sim pushed off. Double pinch on the way here. Booza's got the read on it, though. Is just playing his life, holding it back. Help on the way from Simp. They can't quite find the kills, though. Ghosty gets one from the front. Now it's just down to all of this. Paris are going to return back and try to set this up with a three-man hit. Ghosty, Joe able to find the kills. Draws the last one left. Try to wait for the regen. Has to jump into contest. Pistol out. Does he find the opportunity to connect? No, it's Joe with the shutdown. Chance for Paris to win the game here. Simp makes safe the pinch. You've got to go quickly if you're FaZe. All four players hitting from the front. Nade's starting to trum through, but they're not able to find the connections initially. But the gunfights lead to a 1v1 possibly for the game. It's 249, 186, and Paris are going to just push themselves back to rotate into P3.
Yeah, they're just going to cut their losses. You might as well, or contest it for the old time, because all you need is 1 second. You don't allow FaZe this time around to steal another respawn. It was dominance from Gentlemates to start, and it was a great finish for them to close it out and force that game number 5. It's just a majority of that game, they were winning rotations. And then when you're winning rotations, the gunfights are a whole lot easier because you're dominating the power spots. And when you're dominating the power spots, it's most likely gonna lead to some hellstorms that are gonna play a big part to the deciding factor of who is going to win it. Gentlemates were just doing the little things right. Slaying presence was there, and this is the Gentlemates you want to see. Forcing the game 5 now.
Wow. Unreal stuff. I mean, it just another moment where it kind of felt like we were going to get that same FaZe comeback. I'm sitting here looking at my notes on it. It's just like, here we go again. P5 Hellstorm sets them up for win condition. And then it's just something about this FaZe team where it's just like, okay, we have to play perfect COD, so I guess we kind of will. Like, if that was only there before. But the gap just too big to overcome this time around. And I think just kind of in particular, you kind of look at the graph, and honestly, it's just a flat line around P2 and around P4. It just doesn't quite get there for FaZe at any moment in time. And I really go back to that second P4 where it goes from 99 to 117. I mean, in the middle of that listen-in, there's probably 5 different players that are one bullet away from being a kill the other direction, and FaZe are probably the team who's able to at least tie, if not retake the lead. So it's just a couple of gunfights don't go your way.
And that's just a big shout out to the Gentlemates, man, especially the AR players, because everyone was running an M15 at points. But when it came down to you having the job to lock down the spawns, they dominated all of the power spots. So Paris are able to take the game 2. They were able to take the game 4. And now we're going to have a game 5 between both of these potential juggernauts to end out this series.
And I don't know why I'm sitting here looking at my notes so much. We've got to remember this is a brand new team for Paris, so just throw that away. Let's jump to break and come back for map number 5. Right on the backside of this break, an instant classic. Very well may be. Den to determine who comes away the victor in the backside of the game.
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now. Go pick up the 2026 Call of Duty League Championship Tracer Pack. You can support all 12 Call of Duty League teams.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
I can't do anything. These 2 hills right here, these 2 hills, you can win on these.
Oh, shit.
Oh, there's one hallway,
No
way, this guy. Damn.
There's nothing here. Starbucks, he's a one shot. He's dead.
That's it. They can go there deep. That's it.
Yo, pinch.
Nice, let's go. That's above you. He went down.
My bad. He's one shot. You guys got this. You got this. Money for you. Way better.
Let's go. If I lose that, then just take the Porsche away. All right. Another car. Come on. Yeah. Another car. Dude, we gotta go.
One shot. You want front time. Yo, it's on the back. One shot.
What? Oh. That looked like horse manure.
Oh, we got FiveM here. FiveM, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here.
Fantastic interview as always from FiveM. Wonderful lad.
I have the door push. Wait. Stay left. I have the door. Use your 2 front door. Let's get front door. Watch your front. Nice job. Let's get late. Stay left. Sit down. Oh my god. Let's go. Baby. We're sweeping them. I promise you. God. Oh my god.
Here we go. Map 5. Paris, Gentlemates, FaZe, Vegas. And after all of the unreal question marks that surrounded Paris throughout Major 2, throughout Major 3, they make a blockbuster move, the likes of which we've never really seen before in the CDL. And they've I would say without any level of concern, put themselves in the conversation for at worst top 5, if not better. But if you beat FaZe here, we got a whole different idea around what this Paris team ceiling could look like heading into their major.
Especially at this moment for this team, because you understand FaZe have been the same roster from start to finish of this season, so their chemistry should be able to shine, especially in a game mode like Search and Destroy. But we saw it in that map number 2. FaZe are giving up clutch after clutch. This is not normal for that organization, not normal when you have a player like Simp on the lineup. But game 5s have been dominated between these two teams. FaZe, can they find another?
Simp sniping here in round number 1. Only is able to scout out a touch of information onto Simp, who is just throwing some mild shoulders through mid. Oh, I was going to say there's an opportunity on Draza. But now all of a sudden this A site becomes very vulnerable. Draza peeled back, FaZe calling for reinforcements early. You got to be cautious here if you're Paris. You don't want to be caught by counter nades, and Sib is going to go to the outer rooftops. If he can find a pick here, it'd be insane, but it's Estriel instead for the first, Joe DeCease for the second, and Sib could just lock down this doorway now.
Now FaZe outnumbered. Need to have Tommy go their way. Abusa misses the shot, and Sim's just gonna send it because they have the advantage. Now in the 2v1, 04 is just gonna get the hell out of there.
Well, he's given himself an opportunity to reset this 1v2. 33 seconds on the clock. And 04 is very nervy about this Paris setup potentially being right above or in front of him. Oh, the timing here could be insane. He's gonna check A first, though. I was going to say, if he decides to go behind over through Dojo, he may pop up right behind this plant, but instead he's going to have to do this the hard way. 1v2 retake required.
40 seconds remaining. Both players from the Gentleman's back up towards their locker side, and 04 is going to take the long route to try to catch them off guard, but they are watching this.
Joe DeCease the first one to watch. Shoulders, it's all it needs. Yep, there's the backup. And all you got to do is either double chow this or just sit here and just continue to be a bother, and that's exactly what Paris will do. Nice opener. It can be so dangerous to hit that A site in an opening round where there's no trophies and your sniper is not able to find the first blood, because counter nades could absolutely punish you, but Estriel just sends it. Comes away with the first blood. Paris reap the reward.
So far, that's flawless in Search and Destroy versus Vegas. 7-0 round count. And then it's been the same exact answer. The reason why. Just catching FaZe off guard. You saw everyone was rallying towards the backside of Plat, probably giving a 3-2-1 count of going for the chow, but Estriel doesn't allow them to make that decision the way that they want to. He is the initiator, and that allows Paris to put themselves in early numbers and take the opening round.
Well, here comes a quick hit through rooftops for Paris. Joe will find the first. Simp able to get one in response, but there's possibility for 1v1 here. Abusa nearly able to get themselves into position, but not the case. And it's Estriel who now turns this into a convincing 3v1. Draws the one left. He's got an SMG, decent shots for the first, but how does he survive the second? The answer is he does not.
And the Gentleman's chemistry right now shining in this mode. What kind of players do you have? The aggressive, win gunfights in your face kind. So let's just instantly take rooftops away. Dominate this side of the map, and if FaZe are ready and waiting for us, we got the gunny to potentially bail us out. You spot out Abusa, you back him down, you try to keep Abusa alive to play the trades, but it's Estriel and Joe walking away with 3 and only losing 1. And Paris continuing on their hot streak in S&D.
Yep, 2 really good rounds back to back. Offense coming through now for Paris, looking towards B. Draws at 04, the defenders that are nearby. Abusa by himself over at A, kind of a similar setup defensively, but this is good info here for Estriel. 04 respects that he can't go that far forward, and the smoke will cover the tactical retreat. And they're going to stack up for an A hit, see if they can catch Abusa off guard by himself.
Yeah, with 04 in that position over towards mid, we know that we have the advantage on the opposite side, but the island player finds the opening. Now Abusa, all he wants to do is stall out time, but it's going to be Sib, gets the freebie, and might get more.
You can't die here, though. If you're Sib, you're the bomb carrier. I was going to say, you can wait. You've got Estriel, who's re-wrapping back over through B. And now all of a sudden, FaZe are a little bit scattered, but Sib decides to take matters into his own hands. Forces the battle, finds the win, puts Estriel into the 1v2. It's a good opportunity to get this route going. He could potentially still sneak behind Simp. But now heads have turned. Astriel facing both players at the same time. Not going to happen. Yeah, that's one of those moments. Like, I see what you're trying to do there if you're Paris, but I hit that moment where it's just like, wait, because Astriel's got a wide open B lane, but Sib decides to play forward, gets caught, bombed down. Not much you can do from there if you're Paris.
Yeah, he lives and dies by the chow, and he's probably expecting two for a Boozer to have a sniper in that position. In that previous offense, when you're approaching over towards Plat, he's going to miss that shot if he hits some movement. But this time around, he has an M15. So Sib tactically scams there and gives FaZe the opportunity. Finally, their first round secured in Search and Destroy in this series came at a very good time.
Yeah, I'll say. Well, here comes a forward play for the defense of Paris over at the front gate at B. Sib the one kind of watching through middle, and they're going to try to force this one outright. That's a little bit too much investment, you would think, into choosing what the initial play call was, but Joe, a secondary challenge out of nowhere, finds a double, and Paris will get away with the aggressive defense. Bomb now down, but FaZe have players on either side of the B site.
What FaZe have been historically good at in Search and Destroy has always been their mid-round adjustments. But if the Genomates are going to keep on with their aggression in the first 15, they don't even have a chance to even think about the next time play. Because now you're in another man down. 40 seconds remaining. Bomb is right in front of the Genomates, and all you're doing is scout for info. Get the hell out of Dodge.
Simp maybe had a chance to isolate, but loses his first 1v1, leaving Abuza to what would be a 1v3. But Paris not going to allow him to do much with that chance. Quick follow-up, but I don't know if we have a replay of it. That is an unreal call for Joe to still push through Archway after they lose the initial battle. Looks like FaZe is perfectly set up to deal with it, but Joe's just different, I guess.
Hey, you understood? Like, I had this player weak. So we can get to jump on the first guy, and we still have an extra gun in the vicinity just to play the trait if I do fall. But Joe, shining, again with the NPC. He found a lot of success alongside Koi on this map specifically, and he's doing it here again.
3-1 the count. Trophy system for Paris. Going to be down to help them get a look over at the B site. 04 is just laying prone, staying safe from all of this incoming utility and initial pre-fire. Stun lands, but would you expect that to be onto 04 up close and personal? Astriel looking for some info, sees Simp. 04 hasn't popped up yet, now he's gonna make a way, but Astriel was still kind of triggering the pre-fire onto Simp, and I don't know if he intended to kill 04, but he still found it regardless. 4v2 for Paris.
Yeah, Simp was trying to bait there for his SMG duo. Just Astriel still holding that pre-aim. You pop up, you're getting hit with some headshots. So an instant 4v2. Astriel can get active, hits through bottom connector. Now Estraza technically in a 1v4 and is gonna get cut down. The Genomates just made this roster change less than 2 weeks ago, and they are looking like one of the top teams in Search and Destroy.
I mean, without question, this has been as good as it gets in terms of the map 2 and map 5 to this point. Yeah, Astriel, he's looking for Simp. That's kind of what I thought. He just holds down the trigger and then, hey, how are you? And that was just in a scattered set of sprays. And 04 thinks he's got Astriel timed out. Not the case. And Astriel showing that he could be an X factor as well here in the Search and Destroy 6 and 5. The new guys on the block are combined 12 and 8.
And Paris Genomates were desperately trying to find a method they can add to their map pool in this game mode. And you might have found 2 in this series. Now, if you are FaZe, we need to stop the bleeding. You can initiate by taking mid-map control, but ready and waiting is Paris in a position to get the read and now set up for the next play.
Absolutely the case. Here comes the re-wrap over through B, though. Defense has elected to give away this B site, so it's going to have to be on whatever they have set up for a retake, and it's going to be, by the look of it, a 4-man hit through Dojo. Complete burst play potentially on the way. Simp the first one in line able to find the opener. Sid looking for the angle. Doesn't trust that he had the freedom to make that scope play happen. There is at least one trade, but now the pinch is starting to be established, and there's just surely no way FaZe dropped this. But Booza gets caught swapping between weapons. Draza dealing some damage. 1v1 over to the middle of the map. 04 is weak. Trying to kill off time, and eventually shuts down Ghosty. And that will likely put this round hopefully to bed. But Joe's going to get some space to play with here. knows he's got to force the gunfight onto 04 and just can't quite find him. FaZe stay alive.
Okay, FaZe, finally a different look. It works out because Paris on the other side weren't instantly there to gather that information to push you back. But once you take mid-map, you realize there's no one here to contest us. We've already shown presence at Dojo. So let's just get this bomb down. And then Chris Slayer makes the initial big-time play with the opening double. Gives FaZe the numbers advantage. Then 04 as the closer. FaZe stop the bleeding.
Okay, 4-2. Gonna need some more of that if you're FaZe. Three-man defensive setup on the way. Looking for some aggression. Sib waiting for a chance to try to find a peek, but smoke will block the line of sight. He steps up. Wow, he's by himself. What? Running forward as essentially a sacrificial lamb for Paris, who are now looking to try to isolate over towards A. And they find the kill that they need, so it's a 3v3. Defense gonna rotate late, but Joe not committing for the plant here.
I love this, because you know FaZe are gonna be in a position to instantly contest this because of how quick they found that kill at that B site. So now trying to take space to rooftop. Estro gets sniffed out by 04. And FaZe starting to look like FaZe of old.
Yeah. Well, a little bit of space here. Joe decides to play forward. Looks like he's going to. Sib, early damage comes through. 04 will fall, though. Sib able to find the first damage onto Joe, trying to be confirmed on, and Draza will make sure that doesn't get a little bit too mixy. Yeah, bold call right there. I mean, it works out in a couple of ways because Paris really were never intending to play over through B, and FaZe hit with the three-man hit, but for Sib to just kind of sacrifice his life like that is interesting.
Yeah, I say it all the time to like my stud fan members and the people I come across in ranked play. Don't ever assume in Call of Duty. That is the worst thing you can do. Because right there, Sib assumes that with the pressure that FaZe was setting, especially with that smoke grenade, that they were just going to try to take mid-statue. So even with the sniper pistol, being the island player, to potentially make the big-time play, he just gets caught. So now 2 rounds in a row here for Vegas. Trying to make it 3 as they have all out aggression in towards rooftops, and they're instantly forcing Ghosty to reposition.
And 04 will duck behind cover and avoids all of this defensive utility. Double flank, though. Joe and Estriel going to try to work it together. Abuza's stun does not land. Did he see a shadow? Looks like yes. Oh, and he's able to find the first blood onto Estriel. He knows that Joe's somewhere over here. Easy follow-up. And the rest of this hit for Paris would have to be just draw from the front. And Sib says not today. 4-4. FaZe getting some fuel.
3 rounds in a row for FaZe Vegas. They have been able to now make the proper mid-game adjustments because every single time on their offenses, Paris are able to gather that information and quickly have an answer for it. But when Abuza, the only player is watching the pitch, has info onto both and secures both, that's a post-plant 4v2 that FaZe know that they can't let go. Tie game.
Yeah, it's big from Abuza on flank watch. Paris now onto the next attack. Sib sniping, but so is Abuza. Just watching this push through it. I don't even know if Estrel's going to understand that how quickly FaZe are playing through roofs. No, he won't. Immediate cause and effect, and FaZe say thank you very much. We'll take our 4v2 and set up a really sturdy defense.
Yeah, that's the chemistry outclassing Paris right there. Have your sniper watch over your aggressive players. If he finds an opening kill, it's even better. But now in a 4v2, Ghosty as the island guy is able to isolate onto 04, so still manageable here for Paris.
Yep. Mind games now starting to develop. 45 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time to do this if you are Paris, but they have to worry about the flank. Simp seen. I believe that's information, though, for Simp at the same time. Stun check. Checking the outer. Nothing there. It looks like Paris are going to roll the dice here and test their luck at A. Here comes the hit. FaZe getting a little skittery. Draza does enough to allow Simp to come up to find one. Ghosty down to 18 seconds, and FaZe are not going to make a mistake. They are going to essentially allow him to plant and then test late. There's the stun. Abuza can just keep throwing shoulders. And Ghosty is going to run out of time here if he doesn't commit for the plant. And yeah, one more check from Draza. No time to plant. Easy follow-up, no problems for FaZe. 5-4 match point.
Unbelievable adjustments out of FaZe right now. You're getting success in the first bloods. And then now we're not scamming number situations. They're like, okay, you're good. You can plant the bomb 18 seconds. We'll retake with 2 guns versus 1. But just the chemistry, the teamwork on display in this round. Abuza with the opening snipe. Sip and 04 take the space, retreat after they guarantee those kills. And now it's 4 rounds in a row for FaZe to be at game point.
Here comes the 4-man hit. Trophy system to supply some support, but Simp actually still gets tagged by that nade. So information for Paris' defense. Joe deceives on the close corner outside 10. Pre-fire shots towards Simp, but Joe's able to find the first. Does he get more than that? Lots of damage into Simp, but he's still alive. Astro quickly trying to come over to help, and you've got Ghosty watching over through mid-map. Second trophy comes down. Draza taking damage, though, from Simp. FaZe feeling a little bit bottled up here, and they're going to say, we just need to try to find some space.
Yeah, we don't want to waste any more time committing on this engagement. Because we have no mid-map, and we know that we don't have the numbers. So Paris are consistently throwing their shoulders. Draza's trying to at least set up an angle potentially to make it a 3v3, but time is getting away from FaZe.
Sure is. They have to commit. Simp tries to push it forward. Not going to happen. Joe still in the corner. Draza gets the trade, but it comes at a steep cost. Just down to Abuza. Not going to happen. Round 11. Let's go.
Paris right there in that defensive round was just able to instantly meet FaZe on their play call. Jodeci sitting on the outside of 10 gets the first blood, and then once he gets that first kill, the second engagement doesn't go down until 40 seconds later. FaZe knew that they were trapped, but they had to commit. And now it's a round 11 for all the marbles.
These guys just do not go away. Map 1, 1-point game. Last second score in the overload. Near comeback effort in map 4. Now around 11 with a number of rounds for FaZe in a row, but is it enough? 04 stunned at mid-map, tossing a nade up to Sib. Lands for damage. It gives 04 the position, but Paris still stay in the 4v4.
Yeah, FaZe trying to go back to the offense that worked for them in the previous round. Take mid, guarantee some space over towards B, but they're going to commit through mid-cut.
Joe seen, but staying alive.
My God, Abuza.
Oh! Abuza just paints his picture through the wall. 04 gets some info there on this little shoulder check through mid. Sets himself up, Sim for another! Oh! 04! Huge final win and a flawless round for FaZe. Completes this series in a round 11, map 5. And Paris can't believe it.
A team that needed to have it, man. FaZe. They locked it. They were able to put it together at the right time. And it was the perfect play call in the round 11. You know, Paris are gonna be feeling the pressure. And if you allow them to initiate the opening round kill, that has caused you problems. But FaZe go back to what works. We take mid-map. We allow you to feel the pressure, and then we work our way through mid-cut. You're able to get the first blood out of an insane wall bang out of Abuza, while 04 the entire time was maintaining mid. All map control was for FaZe in that final round. And now the series is all in favor of FaZe. Another game 5, they get the better of Paris.
The cause and effect as well of that first blood from Abuza is insane. If Abuza doesn't find that pick, the defense around Dojo still feels stable, but as soon as he drops, that forces that play out of Sib and Astro to try to reclaim mid because you just don't have that same presence from the front. Joe needs help. He can't just sit in this corner by himself. So that first blood, way more important than just playing a 4v3. What a series. What a first 2 series. Come on, this weekend's about to be lit.
Oh, man, it doesn't get any better than that, man. But if there's a question of FaZe potentially on the comeback, that's a search and destroy that can be a turning point of how you end out stage 4.
Unreal stuff. back to the desk. We got to speed up the day a little bit.
That was a banger.
That was a fantastic matchup. And FaZe fans, well, squeaky bum time is now over. You walked away with the W. Congratulations. That was so tight, every single dub. In the losses, though, Paris looked like they were in total control. I wanted to talk through this series, and as we take a look at the Game 5 Search and Destroy, Ali, what was different? Because it was 6-0 in Game 2.
Oh, yeah.
Game 5, you're up 3-1 before Vegas comes right back.
This is just what FaZe Vegas is capable of doing, and what can make them so terrifying in Search and Destroy. It's just the mid-round adjustments, mid-series adjustments that they make. And for this one in particular, Paris Gentlemates was just playing very spread out for FaZe Vegas, allowing them to get a lot of first picks. So what FaZe does is they instead started to wolf pack a little bit more, play a little bit closer to each other. And what that did, Paris Gentlemates, they didn't adjust their gameplay beyond that. You saw it in the last 2 rounds. They got defense back-to-back. It was the exact same setup in both times. And in that second time, Abuza was able to get that first blood because of the predictability of where one of the ARs was on the side of Gentlemates, just sitting in the back of Dojo, peppering shots to make sure nobody can push him over on the side of Dojo.
I think what I loved is just getting Abuza more aggressive with the AR in hand. I mean, we saw, he gets the 2-piece pushing up the rooftops, which was beautiful. And then, playing in front of that was 0-4. Like, when he's making these plays, it's so difficult to deal with. Even in this last round, when he gets up mid and nades Civ to back him down, it's a spread defense at that point, right? So now we can begin to play aggressive on the other side. Abuza plays off of that perfectly. 0-4 just lurking through mid, knowing the retake has to come in from elsewhere because you're not just going to go straight up through Dojo, finds a couple of easy kills. So I think for this FaZe team, that was a bright spot in Search and Destroy, but it took them a while to get to that. So despite not playing your best Call of Duty, you're still able to edge out this talented Gentlemates team. Just shows you what FaZe is capable of.
We welcome Indraza to the Monster Winner Spotlight. This was the Monster Energy matchup of the week. Indraza, you guys get it by just 1 point in all 3 game modes. Can I first start with, if you could give one player from your team the MVP for this match, who do you give it to?
I'm giving it to Jordan. He said he had a headache coming into the day and he needed us to carry him, but he was fine. So I'm gonna give it to Jordan. He's a fucking beast, and that's my duo.
Love that call out. And for you in particular, what was it about this matchup that gave you trouble, and where were you able to get the edge over the Gentlemates?
Yeah, I think map 1, we started playing a little fast, a little hectic when we were up. Map 2, I mean, we just need to keep working our S&D. I think some of the rounds were a little unlucky, but I think as long as we're playing and small talking well and trusting our plays that we're making, I think our S&D is just fine. Small little things obviously just win and lose you rounds in S&D, and I think even for the map 5, when we started doing that, that's why we won.
Draza, it's such a vague question, but I've noticed the comeback you guys lost the other day, the leads that you're blowing, and then some of these searches, it feels like at times you have it by the chains and then it just gets away from you. What's going on in your guys' camp where these games, it's so hot and cold, it's like a roller coaster on every map?
Yeah, I think for S&D, I think we just, like I said, we just need to make more plays and be confident and kind of trust our teammates to be able to hold something or make the play, and if they die, it doesn't really matter. And just being active on the map. I think that once we started coming back, we were being very active on the map, wrapping the map a lot, taking space. We were running up mid to be cut to go B. So I think when we do those things, it's hard to read what we're doing. And that's how we win S&D.
But what about the respawn, the hard points? I mean, you guys had the LA Thieves comeback, and then in this one, both the hard points were ridiculous. You guys almost mounted the comeback in the game 4.
Yeah, I think when we're up a lot, I think just making sure we reset and take a super long route just to guarantee it and have our small comms, which I think we didn't do too bad against the Thieves. There were just a few, not rotating little things like that that we fucked up on. But I just think as long as we're talking like we do in scrims in these matches, we're not gonna get came back on.
Okay, so comms, fair enough.
I think going off of that, a really good point to make is just, I think in the past few weeks, we've seen you guys just do incredible stuff at the tail end of these series and of these maps. You guys are extremely icy, and when the pressure's on, that's when we see the best version of FaZe Vegas. So what steps are you guys kind of taking on the back end to get that to start the series, to start the map, instead of putting yourself in so many precarious situations where Simp has to kill 3 people and then kill 4, or Abuza has to get an insane wall bang first blood. How do we start stronger?
I just think seeing what they're doing in the beginning of the rounds and adapting fast, and if they're kind of running at us, or if we're running at them and we're dying quick, make the rounds go longer, make sure we're taking map inch by inch, and not just giving them every part of the map, which I think we did really well in the game 5 once we were down.
Congrats on the win today. It was a nail-biter game 5.
Appreciate it.
That is Draza, and that is FaZe. That makes us all look intelligent with our correct pick. Almost. We'll be back with the final match of the night after this. Sorry, Al, had to do it to you.
bro. God damn. Ooh.
Wait, one minute. You're taking our insane.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup this summer. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
The 420 is broken. Holy
Tom, you are no longer. Tom, you are no longer.
You're free.
You're free, Tom. It's over, bro.
Sorry, one of the finest hard points.
Tom, you're free.
I am free, guys.
Good run in the first set.
You gotta delete the emote, Tom. You gotta delete the emote.
Legs.
The 423 is no longer mine.
Yeah.
You gotta delete the emote,
It is the
bro.
OpTic
It's no longer yours.
In Texas, they found a
Thanks now, Tom.
Switch for Falcons. Mason again out of 5, 31 and 21.
Good Lord. We're going to have to break this one down.
Make it 6 in a row for Hercules. We're flying, folks. And we're 10 seconds away from a map 1 green wall victory. The kills are flying. The boys are firing. Shotzi top main. Can he fire? He can. Exclamation point. As OpTic will take man number 1 here in Dallas. Come on. Come on. That's fun. That's outrageous fun. What a way to start the major for the boys.
They told us where we were.
Is this the end of the newly formed LA Thieves?
Knocked down, never got back up.
A mismatched super team. Then we picked it up.
The LA Thieves are your minor 1 champions.
Fit. A easy answer. Hydra stayed Hydra. Scrap kept scrapping. Verdicts in. LA Thieves never left.
One behind us, Mitch. Watch out.
Where's the bedroom?
Welcome back, everybody, to the final fight of the night. We open up with 2 Game 5s. Do we get another one? Well, Boston is 2-0. They're playing who we just put as the number 1 team in the game. LA Thieves beat OpTic in that best of 7 during the minor final, and they have, of course, raised the most recent trophy. So let's start with this squad. What do you like about the Thieves, Allie?
I mean, what isn't there to like? At this point, I feel like in the game, the meta fits them incredibly well. You're getting participation out of everybody. Hydra and Abizi have been unbelievable in search and destroy. Scrap is still putting up MVP high-octane AR numbers. On the side of Neum, he's been basically the rookie of the year. I mean, there's nothing but you can do but sing praises. 13-1 in S&D and Overload during Stage 4. And what's most terrifying about this is an LA Thieves team where hardpoint's going to come naturally with all this teamwork and the way that they're playing right now. So if they've already locked away S&D and Overload, that's over half the series.
How does Neum lose Rookie of the Year?
No way.
I don't know if he can.
Impossible at this point.
I mean, somebody would have
and
to.
Toronto Koi go on to win.
Yeah, and
Worlds.
he'd have to be MVP, absolutely dropping bombs
Yeah.
to join the team. But yeah, Neem's pretty much got that locked up, especially what they asked from him. You know, he came in, he was immediately a star in Overload, and you know, in S&D, he picked up the sniper, made some huge plays, and now they are the best search team that we have in the game. I think where Thieves have really separated themselves is just the new maps that have been added, right? Like you look at them and their map pool across the board, like Gridlock and Sake Search and Destroy, undefeated on both of those. Same thing when you look at the Hardpoint. The Sake Hardpoint, 8-0. So like the new maps that got added, they locked them down, and in Vetoes they have a massive advantage versus everybody.
Let's take a look at their opponent tonight. Boston has a surprise bounce back 2-0 start. They have also had the easiest schedule of all the teams, but let's take a look.
They deserved
at what Purge and crew have accomplished, because going into the last major, you nailed it. And hardest strength of schedule of all of the teams. Now they are reaping the rewards of the opposite going into Major 4. And you have to think, if you get 3 wins, you're starting in the winner's bracket.
Yeah.
This is a huge boon. Do you think LA Thieves takes their foot off the gas? Is this a team that kind of drops off after a big major win?
You know, ain't no way. And you know why? You remember last year, there was on land, they lost to a Boston team, right? So you got the scar tissue from there if you're scrapping Hydra. But yeah, with this Boston team, you know, when we have these 5-match splits, these types of situations are going to happen. They played C9 Vancouver 2-0, and now they're 1 match away. I don't know if it'll be this one, but they have some winnable games going forward, which would be ridiculous for our bracket.
My dog really wants to lick Maven. This is amazing.
They're like hidden in the bushes over there. I don't think you guys understand.
Yeah, it looks it's been special here in the venue. We got to keep this show moving on here as we take a look at our maps and modes. Ali, best of 5. Boston has the losing numbers, but if they're going to pull off an upset, is it on Fringe or Gridlock?
I love LA for that.
No, I was gonna say is like the funniest thing about this is like how serious LA took this enough to ban Hossie in both the HP and S&D. So like your only setup for maps on the side of Boston was like, if they can get Hossie anywhere in this series, we might have a game. I don't know.
I will say, in terms of the overload, we did see Boston on that Gridlock. They dominated. Purge had the pop takeover game.
Purge.
So
valid. I just think about LA on the other side on like an 8 overload win spree, and that just doesn't even come to my brain.
I will say this though, the last couple matches, Purge has been back. He's been playing the best Call of Duty of the season that he's had. So hopefully he can continue it here.
It's time to get the final pick of the night correct, Ali. You're 0-2. I don't think you've ever finished 0-3 this season.
I'm gonna pick LA, but I mean, if Boston does it, that would honestly be hilarious.
LA. For number 100, Scrap, get it done. I got the Thieves. Fans are thinking Thieves. Let's send it over to the casters.
If Boston wins this, Allie will shave her head.
Yes.
I'm not agreeing to that. What?
Britney Spears.
No.
Agree to it.
I just spent, you know how expensive this hair is?
No.
We'll also give you a beard so you look just like this man. On the mic for the first cast, it's Maven.
Clint will shave his head.
Yeah. All right. So, listen, we just had back-to-back game 5s. I want to sell the story that we're going to have a thriller here, but difficult to do. I think the scary part is they kind of alluded on the desk. We know a lot of times upsets, like worst teams, they'll upset and search and destroy, something like that, 2-3-5. The problem is that is where Thieves have been near untouchable as of late is 2-3-5, and the hard point's good enough. Tell me, how did Boston get the upset?
Yeah, Ali talks about it. There's no Haciendas in play, and I think last year when they had upsets over LA Thieves, it was always a Hacienda map number 1.
Yeah.
They would kind of throw away. Like, there was the major, and then it was at Champs. So I think LA Thieves, every time they see this Boston, well, at least Hydra and Scrap probably see this Breach team, it's sort of like...
PTSD?
Yes. Don't take these guys lightly.
No, they can't do it. They need to keep rolling. Listen, they got hot in the middle part of the season. I think they want to stay hot at the end of the season. Think about last year. You know, you win Major 4, right? You win Major 3. Then you fall apart when it comes to the 2 big ones at Champs CWC. For me and Scrap and Hydra, it's keep the foot on the gas, constantly improving. I think when they asked Hydra in an interview, like what they're working on, he's like, everything. We can improve everywhere. I think it's the right mentality.
I mean, you can throw a BZ in there too because of what phase they're last year,
true.
right? So
the last couple years.
For that trio as vets, like you just have to know, you gotta show up to work every day and put in 110%. It's difficult to do at this point of the season, especially when you're rolling this way, but it's just one bad day at a major, all of a sudden you get a hell bracket, and then you're eliminated, and they have to know this.
And maybe there are times this season you take the foot off the gas a little bit,
probably
or something.
This day.
But like, I don't know. I don't think you can afford to do it now, not this late. I think once like Major 3 and Major 4 hit is...
That's
sort of the floor.
Yeah, you know, you look at Sender and Shane, they have to be talking about that. They know this. It's at the end of the season. This is not when you want to be doing it.
All right, well, we'll kick things off on Dan. As you said, no Hossie in the rotation. You kind of thought maybe Thieves were just going to square up with him there, but that will not be the case.
They did it last year so many times.
TJ opens to the double, and new man to this roster. He'll be trying to pop takeover, but it's going to be against a very fearsome SMD G duo. And honestly, there's just no real openings on this Thieves side. You've got talent everywhere. You don't really give the edge to Breach in any position.
Yeah, and Easy Mac talked about it. It's a resurgence of Abizi. Obviously, MPC is a big part of that, but he has been such an impact player. And then, I mean, just their 2, 3, and 5. Like, if there's one critique with this team, it has been a very tough stage 4 with who they have played. They've played FaZe twice, G2, and OpTic, right? Those are their 4 games, 3 of them coming in the minor. They're at a 50% win rate in hardpoint, so, like, that should still be better. But their 2-3-5 is so good.
So good.
So good that you just think this roster should be able to win around 50 to 60% of their hard points.
Does it have you thinking about some of those peak FaZe rosters?
Yeah, no way.
So good in 2-3-5, just beat 50% of the hard point, you might win a tournament?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It seems like that's where they're at right now with, I think, more potential to improve in hard point than maybe those old FaZe teams, certainly. Just because the ceiling we've seen with this particular squad, or especially a Scrap and Hydra team. Speaking of Scrap, he's on 4 straight currently as they'll lock down the middle part of this P2. Some pressure is going to come from the backside, and it's going to be Hydra trying to deal with that. He's not able to deal with it from the back. Neem will try to do it from the front, but they'll lose the tail end of this hard point, so it's thinking about the rotation now.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're going to get pushed out towards roof side. There's nobody towards the back, not blocked in spawn. So Boston do a good job behind Afro, able to get in this P2 and split this time. So 10 seconds left, all about the rotation. Hydra already here. He's got Abizi right next to him, and then Scrap and Neem just making sure there's no funny business on the other side of the map.
Abizi will fall. Hydra will need to pick up the double, and he's able to do that. Still people pushing, but now the reinforcements are here. Hydra has done his job, efficient on the trade and getting the second. Now up to the second line of defense. Neem will be the point. Hydra's back off spawn, trying to get into the action, and from the back line, Scrap getting the kill for you. Scrap and Neem both able to find a kill. Time will stay to Thieves.
I mean, the fact Neem gets one there is massive. And you continue to see, like, there's players dojo when they're spawning up for Thieves. They're watching, like, the full flank. They're thinking someone's going to be taken around. That has not been the case. Boston Breach, they've just been running through the front, now starting to pinch to the middle cut. Well, Afro's going to get 2 again, so you're splitting the time, hanging on to this lead.
They've done a good enough job with a couple of big breaks and turned into significant time. This is the one-on-one on the other side, thinking about next. TJ is able to win that with a nice stun. So no one forward really for Thieves. One out from will be Afro, and for Boston, he's able to pick you up 1 and kind of cut the rotation off for Thieves for now. After his death, Neem's going to spawn out all the way out roof side, so it's going to set up a pinch here for the squad. Scrap is able to get to it. Neem literally spawned up roof and just ran straight to the hard point.
Yeah, Rashid, there was so much pressure just through the middle of the map and towards the back. The players just had to win those one-on-ones. You don't. If you're Breach, then TJ's left alone, and that's a little bit too easy of a break. But as soon as I say that, Spart's going to find a double, and it is just chaos on P4.
As the dust settles, Neem just trying to get back to full HP, does that and beautifully chows. Thieves just looking for their first kind of consistent hold. It's been broken up for the most part by Breach breaks.
Yeah, I mean, Breach have actually played this like pretty well. Like, they kind of catching them off guard a bit, just even at that last P3, just in the front over and over again until TJ takes a route to flip the spawns. But in the end, after this first set, it's still going to be Thieves in the lead.
Looking at their biggest lead, they'll try to turn it into more. A big second P1 about to pop, or an Abizi's POV as he takes the route, and, well, he's got a chance to maybe flip out spawns, especially if he can win another fight, but he's not able to do it. Afro, a good job just making sure Abizi doesn't get lost behind enemy lines, doesn't end up flipping out spawns.
Yeah, I like that from Afro, right? Because he puts a couple of shots in, and you saw what Abizi was trying to do, just sort of, all right, did he go all the way through? Right, just trying to waste time, maybe have a spawner look at him, and Afro's just like, I'm going to take the fight to him. He's on 16, leading the lobby right now, so that just lets them know, all right, everything is in front of us. But that is still tough to deal with, as Thieves now on the hill.
And you kind of said it seemed like Breach were, maybe not unorthodox, just kind of flood heavy, maybe doing what Thieves didn't expect. I'm curious now, the second set of rotations important, if Thieves maybe make adjustments to deal with that.
Yeah, well, a big part of that's going to be getting spawns, and right now they don't have that, so Breach, they're able to find 4 kills kills in a row, get to scrap time, about to have another lead change. But now you got to deal with this rotation. And, well, it's going to be 3 dead. You push through the back, and, well, those spawns are going to flip 7 all the way out.
Beautifully done. Easy after his first kill. Good job just staying alive. But yeah, a friendly spawn will come in from Breach. They're still trying to hold, pushing up this lead again. Thieves in control. Let's hear the comms out from Thieves.
Out the back here. Out the back, guys.
You know weak. T.
Couch isn't going to the back.
T.
Nice, guys. Nothing in the back still. Challenge, purge, 1 shot.
Purge 1 shot, count as 3. 3 on time.
I got. Nice.
Out help me. Out the
take your time.
teach. 2 on time.
Not
trying, count. Missing 1.
Yeah, I got stun in the back.
Mid,
take your time.
Front couches. Afro.
Take your time, Ernie.
Just sitting front couches.
Time, weak. One out, weak. There's 2 on time. And broken. Yo, 1 out. 1 to the couch. Nice. 1 front now.
One more.
Weak. Smart that.
Nice, guys.
I'm blocking front.
Go cams fast.
Yeah, I'm going fast.
They don't spawn gold. I think
they're gonna be here.
Nothing challenge me.
I'm watching here, Outer. Outer dead.
Nice, guys.
Outer again, weak.
Outer heady dead.
Nice, guys. There's nothing mid. Yo, Mika. 1 shot P1 on me.
Got him.
We're missing.
That's it.
They're gonna be dope side.
I'm trying. He got us one to patio.
Are they?
Oh yeah, I spawned on maps.
Both sides.
No.
Okay, bet.
I'm watching
the side. Watch out.
Nice, guys. I can block.
I got naded. Going Outer right now.
Watch out. Two outer. Nice.
I'm blocking Doge.
Yeah, I have it.
There's nothing that side. That's fine. Nothing that side.
Are you at maps?
Fucking leave him.
Afro from maps, he's
What's your
pinching
side,
Doge.
You have time or no?
Watch out my Doge pinch.
RJ, I didn't need my Mika.
I spawn here.
Mika. Cams on me. Cams 2. 2 cams. Nice, last 2 cams. Hard kills. Nice. Last guy.
I'm so good.
Make sure you're right.
I'm rotating from here.
He just saying this.
Come on back up and give me.
Yeah, I will. Nice. There's nothing else. Nice. Could be map.
They're gonna be new. I'm going mid fast.
Where you at?
They could be in 7. Hold on.
I don't see anything in blue.
Could be in 7.
I'm waiting on you guys.
Okay, go under.
Yo, server Afro, 1 shot. 1 shot in server. Look at
go under. I'm 2 on ult.
He's behind the desk.
Go on the desk.
2 on ult. Going right.
I like the comms a lot of good small talk, a lot of good call out with spawns, and this is the biggest lead they've enjoyed. Finally got that stronghold they were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, again, at that P3, Boston just kept trying to just go through the front. You watch the mini map, and there was always somebody from Thieves like watching the pinch through dojo. It just never happened. They finally, when the fights from the power positions with the spawns are able to turn into time. But Boston, I mean, you see where they have them spawning with this setup, so a chance to get right back to the game if Smart has a double.
That was so funny when, like, after we watched that for so long, even Neem the one time after 2 died, he's like, they're gonna be dojo. I'm looking at the map, I'm like, they're not.
They're not, yeah. Somebody else was like, no, they are not.
Yeah,
we're good.
I think it was Scrap as he cleared it.
It's like, no.
Whatever they were expecting was not the case. But the fact is, they got a big stronghold there, and that's what pushed up this lead. There was a decent chunk there for Breach with the tail at a time. Seemingly going the way of the Thieves with a couple of gunfight wins.
When we were on board with Spartan, you're fighting, and he's finding kills. P2 it just feels like you have to be able to convert that into more time. Like, with that setup, it just has to be better for Breach. That was their chance to get back into the game.
Not back in it, but not quite out of it yet. Scrap is doing 360s and picking up kills mid-map, this time early. The way of Thieves, only good thing for Breach, yes, you do have those left side spawns, but the fact is, you can't allow Thieves to get 20, 30 points here. Or the comebacks will be so difficult.
I think they might with this setup, and we've seen teams sort of turn P1 into a money hill.
I think it was OpTic in the last major when you and I were casting that. I think we saw them do like 3 different like full 60s on this P1. I was like, oh.
Yeah, and I think teams like some of the spawns, some of these hills, it's just like they are easier to break or at least make, I don't know, messy, where if you get into a good P1 setup, it just feels you have lockdown spots. There's so many headies behind. You have these guys with M15s, and this has been perfection.
Yeah, it's like step 1 is getting to that heady as the team trying to break. But yeah, if you've got someone pushed up to that and hardpoint time, yeah, it's not fun.
It's not fun at all. Window, then cut. It's just you're hoping a nade.
You gotta win like 3 layers. It feels like to get out to the point. But the Thieves hold gets them within a point from the dub, up nearly 100. One more break, and this one is done. Hasn't happened quite yet though. Sparta will be the last one standing for now, and it's off to the races for people to get back to this in battle. Thieves grouping up for one last hit. They're trying to call ball game. The nade's going to slow it down from Spart. The gunny's going to slow it down from Spart. Breach looking at one of their better holds early in a hard point. The unfortunate part is that they're going to have to do this a whole hell of a lot longer.
And well, I think, Abizi's going to fall off the map. And this always is what happens. You need like 1 point, you slow things down, you try to take routes. But I don't know if you're going to read this. Neem spawns behind enemy lines, and TJ's thinking, I have this blocked. So Neem might call a game here. Yeah, it's just going to be a one-on-one. They're going to have no idea. He gets this kill, and game is over. And, well, Spark's going to win it, though. Hydra's there for the trade, and it is all good.
I didn't realize.
Going to have no idea.
I didn't realize they sent a second player. I thought it was just Neem at first. I was like, uh-oh, hold up. But yeah, the spawn in from Neem, enough to let him try and be, well, a thief for the thieves and steal that final point.
What is Scry? Is this guy headying his cam right now? Is he talking about his positioning, not only in-game, but out-of-game?
Yeah, he might be. The guy's a freak, but I love it. Absolute freak. A loss for this Boston Breach team in the map one again. Yeah, they start out 2-0. Great start. They have an easier qualifier based on what they looked at last qualifier. But it's gotten harder than the beginning. They had their 2 easy matches. Now they face the Titans and aren't able to do it in the opener. The SMGs, what do you know? They lead the way. Hydra and Abizi. It seems like ever since they have started to click. And I think why they're ahead too. Like, Ant kind of said the new maps have gone well for them. But like, I also think in general, their teamwork kind of got down at the same time, and it's just like this perfect storm of like the new maps are working, their teamwork's finally on point, and they just seem to. Oh yeah, well yeah. And the SMG change. Yeah. So like honestly, like a perfect storm of like 3 things that have worked out great for them.
Yeah, Hydra talked about it though during the minor in an interview, right, with the desk, and he's just kind of said we're all vets. We all had a different way of sort of looking at the game, how we wanted to play the game. We just had to get on the same page.
Well, especially search and destroy. And you and I talked about this like at the beginning of the year when Hydra and Abizi weren't finding first bloods really, and what you and I kind of thought like this has to be weird for them because we know Scrap wants to square up and take an opening gunfight and get first bloods. We know how Hydra and Abizi want to play aggressive and find first bloods. You can't have like 3 hunters on the map at the beginning of a search and destroy round. So I kind of like I've always heard Hydra is just he's got that right mentality. He's a guy that wants to win. Listen, we've seen it in something like the NBA, right? Like you have almost too many superstars on a team, and someone has to sort of take on a role, or I can't really be that stud, chuck it up 20 shots. Like, he's still going to have his games, but it seems like he's sort of been the one that knows he needed to make some adjustments to his game.
Yeah, and then you watch the Mono 2 final, and he turned into the absolute stud that we know
he still can't do that. Yes, he still can't do that.
But yeah, I think it's just figuring things out. There's so many kills on the map, but as we talked about it, the maps make sense now. Their search is incredible, and I don't know, the effect. How much did Abizi have an M15 out?
And I don't think Hydra's all of a sudden like a role player, don't get me wrong. Like, he's still a beast, but like I think for a long time, he has always had to be just one thing, the sledgehammer. Like when he was playing alongside like Kismet, he had to be the sledgehammer. He had to hit in the face and drop a billion kills. Now, then maybe there's more times where he is like, okay, I'll take a route, or I'll play this a little bit slower than maybe he did in the past. At least that's kind of the vibe I got in the interview from him.
Yeah, I think even like the last Thieves team, right, with Josie and Envoy, it's just based off of like what he's sort of used to. He would take those routes where he would lurk, but it's just sort of like wait for me, and these just aren't guys that are gonna do that.
Yeah,
they just aren't.
Scrap's like, I'm already fighting 3
Yeah, like I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, but listen, fact is, we knew it was a work in progress. We just knew this time would come, I think. Just with the personnel, there was no way it didn't. Hell, props to Neem and all, but I truthfully still think even if Kenny was there, they would have eventually figured it out.
If you broke his left stitch?
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, you probably would have to break
he would have. They would have had to figure some things out and slow down, for sure. Yeah. But, oh, God, we're going to look at some of our leaders here in Stage 4, and you've got Abizi and Neem at top of the list. And listen, we did have the occasional maps from Abizi where he dropped like 12 to 15. He had some takeovers, but the consistency wasn't really there. It is now there really as a whole for this squad.
No, it is. And I mean, obviously, you see him at a 1.6, but he's also doing this a little bit differently. He's not always the guy winning the opening duels. He can still be that first blood reaper that we know he has been his entire career, but he has Hydra and Scrap on this team. You saw Neem is in second. His opening duel win percentage is 75%, right? So it's just like, he was probably having a little fun, a little bit more freedom. Just not sort of run in there, dude, and get a kill.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been fun seeing them figure out. The question is just,
can they keep this up?
Can they maintain this level? And I think the scarier question for the rest of the league is, can they improve on this level? Because they won a tournament with their hard point being okay.
And in a way, the way we're sort of talking about them right now is the way we've talked about OpTic all year and how good they have been.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just comes down to the day. That Sunday, Well, can you get there and can you execute on that day?
Listen, I don't think the expectation needs to be the win every tournament, but they should be a team that's getting into the top 3. These like top 6s and not making Sundays, I don't think should ever be a thing with this roster anymore.
Right, yeah,
it should not be.
No.
But it was last year, so that's why we'll see. TJ gets cut down. That puts us into the 2 versus 2.
I mean, this is a 4-on-2. You got the opening first 2 kills. I mean, there was a trade in there from Scrap, but these are the rounds that Breach you just have to win. And you might not.
1 versus 1 now. Purge not able to snap. He'll get caught and dropped, and Thieves bring it back in 2v4/2v3.
But it's a clean snipe. Like, you have so much time, and then Scrap just finds his individual gunfights.
Well, I think we had several like come from behind rounds in our last search and destroy as well. Well, actually, in the first series as well, there were a ton of like clutch type rounds. But I think with a team like this, with a bunch of playmakers, you're going to have some where you bring it back.
There's also
like 2v4
a
and
lot
3v4s.
of new rosters, right? So even the first match, there's going to be some changes. The Paris roster, still a lot of changes. So this is going to happen, but like if you're a team like Boston,
well, a bunch happened to OpTic though, and that's not a new team.
That's true. Yeah, I was more thinking Paris last match.
Yeah. But we saw it in the Hacienda as well in the first series. Neem gets a little bit of flinch and can't hit the snipe. Just thankful, I think, to be alive. BZ will find one to keep the numbers there.
That's
as Neem hits the snipe.
You get another clean first blood though from Spart. He's already got 2, and then.
No, honestly,
you're down a man.
I didn't realize he didn't hit the snipe, and I was like, wait, how are they? How are they?
Yeah.
Did he hit that right off after he hopped off his POV, basically? Mm-hmm. So Breach, you're finding the first bloods, but well, you're not turning them into round wins. Last time it was Scrap that kind of took over. This time it was Neem in the mid round, BZ with 1, Hydra with 1, Neem with 2. Thieves now with 2 rounds.
And while they're having fun, still talking through things. One of the maps they probably want to work on. I think for a team like this, it's all about sort of just map set, expanding the map pool as much as possible. Just don't forget Champs Sunday if you make it there. It's a best of 9.
Oh, so here's the one we missed. A little wall bounce and a little pick. I think the player that he had just survived an engagement from,
But
he puts him down.
TJ's just running tin by himself. And I mean, we've seen some teams sort of do that, just taking risks, but after the first blood, just not sure that's the play you need.
Yeah, that's the time to take the risk. Spart will swap off the snipe. TJ, just a little kangaroo here, peeking track side.
He's probably got a pretty insane vertical.
TJ.
Yeah.
I bet, yeah. I doubt that guy could jump onto his couch. Into the 3v3, Afro timing, not terrific. May set up TJ for a double, but TJ can't get the double, so numbers stay with Thieves. On Purge. To try and make a play, and doesn't look like he's gonna get any opportunity. Oh, okay, I was gonna say any opportunity to do so, and then nearly the impossible happened, but he'll get dropped.
Well, BZ yet to die, now up to 5-0. So he finds 3 in the round. Him and Neem, nice little 2-man game to retake this site. And I mean, he's weak. Some damage in there from Purge, but not enough. Runs out of bullets.
Yeah, no, it just almost turned into a sequence where, like, when Purge got tagged up, I thought it was done, but it was almost a sequence where he just, like, had to keep shooting. He didn't have to recenter to the second, and well, with the NPC, people be getting melted.
Mm-hmm.
Tossed straight in the microwave. This thing's insane. I swear it's getting stronger.
Did they buff it?
I swear it's getting better.
Yeah.
Or people are getting better with it.
Yeah, better with it.
Neem looking for the angle, not finding anything early. The rest of his squad pushing out B fast. I was gonna say Afro in a position where he'll likely get caught. That's exactly the case. Sometimes you just play deep and safe from this site. If you get pushed up, who is it? Was it Trakes that we were commentating got caught there like so many times? If you want to be aggressive, you might get dropped. Streak is just going now for a BZ up to 8-0. Hellstorm in his back pocket, and Boston getting clapped.
I mean, it's just so isolated. I mean, I don't know how many years of Fringe we've had, but it just feels like it's always been about retakes, right? Just going around, the map's small. It's easy to rotate from bomb site to bomb site, and you can have some lurk plays, some individual plays, of course, but there's just so many, like, just look how spread you are if you are Breach. you're nowhere near this where Thieves, they're on top of each other, they're trading effectively, and that's the difference.
Yeah, but it kind of feels like Jetpack COD to a degree. If you aren't grouped up enough to deal with the death ball, you're just dead.
Yeah. Just feels like on this map, you have to give up a side. I mean, look at this sort of default strat here from Thieves. You're giving up A. You're just saying, all right, we're going to retake
it's like
this.
the spread and play for a pick, like, I guess works if your sniper finds one early, but if you don't find something right away, chances are you're getting a 3v2 type scenario sooner than later, or like a 3-on-1. Like Afro found himself in. A much-needed first blood for Boston Breach. They haven't led to round wins, though, the last two they got. And, well, they may not here as well. I thought he had both. Abizi with a bullet short, but he does get traded out. Scrap by himself.
Trolling.
Spinning, trolling, damage in, and trying to hunt him down. He's an idiot.
Just cooking in the kitchen with his grenades.
He's a clown. I mean, Abizi's had his fair share of freaks at main AR. Cell was a freak, too.
Yeah. I don't know if Cell's ever doing this, though.
No, different types of freak, but I know some of the stuff Cell would say in in-game chat, and he was a freak.
Well, Beezy was right there with him.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Character's going to be dizzy going into the round. Well, if we had the realism IW one, it probably would be.
It's changing.
That's true. Changing. That's a good point, Joe. Streak invested. Want to make sure B is wide open. Only person there I think in top barn is Spart. Not sure if he has mute field or if he's about to be swung. I did not think a streak kill was going to happen, but Abizi ends up getting a kill with it.
Just gets it into 10, so finds the kill, and then, yeah, Spart was like the lone guy. I thought they were just going to hunt him down. But with the kills, there you go. Maybe that player in 10 was like, did the missile already land? Probably. I mean, it was in the air for a while.
Yeah, like we don't usually see a kill in that scenario.
No,
right?
no.
Like everyone just gets to somewhere quote unquote safe. He didn't.
No. Well, I guess you're taking the 50-50. Which door is it on? Yeah, TJ's just like, there's no. Well, it even hit on the outside.
Yeah. Wait, that's. I assumed he wrapped it in the window. But okay. Large missile goes boom.
Sorry about that, TJ. Yeah.
And TJ is probably frustrated with that death. Grouped up and pressuring our Boston Breach down track side. Abizi's in a similar position where we saw Afro get caught. He's playing it more aggressively.
When does he go?
Hydra gets pushed out in the back, and that's the cue for Abizi to go. He's got to make a play. He might be able to get one or two for you. That'd be the difference. It's just going to be one Afro on 25 HP. Was almost the second to drop. Niem last alive and traded out. Breach will get the round. And similar to what we saw Thieves do to them, they're able to isolate one in the back.
Well,
and little to Abizi, if he played even more aggressive, if he hit that right away, I mean, he doesn't know that, but if he hit that right away, he's probably got two freebies as they pressure the back.
That's just one of those scenarios where, yeah, you're going to have to work on it. If that's going to be one of the things you want to switch up on your defense, just sort of like, all right, when does Abe go? Do we wait for him to be the point man instead of us getting pushed up and caught? But yeah, still a chance there for Abizi to make that play.
Yeah, I mean, one more bullet, and that might have been a different conversation had he got Afro as well. Fact is, though, still commanding lead here for Thieves. Hydra's going to be the low man on a mission over towards B, at least for now. Or maybe just throwing some utility for a fake. I think that was the case. Maybe just toss a stun. And he's wrapped back with the team now. They're grouping up, taking some space mid. Scrap, they have no eyes on that at all. And that is the easiest kill Scrap is going to get in his career. Oh my God, that's three, and he wants the ace.
Yeah.
Spin in circles for me.
Hunt it down.
Get some bullets in, but can't finish off the ace. Hydra will get it done. No one had eyes mid. No one was watching the window hop in, and that was the freest of kills for Mr. Scrap.
And you aren't wrong. It's the Hydra nades that sort of keep them honest. They almost rotated off the A site. I think it was Persian.
Well, I thought he was just going to play a lurk there at first, and then as soon as he backed up, I'm like, oh, he must have just tossed fake.
But then I guess they saw nothing tin, and the guys inside of that site are hoping someone is watching middle of the street.
Yeah, it's just not often someone walks up mid for free, hops in, and
well, because normally the player on the bomb is either looking tin or mid street.
Yeah.
So Boston Breach, a lot of holes in their defense.
Yeah, a gaping hole. Like running back would have been over 350. They get shut down 6-2. Listen, we thought this was going to be a quick and efficient series for Thieves unless they came out and trolled. Scrap might have been trolling with the spinning, but he wasn't trolling, and the overall kill count puts up a big one there in the final round. And I mean, kind of what we expected so far. All Thieves. This is, I think, too much for this Breach team right now.
Yeah, just a lot of just small mistakes from the Breach side. Their hardpoint has been their best game mode with this new roster throughout this stage, and I think you saw some nice glimpses in map 1, but Search still a ton of work needed.
And overload the bread and butter for this Thieves team at times. This is going to be a very tall task if Breach are going to bring it back, but we'll head to a quick break before the map 3. Stay tuned.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
This is awful. I'm going with Toronto. I got Toronto winning this series. I think they get it done in 4.
You're like a mix of George Washington and a Disney prince.
What does that do?
LAG!
Oh, okay. Production, this is a sick, weird joke. Give me my pick back now, bro.
Flipping this.
I'm going LA Thieves. Got him.
The crayons I broke the crayon box.
Shotzi, I got Texas, baby.
Wait, did you just baby
right
into swapping it?
Trap, bro.
Where did you pull that out from?
Right. What the hell is going on in Columbus?
Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 I'm dead. I'm dead. No way.
Did myself revive?
Nope. Honestly, it works out. I'm starving. Krista calls these my old man ship. Joe, I eat a bunch of tacos. Did you win? How do I have the same amount of eliminations as you?
Yeah, that's some horseshit there. There's no way that's true.
Ghosty doing his best to do it. Oh, here we go. 3 are going to drop. A chance to go. One person is Rods that's got to go clutch. From the position we saw Crip do it, he doesn't do it. Ghosty able to put him down. They get on the point. Everybody's up. That's not going to hit. Second bit of progress done. They got to surge on forward. A BZ with 1. Can't get through. Solid Sim connect. But you win it if you're Crip. Of course it's Crip. Time and time again, he wins his one-on-one.
We return to the series. So far, it has been all Thieves. Breach's toughest test with this new roster. I mean, I guess I just say, if you're them, you hope to have a competitive map. Listen, I guess the hard point was, I guess, until the final set of rotations, honestly, when they kind of took over at that P1. But this is why it's scary. Yeah, Thieves have been very, very good in upload, Joe.
And what?
Upload, overload. I guys combined uplink and overload?
Yeah, you did. You did. I think they would be great at that game mode as well. But yeah, 7-0. You can see what they've been doing throughout stage 4. I mean, they're doing everything. And I think the big difference, honestly, is their defense. Like, when I watched that minor final, they had so many clutch moments versus OpTic.
Clutch on both ends. And looking to finish this series efficiently in 3. It's been a longer day due to the first 2 series going 5, but
some solid series on a Friday.
Yeah, honestly, when I looked at it, I was surprised. I feel like typically our matches kind of ramp up over the weekend. Usually, like Fridays are not often our best matches, but we had some really good ones. Excited to see more of that. I want to say rocker G2 team after getting the big win. I mean, you and I kind of joked after the trade happened. I was like, what did I say right away? I'm like, what if G2 ended up better?
Yeah, I don't know if
they're better than Paris.
I don't know if Paris could scrim this week, so that may not have helped. I don't really know all the logistics behind that.
Yeah.
I just let Zuma and those guys handle that.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Dishing out red cards.
It's definitely not what they wanted, making a roster change and not practicing over the week.
Joe Seeves like, oh, I forgot I'm joining a team where I don't get to scrim ever. Cool. He still dropped 126 kills for the Lost. He holds the 2 highest kill counts in series loss on the year, 129 and 126. He fries, but the team unfortunately comes up short. Opening break off, though, will go the way of Breach. So coming out on a strong foot here, at least in the opening moments. Now, can you turn this into an opening objective score? Hydra can't win his fight. All the fights going the way of Breach. They've gotten to the courtyard. Usually you get here and it turns into the score. Hasn't yet. Neum got one. Neum can't get the last one. It's been scooped and the score is in. I wondered if that you just talked about their defense. I thought it was literally going to be a clutch defensive stop because you said many times you get to that courtyard, it's almost a score like all the time.
Yeah, and well, that's why, right? You come off spawn and you just don't really have an angle to shoot, right? I just got to run through the door and you already crossed that line. So you're able to go up 1-0 just right off that breakout. So nice start here from Boston Breach.
We had that theme, I swear. It was like through Major 2 qualifiers and Major 3 qualifiers where I kept saying to you, I was like, Joe, why do the worst teams win overload constantly in these like 3-1 losses? Let's see if that's the case here. There was a stretch. That hasn't really been the case as much lately, but I swear to God, every other series, it was a 3-1. And
that's when everyone was playing Den. Like, Den, it's got weird. But Boston, they just run up the street. I mean, nobody really has the info. You're worried about the pinches if you are Thieves, and Afro's just like free.
It's like the hard point. The P3. Worried about the pinches that never actually
happened. Yeah, no, they're just playing them straight up.
So an early deficit. Thieves will be tested in this map. They're just not winning many gunfights right now. You just look at the top left. I mean, Neum's even, but outside of that, you're floating around double negative. And Purge is killing you like that. This is going to be a 3-0 advantage. This is just incredible from Boston Breach in the opening 2 minutes of this first half.
And this is one of those maps, this is what I talk about map wolf, where, I mean, listen, you have to give props to Boston. The way they are shooting right now, especially Spart, you have them in a trap. You're about to win this one in 2 minutes, but I'm not sure how much LADs are going to continue to play this map.
Yeah. Listen, their overload's been great, but that wasn't great. I mean, the good thing is, you were in hell for only 2 minutes.
Right.
And not 5.
Not 5.
I don't know if they won a gunfight, like,
and this is honestly
on Breach's half.
The harder side, right? Normally when you're scoring top B, like on the side LA Thieves was, that's when you're putting up the most points. So,
well, just I think Thieves went like 3 dead.
Yeah,
basically every single team fight.
And this is just a map you can't really, it can't happen.
Like right there, the kill feed lit up white so many times.
Oh, what's the streak in the top right? What, 10, 12 in a row?
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
10 and a half.
Yeah. Well, that was not great for Thieves. Fantastic for Breach. Okay. Into the second half with the fastest, maybe the fastest we've been to a second half. The streak's still alive and well for all Breach. The break-off went their way and they never really looked back. I mean, Thieves just need a better break, and they're getting it right now. 2 will drop. I thought the players lined up for a second there, but you get an answering score in the opening 20 seconds.
Well, that's the same thing. You had 2 guys from Breach like top overpass, like in middle of the street when the EMP's already on its way to A. 3 guys are there. You had one person pretty much playing defense.
Just worried about that pinch player again.
Yeah.
The pinch player doesn't exist.
Or they're gonna wrap back to B.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of blink and yeah, I mean the portals are pushed up.
A timing here, I think, for TJ, maybe to help him behind enemy lines. Yes, it will be. So TJ gets in behind. We'll see if that's enough to stop the score. Scrap nearly up over the truck and through, but he gets shut down.
He was putting his head in the screen. Hopefully, like, let his character get in there.
Hydra, I thought about turned on, but he gets one before he drops. Breach, it feels like, have dealt with the opening pressure, at least just giving up one. So Thieves couldn't do what Breach did, and they would say basically maintain control for 2 minutes straight. If it was not for Abizi, that might have been another Breach score, but Abizi gets 3 for you defensively.
Yeah, that's that defense we kind of talk about, just those clutch plays, but they had none of those in the first half.
Because there was no defense, yeah.
There was 0. Okay. Well, Abizi just jumps out the window, gets that trade, and I think Abizi wants to get to Scrap. Scrap's probably saying, yo, I am all the way up through B. There is nobody here. You will have to get your own mid-cut. Boston, they know something is up, and well, they got to deal with this guy, but he puts the damage in, so it's all down to 1.
Enough damage that Abizi needs 1 less bullet there for the pistol kill. Back within 2 now. Abizi's streak really from the defense forward. He got 3 defensively, got 3 as he pushed up with the pistol. He's on 7 straight. He went on 8 spree in the search and destroy. And this lead for Breach, nearly a distant memory. The 3rd bucket about to go through. Back within 1, go Thieves.
Yeah, well, maybe what
this is the strong side.
Yeah, maybe it's not anymore. I have no idea.
Well, I just sometimes think when we casting and we're really like locked in, like, yeah, I felt like most of the scores came in kind of pushing the right side of the map, but
teams are getting better and better.
Has not been the case in this one. All right, so Breach will get a 3 dead, which they needed. Purge is pushed up deep, but he can't win the fight. Nice win from Neum.
And I think that was the big thing, right? The one guy they left behind in their base, LA Thieves, throughout the first half, they just like never found that guy, never were able to take him down. Spart was a big part of it.
Okay, that's 2 kills for Thieves. Mid-map guy you lost. I think it was Abizi that was around EMP spawn. It's a multi for Purge in that sequence. Hydra is trying to maybe get lost. He finesses enough that the trade doesn't come through, and now that is gonna, as I say, that's Spart maybe not hunting far enough for the kill I thought was gonna turn into them both getting caught and dropped.
In Breach, they were playing really aggressive off their kills. Now they're sort of just like slowing things down, trying to control EMP, which will work. But the problem is 1 set of deaths or a Hellstorm gets called in, which they do have, and then it's a tie game. So you got to be careful playing this sort of game. Just trying not to let it leave this middle street.
Hydra's kind of out of the play for now.
Yeah, they both
He's
are.
all the way on the other side. Abizi the one to do it. Spart with some ludicrous pistol shots, and you get 1 back. Now up 2 with a minute to go.
I mean, it's just the headshots, right? We saw it earlier today from Sky. One of those comes in.
That kill was insane. That kill was insane. That was one of the cleaner pistol kills I've seen like on the year.
Yeah, that was just mashing the button.
Mid backslide, just tap, tap, tap to the forehead. Spart gonna call in his streak, and he's the thing, guys, need to buy a little bit of time to make it so they can't get 2 scores in with the remaining time. He's gotten 2 with the streak. Abizi gonna counter with his own streak to try and even the numbers. They have to stop this score. This one is done. The fact is, I mean, they're running out of time to even get it done. They score.
Yeah, Purge just jumps into the top rotation, so he's just hanging out. Able to stay alive. They have to be worried here, because as soon as you die here, it's just right up the street, and you have a scoring chance. But Afro's going to find one. It is down to TJ to play a little defense, and that should give him enough time, or at least his teammates enough time to get involved.
Yep. They'll hold the line. Breach staying alive with the series, and really, I mean, for them, it's all just 2 minutes in that first half. 2 minutes, they put through 4. And honestly, I mean, they get quote-unquote beat in the second half, but they did too much damage in the first.
And then it was great damage control. Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit worried when...
It wasn't for a little there.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried when they just started to slow things down, but then Spart made that play. You saw LA Thieves, like they were controlling the outer lanes, but those 2 players ended up getting lost. Spart gets that 2-piece. He just runs it up the gut.
And maybe,
a map.
Maybe if Scrap had the 1 score where we went up over the truck, things get a little more interesting, but Breach were able to hold the line and now make this a little more interesting. And now, listen, I know it ended up being like a, whatever, 80-point loss for exactly what the map 1 score was, but they played them relatively competitive throughout most of it. That is like the least kills and deaths I've seen in an Overload. Just because the 2-minute first half, like.
Yeah, but 29 and 12 though.
Scrap has 10 kills and 1,500 damage. I've never seen that in my life.
Wasn't a great map for
maybe if it's a search.
Wasn't a great map. And well, the M15 on the other side, I mean, we kind of talked about this, like Scrap, Dashy, M15s have been struggling in this meta, but Spart has put out some big games for Boston Breach this stage.
Had a big one there, and while the streak to kind of ice things late in the game, we check out some of the highlights. There weren't a whole lot for the first half because that was done real fast. And that's kind of what you can do. I mean, I think where teams find the most success when it's just this relentless pressure where like you lose break off and that team is never able to get comfortable, never able to win like a fight. Like, I don't know. It felt like Thieves didn't get 2 kills in a row for that entire 2 minutes.
Well, that's the difference with this map, right? With it not spawning in the other lanes, you don't have like, you have to wrap back and clear your base because if not, like, you can't counter, you can't just push up, right? So they can stay in their same attacking setup.
No, you can like literally spawn trap.
And just go and go and go.
Yep.
So you just have to make a team decision. Are we all wrapping back? Are we all going to overextend and give up our base? Maybe you give up 2 scores.
And usually in that situation, like, I don't know, that's where we've called out. I always say Stellium because we used to talk about him like control, but like you need someone like a freak just to gun somebody, like gun somebody off ahead of you. And you would think like with these players they'd be able to. Somebody like Scrap would come off spawn and just zap somebody.
Been able to,
but they just couldn't. Literally they had to. If they won one team fight in that first like minute. That first half is so different. They just couldn't. They couldn't win a single one. So props to Breach making this a little more interesting. Now we'll get ready for our second hard point here and see if Breach can, well, somehow get this to a third game 5 on the day. Spart with a monster map. Purge has been playing some of the better COD he has of this particular year. We're gonna take a look at some of the stats now for the upcoming hard point. We're gonna stay on Gridlock. And this is what it looks like for both squads.
And I think this is an important one for LA Thieves, right? When you talk about the top teams, the way that they've been playing, OpTic's playing this more. FaZe is willing to play this more. We saw that at the major. Now Thieves is playing this more. So I think this is one where you're kind of circling for our top 4, our top 6.
Big one major time?
Yeah. Just sort of, you're kind of looking at it, all right, like maybe the best Gridlock team ends up winning the major.
Yeah, could be the case. What was the one? I always think of that with, what was the map, dude? The weirdest champs we had, the EG win. What was that? Was it St. Marie that they got disgusting at? Yeah, like late in the year, they just got so good at St. Marie, and then I don't think they lost one for like the last month. I don't know why I still remember that. It was like the defining thing of that run. They were lights out of that one. Did we have Vetoes that year, or was it just the? I think we did. No, because, well, for those of you that haven't maybe been watching that long, a lot of years we've had like your typical kind of vetoes and picks, but some years we had just preordained series setups that were determined by like league ops and stuff.
Yeah, I made those, and they were a pain in the ass.
I bet.
So you had to balance out maps in the winner's bracket versus the loser's bracket, how many times each team was playing a specific map. It was a pain.
I honestly forgot that was a thing. You and I randomly probably out on a walk to start talking about stupid COD history.
Yeah.
I forgot that was a thing. Well, TJ and the boys trying to get locked and loaded for this map 4. They got hot in the map 3, trying to keep that momentum going forward. Spartan Purge. All smiles right now after that big game 3 victory. Thieves will try to answer back now in the hard point, and yeah, maybe a Gridlock, a really important one for them. Come major time, we're looking at their last 5.
This is what I mean. Look at who they're playing in those, right? You have OpTic, you have a couple of phases in there, even a G2. Like, this is one their opponents are willing to play.
And those are, yeah, like 3 of the top 5-6 teams. As Hydra said in an interview, there's nowhere they don't need improvements. I think it's the right mentality to have. They're trying to find improvements everywhere.
You know, like counter that. I mean, their auto veto last stage was Scar, and they played map 1 Scar versus OpTic, and yeah, that's when Hydra was going crazy. So yeah, who knows? But I'm sure it's a constant discussion in that camp of what they want to play and what they're able to play. Sometimes when you're a team at a tournament, like sometimes there's a map that like you're not very good at. It just clicks on that weekend.
Yeah. I think COD's always been. I don't know if day to day is the right phrase, but it seems that way. Like something just clicks, you get hot, and you're like, oh, I don't care, we'll play that.
Yeah, we'll play it.
Screw the coaches.
Scrims have been awful, but it's working now.
Yeah. Neem up over the top and flushes through too. All time to Thieves here early. And also, is what they struggled to do really until the third set of rotations in the map one was just have a hard point where they put up like 40 plus. Breach was breaking over and over and over again. Well, Thieves set the tempo here early.
And I can't believe Neem stays alive there. Impressive two-piece, able to dodge all the nades, and now he's probably pretty close to a Hellstorm already. And I think Breach is just a different map. You kind of know P2 is a big money hill, so you slow things down. You try to lock down the spawns. You don't let Thieves flip the map and let this get ugly. You have to hold, and so far you are. But Hydra is still alive in the back.
They got 44 seconds on this P1 without trophies. That's pretty damn good. That's for sure. Second break chance for Thieves coming in. Abizi finds a pick. Hydra finds a pick. It's ARs out for everybody on these long-range street fights.
I mean, TJ's on 5 in a row, but like those 5 were just to like sort of hold the line and hold the spawns. But now you can see he's on 6, and well, they do a darn good job recovering.
Great job staying alive. Great job waiting for the help. And yeah, you're going to turn this into a little over 40 points with the rest of it. Thieves have to give this up and rotate, maybe leave a couple to try and trap them in or thin the transition for Boston Breach. They're going to send one around the long way. That'll be Hydra. They'll take a route. Hydra should have some freebies here in a second. I think he gets one and gets an assist on another, so played beautifully there by Thieves. And they get those kills right as new pops, so this is kind of turned into a little natural pinch with the new spawns plus the players coming in from old. Breach with a chance to maybe catch them.
And I think it's just like, yeah, there's some splits due to, as you said, the new hills spawn. So it's just a question of, all right, where are they? If you get to all those kills with like 3 to 5 seconds left, you know they're spawning out at Old, you get into your setup, but you just kind of know it is tough to block both sides on this hill. So things are going to get messy.
Yeah, like 1 spawn with Old and 2 spawned out. Yeah. And that's just, I don't know, it's just the timing of it. It can get real awkward. And it kind of leads to Breach getting a break, because even after that, like, first sequence, I think the 2 Thieves players, instead of spawning out like left side, spawned all the way out P4, and then you got the close like shower spawn for Boston. So like those 2 like team spawns were absolutely ass for Thieves. Honestly, that could not have worked out worse. But they're up 20. Early P4 to Breach.
Well, and you saw, I mean, Abizi was shooting 2 in the back. Those were the 2 players that were rotating for Breach, and you're trying to transition that into a nice setup there at P4 for LA Thieves, but instead it is Boston with early control. But now you can see Hydra's going to spawn up next to Abizi. There's only 2 players on the hill, but TJ trying to do what he can with Persia, finesse, and buy as much time as they can. Is Boston able to take that map 3, fighting here in game 4? Let's hear the comms of Breach.
I'm bumping you. I need it back there. I'm looking top. One guy top. He's flanking top window. No, top stairs, Abizi. Ali, one shot. 2-0. Ali, front door. There's still Ali on me. Front door. On the back. Ali, dead. One shot. I guess front, Ali. Front, we can front. Good. Let's go. I don't see anything else. This one more. They're all new. Should be good. Yeah, one does. Pace goes. I'm going right. Deep right. Trap. Right. Nice. Give me close right. Give me close you, bro. I'm looking at it. Ready? Try. Are you on new? Yeah, I'm in the corner. Alright, should be good. Nice job, bro. Yo, I'm gonna push left. Yo, I'm highway. 2. I'm nading. Come left. I need the guy on time. I need him. Hold up. Nice. Just highway. Yeah, I'm about to hit to the left, okay? One shot. My spawn dubs. Top out, we need him, dude. I'm pitching P2. They're gonna spawn out now. One shot beat trap, bro. He's low highway. I just look hard at time. I spawn P2. I'm nading over, bro. He went back to time. 2 on time. 2 there. I naded over time. There's 2 on the hill, okay? I naded 1 time. I naded too. Only 20 on this, bro. Only 20 on this. One shot, Two right side. I got one. Abizi dead. Let's go. I'm fine, this guy. Yeah, he's close. No, dead. Nice. Spawn up. All spawn up. They're gonna hit to the left. I don't have your cross, Marcus. I'm gonna pick up people. I'm looking at my hole. Do not have your cross. I hear you. I'm 18.
Bro, we killed it.
2 deep left, 3 left. Okay, I'm trying to say
might be slow front. There's 3 on the left.
Already deep back.
Yeah, put him in back.
Easy in the back.
Nice. All in the back now.
Deep back elbow, deep back elbow.
Close, straps.
Deep back elbow, deep back elbow, deep back elbow.
Elbow shot, elbow. Last guy elbow. Elbow knee him to the left.
Here.
Swung in the back, swung in the back.
Two guys elbow.
Two guys. Might fly me. One my deep left. Bust up, weak. Free friends out dead.
I have your phone.
Bust up again.
I need time.
Oh, bust up. Have two bust up timing. Nice, one shot, bust up.
Hey, Bale did. One shot.
Take your time. Last guy.
Keep that weak, bro. Bust up.
I'm trying 18. Bust up, name me.
I'm anytime,
bro. Bust up, name.
I'm waiting 18.
One time, one bust up.
Time, good.
Nice, good shit. Give me mail, maybe.
Backside hill,
Nice
good.
shit, bro. 3. Last guy. Scrap. I'm going you.
You're gonna be holding me.
I'm in you in the corner.
Hold weak. I want trash, bro. Scrap's one back, I think. Alright, BZ in dojo. Here, yeah, on the fucking front side hill.
I'm winning, you guys.
I want me close. Dojo weak.
Breach trying to work on the reverse sweep. They're up 50 with a chance to push this to 5.
I mean, yeah, I think 45 of LA Thieves points are on that first P1,
True.
right? So, but Breach did what they wanted there. They split the P one time, and it's just a great P2 hold to give themselves a 40-point lead. But here is a nice hold so far. I was going to say at this P3, but now things are getting messy. Hydra's trying to do what he can inside of showers, and well, it is going to be 2, and that's going to allow his teammates to get there and reinforce.
I think he's lucky TJ hadn't got back to full HP yet. He was still pretty weak, so it's an easy double for Hydra, but it's a significant one in the moment. But after I say that, it comes down to a one-on-one for a second with the spawners trying to get back in time. Both players take a ton of damage. Hydra tries to find maybe a timing to lurk away or find a different angle, and he's going to get cut down. It's chaos here inside this point. Thieves are still fighting and in this game, but
even in Black Ops 4, this area of the map was just always chaos, right? You're hitting slides. There's so many timings with all the headies. You're just going back and forth in between rooms.
But the problem with Thieves last time, like, I think the spawns were a little goofy, but they lost the P3 time, and then they end up losing rotation here to P4. This time, at least, like, you secure rotation here with a chance to take the lead. I think that's what really unraveled, was 3 to 4 last time through. This time doing enough to still hold. You just lost a couple of players. The pressure to the people inside of the point. I thought, I was so confused how he died there for a second. The second player behind him. Scrap got one before he dropped.
Yeah, you've just been holding though from the hill. And I mean, Scrap was doing a good job just staying alive, but you just didn't have spawns. And was thinking about pushing through, but you had top control. So Breach, they've been very patient on this break, and they would love to split this time. But Scrap right back to it, NPC in hand. He's able to find 2.
They recover a bit after getting broken. Now back to a P1 where they open things up with a clinic. Gonna try to do the same here. Scrap still NPC in hand. I was saying, they're both looking the opposite way. I'll be worried about the pressure coming the other way. Purge is gonna pick both heads. A nice double from him to get onto the point here early. 45 for the dub.
That's another hill where like you did 99% of it, and then one player just pops a 2-piece. But as soon as I say that, it's a 2-piece from Neum, and now it's TJ and Afro is... Yeah, some chaotic hardpoint here today.
They sure have. TJ's had a bunch of clutch doubles, I feel like, leading to his team, getting a whole bunch of time. Same with Purge, really. The SMGs, well, basically everyone's got an SMG, but they've been turning up.
But the key for Breach is, again, you have the P2 spawns. They've done this every single time, making sure they have the left side locked down. You see TJ making sure nobody is working that street. 18 seconds left. I thought he was going to win that.
He did not.
And now you're going to spawn out. That was the kill you needed.
It's going to get interesting now. One more guy in the back. Spart is going massive for you again. 6 HP in a dream. He got you 2, though. Finally traded out, but the fact is now you're going to have numbers towards rotation, because the first guy to come help will be a BZ from Thieves. He's not going to get there in time. That is, it's another just ginormous double from Boston Breach.
Yeah, now you have P2 spawns. This is the difference throughout this map, is they have locked down this hill, controlled it from the get-go. As well, Thieves, it's desperation time. You're just running up this street, and as dominant as maps 1 and 2 were, we might be headed to a game 5. Something with this Breach team versus the LA Thieves name, I don't know what is happening.
Well, it just feels like, you know, we're Breach, Thieves have been a good team about just like trading efficiently. Like, that just didn't happen here. The multi-kills just were so insane from Boston Breach.
And I mean, Neum, he's got 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the hill. The guy's trying to do what he can, but it doesn't matter. There we go. Game 5. all day.
Yeah, that's what we should have expected with this one, obviously. We're going the whole way to a map 5. So map 5's all day long on this delightful, beautiful Friday. Hope you're enjoying some great Call of Duty action. And while Thieves might be a little shell-shocked right now, they thought they had this one in the bag. And honestly, I thought they had it in the bag until the first 2 minutes of that overload. It's like one team went into the search and destroy, another team came into the map 3. I don't know.
Yeah, they look great on Gridlock. This Breach team, maybe now it's not Hacienda, maybe it's Gridlock.
It might be Hacienda and Gridlock. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. A little 1-2 punch for this team.
Well, we talked about their hardpoint's been solid throughout this stage. Even map 1 was competitive. They're slaying with the best of them. Everybody positive on the side of Boston Breach.
And that's just awesome out of Breach. I don't know what they sipped on. They got turned between 2, 3, and 4. We take a look at the game flow, though, and how it played out. Great start for Thieves, and then you flatline for about 5 straight hard points. The first 3 to 4 is where Breach got a ton of time and started to really take that early lead. And then, well, really, it was like the 3 to 4, and then the P1 to P2 of the second rotation. Like
just the P2.
That 4 hard point stretch just led to that significant lead, and they never looked back. Excellent stuff there. Out of Boston Breach, as we now get ready to go into the 5, we're going to go to Raid.
I mean, we've been seeing this all year, right? A lot of crazy timings. Like, this is one where you should catch LADs off guard.
I don't know. Their search has been so good, but who knows? Maybe a chance to do it. Breach trying to do the unthinkable, coming to beat your major 3 winners, your minor 2 winners. They push it to 5, looking for the reverse sweep. The action comes after the break.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Go pick up the 2026 Call of Duty League Championship Tracer Pack. You can support all 12 Call of Duty League teams.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
What is this?
9 and 4.
Spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does. Yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For some, that's a talent.
Yeah?
Steals the record for most kills dropped in a single match. It's 115, and it's Gwyn.
On the collapse, he gets the angle, he gets the kill. His series continues. Gwyn's here.
Yeah, this is his place. Double headshot, 7 in a row.
He is taken over. Maybe he's just trying to end the Rookie of the Year conversation. Just put himself back in front with just a dominant performance here. Time to go. TJ gonna drop. 1 has fallen. 2nd will drop as well. They collapse. Oh, on Gwyn! Of course it's on Gwyn! 1 player left. hunts it, finds it. Gwyn seals the deal with a record-setting series for Gwyn. Gwyn is different.
Dashing
oh my God, what a play.
Coming in from old time, and
I love this.
Well, now shots
Carry this. Yeah, what a play. He should let one walk past.
Right?
Yep.
Here comes the first.
Good play. Free 2-piece. Great play.
That is
free straight. Gorgeous.
And we get
gonna flip spawns? Yo, that was beautiful by
the Falcons, and OpTic are starting to figure it out.
And you know what? That ain't gonna show up on the scoreboard.
But what a play. You stay L triggered, Mercs there for
just
two.
broke the hill basically
there for the
by himself. This is perfect. Just funnel them green. We have this grandma rotation. 10 seconds left.
I think it's certainly
Right now, it's
One time. Dead. One bien. Time. Dead side time. Nice. Just
Yeah, we'll run him. I told you we'll run him, bro.
From Boston.
Throwing shoulders on the lair, bro. This is why he can't go on the lair, bro.
This is one of those days, bro. It's just one of those days, dude.
What the f is going on?
Well, it's good to think the watch parties are the same boat we are.
Game fives all day.
Yeah, no, it feels that way because not one expects to do it that way. But listen, we're here in Breach trying to push out to a perfect 3-0. They start 3-0, especially with a win in this particular series. And yeah, our bracket gets real interesting because they've got a good chance to be a very good seed going into the major.
Which they had a couple of times last year, and like sometimes, yeah, they would have a crazy upset in winners round 1, and then out wild.
Now I'm trying to think of like the most like ludicrous placements of all time, and like them
Breach
getting
top 3.
Them getting third at champs is up there.
No, it is.
It's like real high on my list of what the like type of finishes. And listen, different roster, obviously, but the organization with a couple of the same faces have done I mean, Purge at least, something crazy to this Thieves team. Some crazy runs looking to pull off a crazy one here. And you were looking at the stats before this, and it's not a great one.
Well, yeah, when we saw Raid, I was like, I don't think Thieves have played a lot of this recently, and yeah, they're 3-6 on the year. So again, this is the time of the year, LA Thieves, they're winning everything. We even saw at the end of...
I wonder how much have they played of this since they got good at search.
Yeah. Well, we even saw this at the end of Major 3 qualifiers where like they were looking really good, and then they had like 2 bad losses the last weekend.
That's right.
A lot of
So I went from like them being locked to be in the final for me that I wasn't sure. And then they got to the major and we're fine.
But they definitely have their maps where there's still work to do.
I forgot about that. Yeah, they had like some really good wins, and then they just like lost their last 2 series to bad teams. 3-3 as a couple gunfights continue here in Zig. Hydra staying out middle. Okay, looks like he's backing up to his teammates in kitchen. They're going to wrap all the way back laundry side. Bomb has moved up into ring, and while all 6 players are about to meet and greet, TJ's already pushed up to the window.
I was just saying, I don't know. Hydra saw that he was spotted because you're going to see, I mean, Breach haven't even planted the bomb, and they're just like holding laundry. They knew that push was coming in. And if he doesn't see that player, LA Thieves are probably thinking, all right, let's catch them on the bomb. Maybe we get a good timing. And it's the exact opposite.
You think that was just seeing Hydra on the wrap out?
Mm-hmm.
Hydra tries to catch timing with the player on bomb. Enough of a timing where he made it a little interesting, but not able to walk away with the kill or much of anything. All smiles for Breach after that round 1 win. Yeah, they got the info and no hesitation, took space.
Yeah, Purge with 3 in the round.
Yeah, when they pushed up, like whoever went like laundry first, I was like, there's no way they think Tej is here on the heady already.
No.
Like, so far, so good for the comeback kids.
And that is Raid. As soon as you see one, the team is probably behind that player.
Yeah. And they were playing a little too spread, we thought, maybe in the French. A little tighter there in that round. Pretty spread here on the opening defensively. And that's Purge that's got to be safe, and he does exactly that. He gets the hell out of harm's way and groups up with his teammates mid.
Yeah, gets info, backs it up, and you see the rest of the guys just clearing out the other side as they are quickly working up the middle of the map and through B.
And for Thieves, it's just trying to find the timing to get the plant down. Scrapping up damage that TJ's out of there. And behind that damage, I think they opt to get the plant down. Now here comes a retake, and one just like walks right underneath Scrap, so that's gonna be a freebie. Abisi now, looking to get involved. He'll get traded out. Beautiful trade. Last person is Hydra. And I'd have to watch that back, but some angle was missed there with their setup that he literally walked right past Scrap.
Slid through. Hydra left in a 1 versus 3. Retakes on point.
Whoever was the first to die there is like, what the hell, man? Like, what just happened? Because that must have been a pixel off of Scrap's like screen.
And I mean, sometimes that happens where those slides like into ring, they get behind cover, you don't spot them. Maybe you reposition for half a second.
Not usually that where you can just chest bump the person, though. Awkward there for Thieves. Brilliant for Breach. Is
But
they've
yeah,
already
this did make the major crazy already, just bracket-wise. Yeah, Boston be sit at 3-0.
Well, yeah, we already thought it would be a little more interesting because they had a pretty easy schedule and they already started 2-0. But
3-0, you're in.
Yeah. 3-0.
You're good.
You're sitting in winner's bracket in a good position. Spartan Purge going to work early.
I mean, ever since Overload, Spart's just been frying.
Purge finds the blood. Scrap ripped out of it. Afro timing through the smoke. Can't quite connect to finish the kill. Spart's got to finish it, and he does. What? This guy have X-ray vision.
Okay.
Saw a name? I don't know.
And now he's just trying to buy time for his teammates to get there. And, well, I thought he did. And it's going to jump down to a 1v1.
I was about to say, like, Spart would have the trade, but the smoke's there.
Mm-hmm.
And then he made that look so casual.
So easy.
So casual.
Oh, yeah, I know where he's laying.
It was like he had Amos. It just flicked right to him. Why are pro players so good in smokes? Spart. 4 straight, and he had a bunch of clutch multi-kills in that. Map 3 and 4. Look at the clutch up here. Hydra spots him, and we'll finish the kill. A much-needed round for Thieves. They're able to close it out.
And well, you recover because Scrap has been known to do this on this map where sometimes he just runs out and takes a gunfight and there's nobody really behind him. So he gets blooded.
More often than not, he wins that fight.
No, the first one.
He did throw his life away with the second one.
But yeah, he gets caught as...
Hello.
He's just relaxing at the pool.
Yeah, and then he gets shot in his not-so-fun bits. Hello, mustaches.
Whoa, it's a mustache battle right here.
See what Thieves offense looks like again. Looks like they want to bully their way out to ring, but well, they're going to get met by Boston Breach. And yep, Scrap will get his kill. Now the question is, does Scrap square up for another fight and die? The fact is he's not alone right now, though.
Yeah, there's the info. I mean, there's a chance like you wrap this back towards B, and well, with Afro stun, they're going to stay there though. But this might help.
I mean, if you can think. If you're Scrap's teammate, you think he can get a one-on-one gunfight consistently, you're saying take that every time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like, yes.
Just sometimes it's not a one-on-one.
No, it's not. It's not, but the lurk from Hydra, gonna pay dividends. Purge checks it, but checks his late, gets damage in, but it's not gonna be able to be traded out. Afro.
Or he just hits the
Can't
timing.
bind him.
Yeah, no, Afro just goes. He's like, I'm gonna leave you, and catches the timing. He makes this playable for Spartan, a 1 versus 2. But Hydra NPC headshot, which means you insta-die.
Well, that was more than I thought it was. I thought Hydra's timing was gonna get there to just shoot Afro in the back quicker.
No, Afro's like, peace, dude.
Yeah,
Adios.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Well, Hydra just plays that little spot, keeps the glass up so that if they flank fully through garage, he would just turn around and get the freebie.
Holy. I didn't think Afro was gonna have the time to do the damage he did, but nearly flipped the round on its head. Thieves now right back in it as they answer with 2 straight.
Well, a big part of this is Hydra. He's up to 7 now, 6 in a row.
Yeah, Hydra having himself a map.
Again, you are here early if you're Thieves, not the entire squad. Well, now it will be, but you can already see Scrap and Abizi locking this down. An efficient trade so far.
Scrap gets you the first again. Nice little snap from Spart, but can't finish it. Purge and Spart try to bring this back into 2 versus 3. Hydra is taking her out and behind on his streak, trying to maybe set up some freebies when his teammates engage on the other side.
Yeah, it's just tough for him because he has an NPC, and the last 2 players both have the M15, so he's waiting for his teammates to get there, and that's exactly what I was talking about.
Well, there goes the streak.
Yeah, BZ's got him, though.
There goes the streak.
It's like, yeah, you want to hit that flank, you want to go, but he just kind of knows if there's an M15 on a ring heady, I'm going to die.
Oh, yeah, no, we've seen, like, you know, we've been talking about the NPC. Like, I feel like people are getting kills at longer and longer ranges with it, but there's a fine line to where you've got no shot in the M15s putting you to bed. That was an example of it. If you win that with the NPC, there'd be concerns. That'd be my line. I'd be like, no, okay, get it out. 3 straight now for Thieves. Abizi and Hydra Well, 2 search and destroy superstars, and they're putting on right now.
You got a Hellstorm as well on the side of Hydra, so he was able to earn that before he got taken down. Bless you.
Thank you. My sneezes are loud enough. They come through your mic for sure.
I'm sure they do.
Scrap's only got 2, but they are 2 first bloods. Hydra, right back to the lab. Out of my sneeze and into the action. Triple positive. Just moving and grooving. And where Breach found success in the opening 2 rounds, there has been nothing for them here. Outside the 1 versus 1 between Hydra and Spark, like, this hasn't really been that
I feel
close.
like the last, like, I don't know, a month or 2, the way this map is developed, you just have to have eyes on pool or just know that someone could just jump out and kind of flank you outside of Tiki, but Boston just, nobody was looking at it, and that's just way too easy for Hydra.
Honestly, that's what like surprised me on the Hacienda we watched earlier. I was like, a team just didn't watch a water route at all.
Yeah,
like,
you have to.
You have to.
It's a little different on Hostage because there's so many routes where like this map, especially on that bomb site, you just gotta look at it. At least throw a shoulder towards it.
No, but I just feel like, yeah, a player, whether it's Hossie water or they pull here, popping up and get free too, like it just shouldn't probably happen at this stage of the game. At least not very often. Scrap adds his 3rd kill and 3rd first blood.
Yeah, he pulled out the sniper, switched it up, and Hydra has just been swimming. It is summertime, and he loves being in the water.
He is very, very wet. Afro.
He's also very wet with his fountain.
That's true. He's just thirsty. 2 versus 4. Able to take the first. Can't.
I think he was using it as a bidet, actually.
He might have been. Got to keep that clean. No one wants an itchy butthole, Joe.
Not in the summer.
No. Thieves. Just in takeover mode right now.
I mean, this is, it's like this series, right? Like, I don't know. Like, you blink and the other team is running away with it. But the first 2 rounds were so good for Breach. And then, since then...
Dude, Thieves is, that's why they're Search and Destroy. That's why I want to know the stat for this since they've gotten good at Search. Because the fact is, they weren't good at it for quite a while this year.
Yeah, since like, Neum.
I don't even think it's Neum. Not really until it started to click for Hydra, I feel like. It was more like... I guess the minor and the lead into like the major. It probably improved a bit with Neum, but like it wasn't dominant right away. Oh, you got 8 and a 6 spree for a BZ. Hydra has a streak. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
you better get running. You ain't got no cover out there, boys.
The problem is you can land this inside a laundry.
Let's see if Hydra. He's not going to go for the land in the laundry.
Oh.
Maybe goes for the player out basketball court. Scrap gets another first blood. He has 4 kills and 4 first bloods for you. A BZ. Caught. Afro with the position inside.
Well, the key is after you go for that player, I mean, or Hydra goes for that player basketball with the missile and then tries to do it with the gun, and he ends up getting caught. So now it's a 2-on-2.
Scrap trying to find a kill that's not a first blood.
He's trying.
Hasn't gone for him.
What are these timings?
That was insane. For Purge, now to seal the map, they try to spot the last person. Spark kind of threads the needle here. Yeah, gives himself a one-on-one. Timing's insane in laundry. Round and around we go. Spark. Scrap for the map.
Dude.
That was a circus. That was a circus.
Yeah, a couple of rounds.
Well, ring around the rosy there at laundry.
Or Boston just sort of thread the needle, make it interesting. They get the first 2 rounds, but that's all they get.
Listen, it was a thrilling series. There were some great maps, but the Search and Destroys were one-sided. Thieves have been on a tear the last couple of months in Search. They are setting the mark for every other team, and I don't think it's like a simple strategy thing. I think it's just a combination of strategy, adjustments, talent. Like they have all the pieces, and you have 2 of the better Search players ever, really. And Hydra to BZ, and then Scrap. Like, he got that last kill, but every kill before that was a first blood. If he's gonna square up and get first bloods consistently, and you've got a BZ and Hydra in your back pocket, I mean, good luck. And that's not to like discredit Neum. He's just like the new guy who he doesn't have a legacy yet. The others certainly do in the mode.
Yeah, well, they stopped. Well, Scar's out, right? I mean, so Neum's like impact was like sniper early, but since then, all the different maps, he's all over the place. But yeah, it's just all about the subs right now.
I'm just curious. This is one of those things. Sometimes we see teams a little ahead in Search. Everyone else can kind of take notes, and if people can make adjustments to deal with them later in the year.
They're just doing it everywhere. That's the problem.
Yeah,
it's everywhere.
That was kind of my point. Like, I don't think it's like a simple do what they're doing type thing. I don't know if teams can replicate what they're doing.
They're gonna try.
They sure are, but it's a 3-2 victory for Thieves. It was a day of game 5s. Desperate done the last one for us.
Merc, before you go, do you think Neum could have a better career than Octane?
I mean, that's a tough one to do. That's a tough
one to do.
Yeah,
tough one to do. Sorry there, Chip.
One to do.
Yeah. We asked that earlier at the major, and Octane was not happy, but Niam has been on fire ever since. He's won a minor. He picks up another Game 5 victory over Boston, and I have to start the question, though, Allie. Are you proud of Boston for going to a Game 5, or are you worried for Thieves for being taken to a Game 5?
I'm proud of Boston for going to a Game 5, I think. LADs, I think, have proven themselves enough at this point where, like, a match or a series like this, yeah, there's a lot they could take away from it for sure. There's definitely a couple of mistakes throughout, but at the end of the day, you close it out, you come up with the win. And, I mean, the funny thing on the side of Boston is it's almost weird that they didn't close it out on Raid S&D because we're looking back at their map pool right now. Hacienda has to get banned out. We saw that from the Respect side of LA Thieves, and then they go and win the back-to-back gridlock. So maybe some old-school maps favoring the side of Boston Breach.
Yeah, just like good Call of Duty maps. You're pushing this prop.
Just good Call of Duty.
Yeah. If you're Purge and you're Teej, that's the prop I'm pushing. But talking about LA Thieves here for a second, because Clinton Joe just talked about it. Like getting through based on your search and destroy in a series like this is just awesome, right? Because you think about this LA team and how bad they struggled in that majority of the season. Well, they figured it out. Everybody's fears coming true with Hydra and Abizi being demons in S&D. Hydra was taking routes, playing his life in garage, letting people get past. It's what you want to see. At the same time, Scrap with 4 first bloods. Last split, he had 54 opening duels won. He was #1 by a landslide. Shotzi second in 33. So Scrap has elevated his early round in search and destroy, and it's really allowed the 2 SMGs to get lost with the man advantage and just do whatever they want.
Now, does he have to use a sniper to get these first bloods, or
AR
do it with
and
the
sniper.
AR?
Both of them, literally. He can get it done anywhere. And you saw, like, that mix-up. One round, he went up ramp and just ripped TJ inside of the circle. Then he pulled out a sniper and got a kill on B lane. So Scrap can do it all. He can go anywhere.
Allie, Boston, of course, will have another opportunity to earn a spot in the winner's bracket. They're now 2-1 after this loss.
They just need one more.
Anything that you want to see from them? What can they build on from tonight's match?
I think they could build on, obviously, they've expanded their map pool a little bit with this series, and also just confidence. I think overall, in general, this proves to them, I think that they have a higher ceiling and that they're able to take these teams to the distance.
Or win a damn S&D.
Or win an S&D. It's hard, though, when Hydra's dropping 10 kills in the first 4 rounds, and in Game 2, your scuff play of the game belongs to Abizi because he dropped 11. The double-digit search and destroy performance was a statement. Let's take a look at what young Abe is doing on Fringe.
I mean, he's disrespected. I'm gonna be honest. Like, that's literally was his game plan in this map. Retake it inside of bricks, just challenging people inside of 10. Like, he was relentless. Abizi's full of confidence, and this is terrifying if you're the opposition.
And on the flip side, this map just fits their playstyle so well. I'm glad that he's kind of found his semblance of playing it. Like, Abizi in close quarters is a gunfight that I just simply don't want to take. You can see the way that he plays the angles, that he plays the offs, that he's kind of just baiting you to make a mistake, and that can be extremely difficult to play against, especially when you know that's the front line and the one behind it's going to be either Hydra or Scrap.
That is Abizi with your scuff play of the game. Final thought.
I was gonna say, I think it's like a combo of the NPC. He's confident, but also like the bigger maps. Like you can make plays and then get outweigh your life. Like you know, there's not gonna be 4 people there all banging it out together. So, some traditional Call of Duty maps, and what do you know? Abizi's back.
Abizi's back, and he's joining us live here in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Abizi, I don't know if you heard that last one, but Ant's saying you're back. Is it the maps? Is it the gun? What's working for you right now?
I feel like it's just a combo of everything. You know, our teamwork and everything is getting way better as the seasons went on. And I feel like, obviously, the meta, with it being more, subs on the map whenever we need it. And then also just, I feel like I said, overall, our team and everything has gotten so much better as the years went on with our teamwork and stuff.
Abe, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the team right now. You guys are coming off with a big win and another best of 7. What is it about these longer series that you think gives you the edge over top squads like OpTic?
I just think our map pool is super deep right now. I definitely think the map set changing helped a lot because I feel like the older maps, I guess Blackheart and Colossus together, I feel like it was more just a bang out, just head bash. You didn't really have to think much. And I feel like with this team, I feel like we thrive on maps where you actually have to think. So I think that's helped too.
Big brains, got it.
Absolutely. What happened in the middle of this series? It got a little dicey. The overload got away from you guys, and then the hard point on Gridlock. Can you talk me through those 2 maps? Because they were entertaining for sure.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I just think we got a little lazy. I feel like we let the foot off the gas a little bit, which obviously it is what it is. And then I feel like we bounced back in the game 5, which mattered most. And I'm happy we won the map.
So Abizi, one quick follow-up, just recalling the last couple titles for you. Towards the end of the season, the team's kind of fizzled out a little bit. Obviously, you guys are peaking right now. What are you preaching to the rest of the team to not have that happen again with this squad, which is what may have happened in years past?
I just feel like going into champs and like EWC, I feel like we want to be as polished as possible. Basically just making sure we're not getting complacent, because that's the biggest thing. I feel like getting towards the end of the season is I feel like our team right now, we're so good. I think if we don't get complacent, we actually keep putting that 110% effort in every day, then we're gonna come out on top.
Yeah. Abe, speaking on past a little bit, I want to know about your comfortability in this game as we're kind of heading towards the later half. Where does this land for games for you? Where's your confidence at right now? Saying 100% is we're winning champs tomorrow, based off of your own personal performance. So obviously, I don't want you to speak on your other teammates.
I mean, I'm super confident. I feel like I always get better as the year goes on. I feel like every season, I feel like towards champs, I'm like hitting final form. So I think, we keep it up as a team and we'll be there winning.
Sure.
Congratulations on the win tonight. It took you 5 maps, but you got the job done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's Abeezy, and that's LA Thieves staying perfect, looking clean. And we got to wrap up today's show by reminding you that one team that we expected to go clean has now got a blemish. OpTic was handed a haymaker to start the day. Let's take a look back at some of the footage here from G2, because if it comes to search and destroy, it may be a 2-team race for best in the game. And you said this team could be challenging Thieves in the search mode.
Yeah, I think with G2, the makeup of this roster, it's going to allow them to be able to push a lot of these series the distance. And for example, you look at this last series out of LA Thieves, was it their best work? No, but they got it done through both the S&Ds. And if you're a team like G2, if you're structurally sound in respawn, you take your map and you contend in S&D, you can close out a game 5 with Thieves playing like that. So I think G2 has a lot of promise, and this guy Crimp is unreal. He's got to be top 10 right now, right?
Yeah. And going off of that, I think on the side for G2, I mean, they're in a position where they can be the dark horse, right? And I feel like this franchise in general has kind of always been in that position that you could never truly count them out of a series. But this was something else. I mean, the performances that we got out of Skies today, obviously Crump with 1.67. I mean, just unbelievable in map 5. And then there is no way you just 6-7'd me.
He 6-7'd you so hard. It was amazing. Let's take a look at another squad that clutched up. Allie, you started the day 0-2 in pickups because the Gentlemates got edged out by FaZe Vegas. We have to revisit the fact, though, FaZe has played together all season. This is just week 2 with Joey D.
I like this propaganda that you guys are pushing, and also on this side of things, like, I think a lot of us would go back and watch the series. Gentlemates could have won like 5.
They should have won the hard point.
I mean,
should have won the overload.
Slam the S&D. So I don't think this is necessarily a bad sign for Paris Gentlemates. I mean, it's pretty obvious to look back and be like, we kicked ourselves in the foot a couple of times, and Snip just had some insane clutches throughout the entirety of this series. But if I learned anything, this is just going to be a banger matchup going forward, but I don't think I'm off of either of these teams.
And what was more impressive, Simp getting 7 straight kills to clutch the overload, or his 11-kill performance in Search and Destroy Game 5?
I feel like this 11-kill performance was so silent because I was looking at Abuza in 0-4 the whole time Game 5. So I'll go with the 7-piece and overload at the end to give them the 2-1 lead.
Definitely the highlight of the day. If you guys missed it, go back and watch that Game 2 overload with FaZe clutching up behind Simp. If you're looking at the top performers on the day, though, Crimp from G2 was on top of his game in Search. He drops 20. Draza in Hardpoint puts up 73 kills, and Abeezy just posted up 19 of his own. Hydra's going to finish the day with a 2.5 KD in a Game 5. Not bad. Is Hydra in the conversation for MVP, or is Scrap still the front runner in LA?
Ooh.
Scrap.
I don't know. That's a good angle. I think if Hydra continues to play the way that he's playing, there could definitely be a conversation.
Abeezy's been on a tear, too.
That's the man I'm looking out for, and you have to deal with all 3 of them when you play LA. Does LA play tomorrow? Yes, they do. And who do they face off against? A G2 squad that is playing for the left side of our leaderboard. Remember, they got 10 points for the win over OpTic today. They could jump another squad tomorrow, Ant.
What's the best match of the day, guys?
Royal Ravens OpTic.
Come on.
Breaching Koi.
Low key. Low key. That breach we just got, if they beat the Koi without Joe, that's a lock for winners bracket.
G2 could possibly jump them because...
And of course, shout out to my eldest daughter, Olive, for joining us on set today. She is beat. 15 of a possible 15 maps are in the books for an opening Friday. We got 4 more matches coming your way, starting at 2:45 Eastern. We'll see you then. Good job, girl.
And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on. And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. Made for millennium.
gritty jaws. Wonder who gon' feed. Fresh the beaters. Hundreds and tens, hard, fresh Adidas. Thought I knew them, most of them. I'm more than man of the next one. Where my medal is at. I don't pedal back. I'm too smart to meddle with the fellows. Keep the medal at. They pedal for the stack. I'm making benefactors, landlords without the pot to Hello, I know you feeling mellow. You thinking life is gonna be cinematic as these cellos, but that's just a rumble for the build up like a bellow. If they gon' hear you,
Maybe not the ace.
Bro, these guys might be the worst.
I was literally trying to bait my play.
No scams here. Oh my god. No scams, please. What are we doing?
Come on this kid.
What the f? What the f?
Same bomb heading in, Rock. Rock's dead.
Put ourselves in a better position.
That's a good play by Bueno. He gets out too.
Oh,
what? Who the f is this?
Oh my god. You're on Mars. Holy f. I'm not even trolling your back. I'm not even trolling your back.
Yo, Bueno's tweaking. Guys is going insane. I gotta tip that.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's out. He's out.
He's out.
Oh my god.
My god. Jesus Christ. Wow. Dude.
My price went up, you can't afford me. I'm everywhere, I'm there, I know you can't ignore me. I cost too much, yeah, pay just to see me. They're taking notes, so yeah, I know they wanna be me. Money makes a girl act different. All couture, yeah, I made it out the kitchen. I don't wanna listen, to a boy with a severe lack of vision. I'm on a mission, yeah, I don't get stuck in traditions, nah. I'm on my business, y'all are my witness. Fill my cup with a splash of citrus. Make lemonade, that's what gets me paid, yeah, yeah. Turn a sour day into a power play, yeah, yeah. Super power, babe, let me light the way. Give me space now, you should know your place, yeah, yeah, yeah. That money comes easy, no risk, no tax, no forcing it. Big stacks to the ass where I'm sourcing it. First class, I can sell a whole course in it. That money comes easy, I'm the one with the cash and flex, yeah. I'm the one that ain't trust with the big bucks, yeah. I bring good luck. My price went up, you can't afford me. I'm everywhere, I'm there, I know you can't ignore me. I cost too much, yeah, pay just to see me. They're taking notes, so yeah, I know they wanna be me. My price went up, speak to my people. Yes, there's a fee to see me, yo, I'm way too regal. Just look, don't touch, stay off my aura. Oh, I know when the
From fishing trips and family traditions to late nights around the campfire, every great adventure began with Dad. This Father's Day, celebrate the dads who taught us to love the outdoors with Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's. Right now, save 10% on special Father's Day gift cards, the perfect gift for your next adventure together.
It's awesome.
We've had a greatest day, honey. All right, we're going to release this old bass.
No!
Oh, there he goes.
My fishy!
Websites your competitors don't want you to know, part 2. All you do is go to this website, and it lets you find out exactly how much your competitors are making by showing you how much traffic they're getting, where the traffic's coming from, and even which social media platform is driving the most visits. It has a complete breakdown of all the recent ads they've been running, what type of keywords they rank for, and even the top competitors in their space. If you want to see how they stack up against their competitors, all you do is add them here, and it breaks down all their traffic and engagement benchmarked against each other. And their new feature, which is a game changer, is called AI brand visibility. All you do is enter your website, then it tells you exactly how AI is talking about your brand. Even the prompts that are bringing up the brand as the result. What school is this sentiment analysis that tells you if the AI says positive, negative, or neutral things about the brand? This is the #1 way to track insights about any company. Comment SimilarWeb and I'll send you a link to test this for free.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Today we are going to be doing trivia on a geo-guesser for Call of Duty maps. Basically how it works, there's 2 images. If we get it on the first image, we get 1 total point. If we get it on the second image, we get half a point. Let's see who wins. I think I'm gonna carry high.
Confidence level?
Pretty high, pretty high. Geo-guesser, looks like I got to carry again.
No, I don't know about this. If you can't carry me through Carrington, Burgundy.
Ron Burgundy?
You have his mustache.
It's filthy.
Pipeline.
Pipeline? Bro,
hold on. This is downpour.
No.
This is Call of Duty? No, this is some hex shit. This is some hex shit. This is like Call of Duty 2. This is unacceptable.
It looks,
honestly, it looks like an older game.
I think it's a COD 2 map.
COD 2? Yeah.
I think.
I think so. I'm no idea.
Dog, what the hell is this?
That has to be COD 2.
Fucking trenches.
I don't know this map, man. I can't lie.
What
so
game?
It looks like an older game. So
yeah, it's an old ass game. So like, what's the OG COD?
World at War.
Bunkers in the middle.
I played Call of Duty 2. I played Call of Duty. Yeah, well, you're choking.
That's no one has ever played that. That's
like NPCs have played these games.
Trenches COD 2.
Yeah.
That's Call of Duty. Oh, no one ever played COD 3. I don't know a single person that ever played it.
I didn't even know what the game looks like.
Brecourt. Call of Duty 2.
Lock it in.
Lock it in. Verdun in Call of Duty 3. You fucking played. Oh,
no,
you know what? I am so proud at not getting that right. I played fucking Call of Duty 3 for 15 minutes, and once I realized that fucking treyarch.
What's the whatever game Hex be talking about? World War II?
No. He's talking about COD 4. He's always talking about COD 4 with his old ass.
Yeah, what would you say?
COD 4.
COD 4.
Call of Duty 3?
Oh, I told you.
What the fuck?
I was World War 3. He'd be talking about Call of Duty 3. Fuck.
My guess is like Call of Duty 2 or Call of Duty 3.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. Call of Duty 2.
Let's do Call of Duty 3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm down for 3. I don't know the map then. Come on, we'll take the half a point though.
See? It looked a little too modern to be Call of Duty 2. Hector's gonna feel so like special when he sees this.
He's gonna see it. He's gonna be like, Verdun.
Verdun. I hit a snipe from that tower right there.
That sandbagger round was right there.
Easy.
Arcade. Or not arcade.
You want me to fix it for you?
That's not arcade, and that's AW.
This is AW. You guys won fucking crazy game.
Is it? What's the name of it?
CTF.
Resort? Is it Resort? What is it?
Dude, you play this professionally.
I know. This is the map I said, Matthias, you sexy man.
Come on, Matthias! You sexy man!
Oh, this is Advanced Warfare. And remember that clip where like Seth is like, Matthias, you sexy.
Yeah.
It's that map. I just don't remember the map.
Nah, there's like a turtle hill. And there's a pool.
Yeah.
Oh, this is AW.
That's Retreat, right?
Retreat, yeah.
It's too easy. Too easy.
That was good.
Oh, this is Retreat.
Yep.
AW.
Yep.
I remember I dropped 40 on that map. Come on, that was my first ever map against Tej.
No way.
First ever land match, 40.
I bet, Tej.
It's Resort.
Is it Resort?
Yes.
Retreat.
Fuck. Retreat, Resort, starts with an R.
Arcade. It's not Arcade, right?
Arcade?
No, it's not. Retreat. Oh, okay.
So if you got half a point.
We got the half a point, yeah.
Yeah, if I go to it.
Oh, I can't believe I didn't get that.
Me either, dude.
That's embarrassing.
We won in France. Shout out my Paris people.
The amount of
my
times
Parisians.
I played that map and oh my god.
Unreal.
Oh, this is Ramaza?
That's what I'm talking about. Fresh, never frozen beef, juicy chicken, pepper jack cheese, and that creamy jalapeno sauce just seals the deal. Turn up the heat with Culver's new jalapeno jack pub burger and chicken sandwich.
Running an online brand? Yeah, it's a lot. Getting your domain on Wix? Easy. Type it. Find it. Own it. Whatever you're creating, there's a domain for that. Put your name on it. Go to Wix Domains.
COD 4. All right, so right here, ambush, maybe?
Ambush?
No, not ambush. All right, so you spawn at the top of the hill, you run down. The bomb is like, there's like 2 walls here at the DVD store. I don't know if you played this map.
No, hell no.
Statue in the middle. Damn.
Strike.
That is Strike on Call of Duty 4. Or Modern Warfare Remastered. They're both the same game, so I get a full credit.
Yeah, he's got that one.
Bam.
Let's go.
Easy.
It's COD 4. It's
Ambush?
Ambush. Not Crossfire. Not Strike.
Let's go. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Or no, what map? This is this Miami? Like the back room in Miami?
No.
No way?
No, not Miami, I don't think. Unless the lighting.
Oh no, this is
this is COD 4, no?
This is Strike. COD 4 Strike, lock it in.
Come on. Come on. That was terrible.
Oh, fucking Sovereign Ghost.
Ghost, yes.
Bon Voyage.
Sovereign.
Wow. I thought that was the hall of Bon Voyage.
Bon Voyage?
Yeah. The boat map?
Damn. You know your shit. Oh, I know the map. Ghost. Ghost. Don't know the map though.
Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Yep.
Okay.
Call of Duty Sovereign.
Oh, this is Sovereign Ghost.
That's Sovereign on Ghost.